Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hand off to Dare, straight ahead, first down, 28 seconds to go. And the Texans will not snap the ball again. This game is over. The Texans get knocked off in New York. They lose to the Jets 30-6. With the Titans up next on the road.
Yeah, we'll still go back, watch it intently, right? It's Tell the Truth Monday. So we get in the room, we tell the truth, what happened, right? We'll analyze the film as we do every Monday to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again.
Two things on that audio right there that we bumped in with. Vandy, who's been amazing all year, left out the word mercifully when he said the game was ending. And number two, Tell the Truth Monday. The truth is going to hurt for the Houston Texans in those film rooms today when they start looking at this thing. Man, what an awful day yesterday up in New Jersey. There's just no other way to put it. If you were putting a script together for the worst case scenario for this game, this hit pretty damn close yesterday on the scoreboard and on the injury report. And we're going to dig into all of it. We're doing the autopsy this morning on this thing yesterday as we welcome you in on a Reaction Monday. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. Seth, good morning to you, my friend.
Yeah, good morning. If this game had ended at the half, I could have chalked a lot of things up to injuries and weather and all kinds of things. But by the end of the second half, the Jets had just methodically and surgically driven down the field 6 out of 7 times. They had 7 second half. One of them, the Jets did. One of them ended in turnover. 6 of them ended in scores. Now, 3 of those were ones where the Texans gave them the ball in Texans territory and there were field goals. But 3 of the first 4 drives in the second half were touchdowns. They tore apart this Texans defense. And Zach Wilson, in a monsoon, had the best passer rating of his career.
Yeah.
Absolute best passer rating of his career. So honestly, for one, and I'm watching some of those plays. It was a hodgepodge. It was a combination of allowing, Garrett Wilson to make great Garrett Wilson plays, but also, hey, Breece Hall, yeah, you might want to think about paying attention to him. He's a known receiving threat. When he and Conklin, the tight end, are your second and third leading receivers in the game, that's known. That's not an ambush. That's not a game adjustment. That is known that's who they will go to. And the Texans linebackers and safeties just wholesale ignored them at times. It was really bad. That part of it was an incredible letdown. Now I'll say the other side of it too. Zach Wilson had better touch, better accuracy, better feel than C.J. Stroud did in that game. Oh, yeah, look, there were a lot of drops by the Texans. Zach Wilson threw a more catchable ball. Zach Wilson was the better quarterback on the field. Yeah. We can make all the excuses we want, and they're valid. You don't have Nico Collins. You don't have Tank Dell. You don't have Dalton Schultz. But, man, some of those were beautifully thrown touch footballs by – C.J. Stroud did not do as much despite the challenges. He didn't do as much with what he had as I think he could have. Yeah. And I don't know if he has trouble throwing a wet ball. He had a horrible game at Northwestern in bad weather conditions when he was in college. He had a hard time holding on to the ball earlier this season because Michael Dieter was sweating on the ball too much. So, I don't know if this is going to be an issue moving forward. But so far versus the 2 worst quarterbacks the Texans have faced, C.J. Stroud has also not shown up at all either.
Yeah.
I hope he's all right. But, my God, that wasn't a good performance by him yesterday. Though you can tell me about the drops all you want. He was not throwing – in bad weather conditions, he was not throwing with touch the way Zach Wilson was.
No, Zach Wilson. I said that coming into the postgame yesterday, Seth. If someone handed you the box score and you took the logos off the box score and blurred out the names – you blurred out the names of the quarterbacks and other things on the box score, you would have said, oh, yeah, okay. Texans went in and won 30-6, and C.J. Stroud had one of his normal days where he throws for 301 yards, a couple of touchdowns, protects the football, at least through the air, protect the football. Zach Wilson had the one fumble. Oh, and Zach Wilson went 10 for 23 for 93 yards. Yeah, this looks exactly like how if I had to guess, this is a formula. This is a game script I can believe. And then you rip you peel the covers off the names and the logos. You're like, nope, surprise! It was the Jets winning 30-6. And I will say this too. I will do a mea culpa right here. I said that the biggest mismatch in this game was going to be DeMeco Ryans against Nathaniel Hackett. Nathaniel Hackett schemed up a hell of a game yesterday. Run game taken away from him. Garrett Wilson, and I know a lot of this. I know the Texans' defense is to blame on a lot of this stuff. But there were times in this game that he had the Texans' defense kind of confused, running misdirection and things like that. I thought he did a really good job calling the game for Zach Wilson.
Dude, do you know who thought it was hilarious that Randall Cobb had a touchdown in that game? Jets fans. I just kind of took all the funniest memes and all the funniest jokes were coming from Jets fans talking about Randall Cobb having a touchdown.
I need to see some of them. I need to laugh about that.
The NFL world took note. Randall Cobb and Aaron Rodgers were laughing their butts off over it. That one, again, going back to the linebackers, and I know they were banged up, but there's just certain things that, general awareness of what the team is going to try to do to you. Yeah, Kevin Harlan understood and remembered better about Randall Cobb's drag routes better than the Texans defenders did. Yeah, because on that play, Denzel Perryman was playing middle linebacker, and he's sitting there playing he's got his eyes on the quarterback, and he's gonna he could disrupt any crossing routes that come across his way. Hansen has carried the tight end deep into the seam, and Perryman's just staring into the backfield, and Randall Cobb runs right in front of him at 4 yards depth. He could have had Randall Cobb's kidneys for dinner last night. Just all you got to do is hit him. Nope, just let him run.
Let him run.
And let him run. Just let him run free. And it was like that over and over and over again. There was various receivers, various running backs, various tight ends, just with wide open spaces. They got 10 yards run after the catch of that. It was really unaware. And honestly, I'm sure DeMeco all last week was trying to stress the importance of taking Zach Wilson seriously and everybody else. But the defensive line let Zach Wilson out of the pocket. The defensive ends, including Will Anderson, were completely unaware of their edge responsibilities when it came to bootlegs, end arounds, what have you, just letting people run free. They just opened the gate. It was disgusting defensively what they allowed Zach Wilson to do against them yesterday. There is no excuse. I don't care if it's Zach Wilson or Aaron Rodgers in his prime. They were completely out to lunch. It was not a performance I expected out of a DeMeco Ryans coach defense. I don't care which backups were in there. I don't care what happened. They were mentally asleep yesterday. It was really bad.
Yeah. And Will with the roughing the passer penalty. What was that? That was...
Oh, my God, that was dumb.
What
the hell was that?
That was when the game was still hanging in the balance. The score was 7-0. The score was 7-0. The Jets had the ball 2nd and 10 at the Texans' 44-yard line, where it feels like they spent 90% of the day in between the 50-yard line and the Texans' 30-yard line. Even in the first half, if you had judged the 0-0 tie at the end of the first half, like a prize fight, you would have said, well, the Jets, I am the judge, and I'm saying the Jets win this fight based on judges' points because they spent the whole half in the Texans crossed the 50-yard line, I don't think, until the second half of this football game. But the Will Anderson roughing the passer, that gave the Jets a little bit of juice on their second touchdown drive, and when they scored that second touchdown, that felt like it was curtains in this game yesterday.
This defense, honestly, they did not take the Jets seriously, and you could see in the way they played, they lost all the discipline that they had gained over the last few weeks. They had sack fever. A lot of that comes from the guys abdicating their responsibilities on containment, where they just had their eyes on the quarterback, or they were trying to make a play, a tackle for a loss, and ignoring the boot, ignoring the end around completely, hitting Zach Wilson 3 steps after he threw the ball.
So dumb.
Really, really dumb stuff. They had sack fever. They thought, oh, yeah, look, we've won a few games now. We're the big bad Texans. We're going to come in and take Nah, you didn't respect them. They flat out didn't respect them.
Yeah, and now it gets it's treacherous now, man. You're in a group of 6 teams that are 7-6. The good news is you've beaten a few of them. The bad news right now is you're not winning the tiebreakers because of the way the tiebreakers work. You're still on the outside looking in. Buffalo, we'll talk about this Buffalo-Kansas City game a little bit in the next segment as well. That call that came back to bite the Chiefs yesterday, which them protesting it is the silliest thing I've seen.
The Chiefs have gotten really annoying.
Yeah. Silliest thing I've seen this side of a Will Anderson roughing the passer penalty.
Somehow all of a sudden, Kadarius Toney, a known jackass, isn't a known jackass.
Right. But that impacts the Texans. Like that the Buffalo Bills are one of these 7-6 teams is a problem. The Bills have had their issues this year, but that's a good football team. They're not like it's not like the Steelers with Kenny Pickett or the Colts with Gardner Minshew. I mean, you're in a group of 7-6 teams right now, and only 2 of them are going to make the playoffs. The Browns won yesterday, which we were kind of rooting for because that would bring the Jags back to the pack a little bit, but the Texans didn't take advantage of their opportunity. So still in the mix, but I can't even say missed opportunity yesterday. That would imply that they showed up. Like you just didn't show up yesterday. You get a missed opportunity label if you were actually competitive into the fourth quarter of the game. You laid an egg yesterday. You deserve to be 7-6 right now.
There were a lot of examples, I think, both on there's like a maturity part of it, and then there's also just the actual nuts and bolts of it, which is that again, I'll preach it. They'll never convince me, no matter how many of the right things they say in the press conference this week. That defense did not respect the Jets' offense enough going into that game, and they got exposed for it. But B, from a nuts and bolts perspective, man, like you could see where the genuinely good teams in the NFL have depth. The Texans, they do not nearly have the depth to withstand a loss of several of their key players. And they just, they were just completely inept and lost out there without a few of their best players. And part of it is, it's a big deal to lose Tank Dell.
Yep.
You guys are genuinely good NFL receivers. It's a big deal to be also without Dalton Schultz. But this is where their complete and total inability to run the ball. And I know you're going to tell me something about, not you, Sean, but people might say, well, hey, Singletary had how many yards per carry? Was he at 5 yards per carry? No,
dude.
I'm not going to sit here and watch the Texans, who are so awesome at running when it's 1st and 25 or 2nd and 20. Yeah. Like, no. Yeah. Those don't count. You throw those out. They get just so utterly and totally destroyed at the line of scrimmage. Yeah. Like to where so many of these run plays are completely dead in the water. It's embarrassing. That's on Bobby Slowick.
Yep. Because
sometimes it's the offensive line, sometimes it's the running backs, sometimes it's the tight ends. Bobby Slowick has shown a complete ineptitude in designing a run game.
All right, we've got a lot to dig into still. We haven't even talked about the injuries. And to me, the headliner of this game yesterday is not losing 30-6. It's the loss of C.J. Stroud and what that means moving forward. C.J. Stroud in concussion protocol. Those who were spreading the rumors before the draft about not drafting a quarterback, you may get a look at what that was going to be for the Houston Texans coming up Sunday against Tennessee. We'll talk about that next.
Hey, Zadok Jewelers this weekend, Friday and Saturday, is having a truly
presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The biggest storyline coming out of this Jets game, to me, is easily C.J. Stroud getting concussed yesterday. Here is the play. It was 24-6 at the time, about 6-7 minutes to go in the game. And C.J. throws a 6-yard pass to John Mechie, and camera panned back, and he was writhing in pain on the ground.
C.J. gets the snap and throws over the middle. He's got the crosser. Mechie brought down at the 31-yard line by Reed. And C.J. took a shot.
He took a shot from...
What did we just say? Mechie's first catch of the day, but all eyes are on C.J. Stroud right now. He's on his back on the Meadowlands turf.
All right, here was D'Amico Ryans, understandably after the game, pretty vague on where the C.J. Stroud situation stands.
Yeah, C.J. will be in concussion protocol. We'll see how he progresses throughout the week.
All right, and one more. Here is D'Amico on the play where C.J. got hurt.
Yeah, on the hit with C.J., we got to block it better. Allow them, to get back to our quarterback. We have to block it better up front.
That is accurate. Seth, I was proud of the post-game show callers that none of them called in and said C.J. shouldn't have been in the game at that point.
Really?
I was concerned that was going to be the big revisionist history storyline.
Oh, gosh, I didn't even have that thought.
Me neither. I didn't have that thought myself, but I thought that callers might have that thought.
Because at that point, there were, 6 minutes left in the game?
6 minutes, down 3 scores.
Totally 100%. If you believe in the magic of C.J. Stroud, and if you believe on a day where Zach Wilson scored 30 points against your defense.
Anything can happen.
So that's good. What about people who felt that perhaps Quinnen Williams should have been flagged?
None of that either.
None of that? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I saw a little bit of it on social media, and I was curious about it. I can understand having that knee-jerk reaction. I think the biggest thing is that when your offensive lineman gets beat really bad and is actually the one pushing Quinnen Williams into the quarterback, and Quinnen Williams did the only thing that you can do anymore as a defensive lineman. He lunged off to the side, made every effort to not land on C.J. Stroud. Because I saw somebody say that he tried to land on him. No, he did the exact opposite. He tried to. Quinnen Williams was eating those dudes alive.
He was, dude.
Yeah, I can't even get mad at it just because. Now, if it's Shaq, then I get upset with Shaq. But with Dieter or with Juice Scruggs, Quinnen Williams is going to eat those guys alive. He's one of the best defensive tackles in football. Yep. Juice Scruggs is a rookie playing out, and Dieter's your fourth-string center. He's going to eat those dudes alive. The Texans don't have a good offensive line other than really their left tackle. That's about it.
That's about it. Yeah, this was a bound-to-happen moment. CJ has just been taking more and more hits. We went through that stage from week 3 through the bye week where it didn't matter who was playing offensive line. It felt like CJ wasn't getting sacked. I'm looking back at that period of time in the season now as one of the biggest miracles so far for the Texans because it's gotten leaky again. He's taking hits, and this was a bound-to-happen moment. We'll see what happens. We won't know anything really until Wednesday probably when we see an injury report, if he's practicing, if he's limited. The percentage of guys that get put in the protocol that come back and play in 1 week is the small minority in this. The majority of them usually miss a game here, which means we could be talking this week, Seth, about Davis Mills going up to Tennessee and taking on the Tennessee Titans in what really amounts to a must-win game for the Houston Texans this coming weekend.
I thought, that first play that Case Keenum was in, that Davis Mills was in, I kind of got excited. He looked kind of explosive almost.
He started rolling out to the left.
Yeah. And then he kind of just unleashed the ball very effortlessly, and then it missed the mark.
And then he went 1 for 5 for 4 yards. Yeah.
1 for 5 for 4 yards?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, Preston in short duty. You forget that he does have a little bit of explosivity to him in the way he moves. And Case Keenum or Davis Mills?
Well, I think it's going to be Davis Mills. He's been the backup all year, but I put up a poll last night asking that very question. Who do you think won the poll between Case Keenum and Davis Mills, if indeed one of those two has to start this weekend?
Oh, Case Keenum won it, right?
Yeah, Case Keenum won fairly handily. It's still up if you want to go vote. But for a poll that I put up at 10 o'clock at night last night.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of votes. A lot of people up late last night not being able to sleep over this Texans game. Probably about 70% of the voters voted Case Keenum in that one.
The thing about the current situation was, okay, if maybe the season had gone the way a lot of people expected it to, you would be at that mode right now where you'd say, yeah, let's see exactly how good Davis Mills is, and maybe you end up getting some draft compensation for him if he has a nice little run or something. But now the Texans are one of 6 teams that are 7-6. 7-6 gets you both the 6th and 7th spot in the wild card right now.
Yep.
I mean,
as well as the 11 spot with Buffalo.
Yeah, I know, this is anywhere.
It's crazy.
Oh boy, it doesn't seem. I was watching. Who was it? Oh, NBC. They do their football night in America, and they've got a guy up there who almost acts like an election. Like the election analyst guy.
I love it.
Because he's got his jacket off and his shirt sleeves rolled up.
Yes.
It's great. It doesn't seem like there's enough tiebreakers for the current situation, does it?
It's wild.
He only listed the top 4. I think it keeps going on down further than that. But, and it should resolve itself somewhat. But right now, the biggest thing you've got going for you is you got 2 games versus the Titans. And then whichever phrase you hate least, whether you control your own fate or destiny or whatever, you play the Browns, you play the Colts.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of control the Texans have over a relatively theoretically easier schedule over these last several games.
Well, and let's point out, too, the Jags did lose yesterday. You know, the division is still in play here. The Jags lost yesterday, and they play the Baltimore Ravens this weekend. I think it's in Jacksonville. So I don't know what the line is on that game. I didn't look. But if I had to pick just blindly, especially given the fact that Trevor Lawrence is clearly still a little banged up, then I would pick Baltimore in that game this weekend. So the division is still in play. You're a game back in the division. As you mentioned, Seth, you still play the Colts, so you're able to kind of make up for that loss you had to them in week 2. So, like, mathematically, everything's still in play for the Texans, but this C.J. Stroud injury is the big question mark now looming. If CJ came out of that game healthy yesterday, I can live with them losing. I can even live with them losing 30-6. It's a young team, and a lot of these guys don't know how to handle the accolades and the flowers that they're getting. I think we saw that in the Carolina game earlier this year when they had 2 weeks to soak in how much everybody thought they were so awesome after beating New Orleans in week 6, and they're 3-3 when nobody ever expected this. I can live with the loss. It sucks, and I hate that you're losing to crappy teams, but it's the NFL. I can deal with that. The C.J. Stroud injury thing is, to me, Seth, this is the black cloud hanging right now.
Right. This is.
Till otherwise.
Well, and again, man, I mean, if you start looking at it, if you go into the seasonal affective disorder part of December, where you start thinking about all of the bad things that have happened and how the year didn't go your way and everything, well, gosh, feels a little bit like Deshaun Watson's rookie year, where, man, you got a lot of promise here. Your quarterback's won a few games. CJ's had done a better job in terms of win-loss record than Deshaun did. And yet, here you go, potentially guys out for at least a few weeks. It's sign of the times, isn't it, that I was really, really hoping that it was a neck injury for C.J. Stroud. I was like, oh, gosh, I hope it's just a neck injury. I hope it's just I would rather it be a cracked vertebrae than a head injury at this point in the season, because who the hell knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, I will say this. If we're looking for a sliver of hope, they go up to Tennessee to take on the Tennessee Titans this weekend. And the Texans, if you've erased the last 2 seasons from your brain, it's understandable. But the one thing that they were able to do the last 2 years, with David Culley as the head coach 2 years ago, with Lovie Smith as the head coach last year, both those seasons, the one thing they have in common, they did go to Nashville and beat the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah. And
I would submit that they are, even with Davis Mills at quarterback, better equipped to do that this season than either of the previous 2 seasons, especially considering that I think this is a worse version of the Tennessee Titans this season than it's been the previous 2 seasons. Now, we'll see. The Titans play tonight against the Dolphins, so we'll at least get a chance to scope them out a little bit.
I think if you look at the previous most disappointing loss of the season, I think we would all agree it was the Carolina Panthers.
Without a doubt, yes.
For multiple reasons.
Yes.
C.J. Stroud did not play well at all. The defense, however, did play well against Carolina. It's not like Bryce Young had a good game. He just had a less bad game than C.J. Stroud. So that next week, the offense came out and they took care of business versus the Buccaneers.
Did they ever?
They came out hard. And I think this team probably needed a little bit of a reality check. That weather, obviously, you can't use the weather as an excuse because the Jets' offense looked absolutely awesome in the second half. The Texans' defense needed a little bit of a kick in the rump.
Yeah.
They really, honestly, you can point to linebacker injuries all you want. They had wholesale mental errors, abdication of responsibilities, just really bad fundamental football play in that game versus a quarterback in Zach Wilson who ended up having the highest passer rating of his career.
Yep.
Remind you, yeah, oh no, you've got an injured linebacker. Oh no, you've got an injured rookie defensive end. Yeah, that rookie defensive end had a really bad roughing the passer penalty. Blew contain multiple times in this game. The linebackers just left the flats completely wide open.
Yep.
Point where Breece Hall at one point caught a pass and ran to the first down marker without ever being touched. It was awful.
Yep.
It was really bad. So the Texans defense this week, I think this is the week where maybe D'Amico and Bobby realize, all right, look, we don't want to be old school D-bag coaches, but every now and then, maybe these guys need to be reminded that they're not actually that good.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's telling you guys how awesome you are because you're sitting here a couple games above 500. You're actually not that good. You're actually a 500 football team.
Yep.
Okay? You're one game away from being very much reminded that you're a 500 football team. So maybe stop gloating about how awesome you are and go out and freaking cover somebody or go out and hit somebody or go ahead and play contain. Okay? Oh, you're rookie of the week? Woo! No. Play your damn responsibilities. My God.
All right, we got to get to this here real quick because this game did impact the Texans because the Buffalo Bills are now back. They've entered the chat, so to speak, the 7-6 chat, because they were able to beat the Chiefs in Kansas City yesterday. That's what they do. That's what they do. They beat the Chiefs in Kansas City. They've done it 3 straight regular seasons now. And the controversy in this game was at the end of the game, the Chiefs trying to get a game-winning touchdown, down 20-17, final 2 minutes of the game. They get a play where the flag gets thrown right as soon as the ball snapped. Mahomes thinks he's got a free play, an offsides on the defense, throws the ball down the seam to Travis Kelce, who eludes a couple defenders, and then throws an overhand lateral to a streaking Kadarius Toney, who catches it, goes in the end zone. Everybody's going crazy. The Chiefs and the fans, the game's at Arrowhead, they think they've won the game. But it turns out Kadarius Toney was lined up in the neutral zone, and the play gets called back. The Chiefs end up not scoring. Game over. Bills win. Here was Patrick Mahomes, who was apoplectic, throwing his helmet like a kindergartner on the sidelines, screaming at the officials that the call was a ticky-tack call. He went for 3 minutes about this in the postgame. Here's the best 30 seconds of those 3 minutes.
I saw the picture, and he probably is, barely offsides, but for him to take the game into his hands over a call like that doesn't affect the play at all, didn't affect anything. It's just tough, man. And like I said, man, that's a Hall of Fame tight end making a Hall of Fame play that won't be shown because we threw a flag for an offensive offsides. And so it takes away from not only this game and this season, but from a legendary career that Travis has had, and that hurts me because I know how hard he works for it.
Okay, that last part's the corniest take I've ever heard in my life.
I don't know how hard he works for it. Barely offsides. Barely. That's where he lost all.
He admitted
in that take. Barely offside. He didn't admit anything. Barely offsides. Egregiously offsides. He was egregiously offsides.
But he admits
that flag.
He admits there was an infraction, though.
But the barely offsides, I would understand what you're saying. If he was just up against it at the end of the game, okay. And Reed was whining about how they didn't get warnings and everything because he hadn't been egregiously offsides. So the other part of it is it didn't even affect the play. The flag is the snap. The flag is thrown as soon as he's egregiously offsides. Here's where it did affect the play. I think that both Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce saw that there was a flag, probably assumed it was a free play for an offsides. I don't think Travis Kelce throws that lateral unless he thinks it's a free play.
Yeah.
I think like the downside of it is that he understands like, oh, in his mind, it's like, oh, free play, here we go. And like, hey, why not? Let your freak flag fly. So it did affect the play to your advantage. And it just, honestly, like this is a bad look for the Chiefs just because the offense isn't as good as it typically is. You guys are just, grasping for straws by this point in the season. That an obvious the neutral zone infraction was called, and you're acting like you were somehow the victims here. My God, let it go.
Called on Kadarius Toney, who's one of the dumbest players in the NFL.
A known jackass,
yeah,
right? Sure, he was I know he's a known jackass who would totally do something like this, but you can't just, frankly, I don't think it's politically correct that would be calling out how stupid he is.
I realize Kadarius juggles knives in the locker room, but he was barely lined up offsides.
I know he's despised in many places, but yeah.
Real quick, too, for the team who had the Super Bowl handed to them at the end of the game on one of the most ticky-tack defensive holding calls ever against Philadelphia last year to be whining about the officials. Stop it already. All right, headlines. We got a lot to get to. We got the Texans, Sunday Night Football last night. If you want to get even more miserable, Houstonians, it looks like we're Bowl contender up north. The biggest contract in the history of sports got signed, and we haven't even talked about it yet. And that impacts the Astros. We will get to that next.
Hey, Bayway Ram, you want a big old Christmas gift? Well, you get yourself a brand new Bayway. Excuse me. If you want a beautiful, beautiful Christmas gift, well, you get yourself a brand new Ram pickup. Go to Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena because they have the absolute best deals on Ram pickup trucks, and they have the Bayway guarantee, where if you bring in any written offer on any Ram pickup from any other Houston area dealership, Bayway is going to beat that offer. Jen McCumber, the general manager, flat out does not mess around on this. If she can't beat that offer, she's going to give you $1,000 cash. So the Ram pickup, you're driving around town, you see the Rams, you see the body style, you know the performance, 3-time Motor Trend Truck of the Year, and you've just been dreaming about it. Treat yourself this Christmas time, especially if you're still looking for that bonus depreciation and you want to get it before the end of the year. Go ahead and go on and take advantage of the Bayway guarantee at Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena. 1500s, 2500s, 3500s, all in stock with plenty of options. BaywayRam.com. Tell them Seth Payne sent you.
It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by Shabbos John Deere. We're breaking down yesterday's loss in New York on Houston Sports Leader. The best reactions, opinions, and inside information are right here on Sports Radio. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Wilson's going to throw it again. Wilson steps up, just throws underneath, got a man across the 5, he's in. Touchdown, Randall Cobb, the former Texan, most notably a former Packer, but he cashes in for 6 on a 15-yard touchdown reception, catch and run, and the Jets score game with 11:05 to go in the third quarter.
That was just nauseating. Honestly, like if you're listing the things that I didn't want to have happen in that game, practically all of them happened. Like honestly, my top three, Seth, would have been C.J. Stroud getting hurt, Nico Collins getting hurt, Randall Cobb scoring a touchdown. They checked all the boxes of crappiness for me yesterday up in New Jersey.
That moment right there was actually really indicative of what was going wrong with the Texans defense yesterday. Because that play, that Randall Cobb, people might have watched that and thought, like, why is Denzel Perryman manned up on Randall Cobb? He wasn't. All he's got to do at that point, he's a middle linebacker with no responsibilities at that point except to bruise the kidneys of anybody that comes over the middle, because Randall Cobb crossed in front of him at 4 yards. Before the ball was thrown, could have easily just, you don't have to murder the dude, but disrupt the route. That's all you got to do. And it was weird. He just had blinders on. He had his eyes on Zach Wilson completely. No awareness whatsoever of Randall Cobb coming across the middle. Kevin Harlan was more aware of Randall Cobb coming across the middle. He was talking about when they used to do that with the Packers. So, there were so many times where linebackers and safeties were completely unaware of what the Jets were doing on offense. I have zero choice but to believe that the Texans somehow just flat out think they're so good that they didn't care about the Jets offense. They thought that they were that much better. They blew contain responsibilities multiple times. The defensive ends did. I don't want to, John Grenard had an awesome game, but too many other times where whether it was Will Anderson or others that just completely blew their contain responsibilities, their edge responsibilities, letting running backs like Breece Hall, a known receiving threat, run free in the flats. It was really bad. It was really disappointing by the defense. In a monsoon, Zach Wilson had the best game of his career, best passer rating of his career in a monsoon yesterday.
The debate shows are all going to start here in the next 15 minutes on ESPN. I'm willing to bet that there will be captions about, has Zach Wilson resurrected his career? Did Zach Wilson save his career yesterday? If you're on the business end of topics like that, you've had a really bad day at the office. 30-6, the final score. We haven't mentioned that yet. In case you abandoned the game in the third or fourth quarter, which I could not blame you if you did. 30-6, the final score. As Seth mentions, career day for Zach Wilson. The best passer rating in a game of his 2+ year career came yesterday against the Houston Texans. The most important things to happen in this game, other than the result of the game, C.J. Stroud is in concussion protocol. Nico Collins has a calf injury, the severity of which we do not know yet. So you're now without Nico Collins and Tank Dell. We got a good look at what an offense with Noah Brown as your go-to receiver looks like yesterday. And no running game. That was a whole lot of fun to watch. And I would say the other headline, Seth, if we're just kind of bullet pointing this thing, the Texans are now in just a mosh pit of 7-6 football teams in the AFC. 6 teams are 7-6 right now, seeded 6th through 11th. The Texans are 8th right now, so they haven't moved in terms of their playoff positioning coming into this week. They were 8th coming into the week. The good news, they've beaten 3 of those teams, the Steelers, the Bengals, and the Broncos. The bad news to me is that the Buffalo Bills are now one of these teams that they're in the same kind of pool with. And I think the Bills just beat the Chiefs in Kansas City yesterday. The Bills, to me, have been something that's been a little bit, if you're a wild card, aspiring wild card team, the Bills have been the scariest thing sort of lurking because they're very, very talented.
And they have, offensively, they've blossomed somewhat since they fired their offensive coordinator.
Yep.
So that may have been the thing that pushes them back over to the other side.
Yep.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight. The C.J. Stroud injury obviously is the big deal. There's a lot to get upset about yesterday. Just that if they had ended the game after the first half, I would have chalked a lot of it up to injuries and the weather. But the defense was such a letdown in the second half, and the offensive line and their inability to get a run, the Texans' inability to get a run game going of substance whatsoever, just blew it for me. It was just a complete and total, honestly, lack of mental toughness, lack of preparation throughout the week, poor coaching, poor design by Bobby Slowick. It was a very much a comeback down to earth moment of, okay, yeah, this team needs a little kick in the butt to understand that, listen, coming into these press conferences and acting like you just split the atom or something because you've got a slightly better than 500 record. No, you're not that good a football team.
Right.
Get your ass back to work.
Yep. Well put. The other thing going on here in the state of Texas in the NFL is that up north, the Cowboys are playing the best. The 49ers are playing the best football of anybody in the NFL right now. They destroyed the Eagles last night. 30-13 was the final score. This game was not as close as 30-13 would indicate. The one touchdown the Eagles scored was on a Jalen Carter scoop and score. So the Eagles scored no offensive touchdowns. The Cowboys punted for the first time since Thanksgiving in this game, but not before scoring 30 points. Cowboys are playing really good football, and the decision by Mike McCarthy to get rid of Kellen Moore and take over play calling duties appears to be kind of taking a foothold right now. Dak Prescott, tomorrow when the odds come out, Dak Prescott's going to be the favorite for the MVP, is my prediction. He was tied with Brock Purdy last week.
I think Mike McCarthy wins the Ed Block Courage Award, which usually goes to somebody that's like overcome an injury or what have you.
Yeah.
He did that without his appendix. For the first time in his life, he was out there coaching with no appendix.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Do they just do that with lasers now? Like, is it as intrusive as it used to be, an appendectomy? Like,
You still got to go out and take out a body part, but I don't know. Yeah, like all surgeries, I'm guessing it's not. It's not
as invasive as.
I don't like that it feels redundant to call it an emergency appendectomy.
Yeah.
Like, how often are they actually planned?
Yeah, right.
Right? Like, okay, yeah, an appendectomy.
Let me get it taken out. When? April. Yeah.
It's not like these kids that are getting the Tommy John surgeries preemptively. They're not doing that. Although, I don't, if I ever have intestine surgery, I might just go ahead and
while you're in there,
lop out the appendectomy or the appendix anyway.
While you're in there. Yeah, on this, we've been so football heavy that the largest contract in the history of team sports, certainly in the history of Major League Baseball, was signed over the weekend. Shohei Ohtani goes to the Dodgers, so all those Japanese writers who are living in the United States covering Shohei don't have to move to Chicago or San Francisco or the East Coast, which some of them were very worried about. I read an article about that this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's guys that are here. There's reporters here from Japan whose sole job is to cover
They're
Shohei.
Embedded.
They're like the Brian Windhorst of Shohei Ohtani reporters.
Yeah.
They follow them around like Pedro Gomez used to be for Barry Bonds. That's all he did was cover Barry Bonds.
The little nerdy guy in Tombstone that was covering Gene Hackman.
Same thing. Yes. Yeah. Same exact thing. They don't have to move now. Shohei Ohtani, 10 years, $700 million, a bleep ton of money deferred into the future. The Dodgers have a credit card bill that's going to extend through 3 lifetimes, it feels like, on Shohei Ohtani.
And I meant The Unforgiven, by the way. That was the movie I was thinking about. But this is the problem, though, Sean. For me, this was a couple hours spent this weekend of slowly being educated about how it's not the potential disaster that you might immediately think it would be. Because the Dodgers have their bases covered in a lot of different ways on this. For one, it's not hurting the competitive balance tax immediately. Yeah, they're going to have to pay off into the future, but I think some of that inflation will take care of. The other is that there's just very simply on the business side of things, there's so much money brought in because of Johnny. I saw a couple unnamed executives basically saying even if he doesn't pitch, if you could justify paying him $30 million as an outfielder, he probably brings in $40 million a year in revenue, extra revenue. So it makes more sense than it might think on the surface of it. But it is also let's not make any bones about it. It's a huge, huge spend on a guy. That there is considerable downside. Just not they've got their butt covered in a lot of respects.
Yeah. And these people who are Shohei by going to the Dodgers shows he just wants to win. Hey, shut the hell up, man. 10 years, $700 million. What are you talking about? I saw that. He just wants to win. He's going.
Why do they do these? Why did some of these reporters lower themselves?
Because they're dumb. Because they're stupid people. That's why. I'm mad this morning.
They're also acting like this resets the market somehow.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah. The next combo pitcher, the next guy who's an all-star hitter or pitcher in its own regard independently and does both is really going to get paid pretty well.
I saw someone go, Bregman's got to be salivating. What are you talking about?
Boy, Babe Ruth is going to be licking his chops waiting for this to come along.
When they exhume Babe Ruth's corpse, he's going to come to and be like, holy smokes, this world I'm living in now.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth said it earlier. This looked like a Texans team that just took the Jets way too lightly. Maybe they should have listened to their head coach. Head coach talked about that after the game. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans next. But first, at the Men's Tea Clinic on Friday. Every Friday, I go to the Men's Tea Clinic. Chatted with a couple of listeners out at the event.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, I got to mention this. We're doing this all week. So if you're in your car right now, circle 7 o'clock, the 7 o'clock segment. Ben, are we doing this at 7 o'clock all week this week?
Yes.
In the 7 o'clock segment?
Yes.
In the 7 o'clock segment. Def Leppard, Journey, and the Steve Miller Band are coming to Houston in August to Minute Maid Park. It's a big extravaganza.
Yeah, baby.
It's a big extravaganza of stuff that I was listening to in my 1974 Plymouth Gold Duster that I purchased in 1986, by the way. I'm not 80 years old, but yeah.
You got that's a nice little mixture there, too, where you got a little bit of glam band. You got Steve Miller, which is almost like a laid-back stoner rock and roll,
yep.
but still just rock.
Yep.
And then you got Journey, which is just kind of a 80s
iconic
super band. And
yeah, it's a good mix. I think there's a few other acts there, but it's a big concert coming in August.
Def Leppard hair metal is what I was saying.
Hair metal, yep. I say all that to say, be listening this segment. Each of the next 4 days after this as well, because we're giving away tickets to go to that concert. So, yeah, be listening. Rock Royalty reuniting right here in Houston in August. I believe August 14th at Minute Maid Park. Should be a fun show. So be listening this segment. D'Amico Ryans. Oh, sorry about that, Ben. I stepped on the bump-ins that we had. That's my. Hey, look, man, the Texans dragged everybody down, included. This was me not covering Randall Cobb going over the middle. Sorry about. I was wondering, like, why is Ben so mad right now? Oh, because the cuts I told him to bump in with, I just totally stepped on them because I had to mention the concert, Ben. Sorry. Let's get to D'Amico Ryans.
Jerk.
Let's get to. I know I am. Let's get to D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico was asked after the game, hey, what's the deal with this losing to inferior teams thing?
To me, it never matters about record, right? We never go in the game saying this record by this team or that. Like, the record really doesn't matter. We know when we line up, no matter who you play in this league, you have to bring your best every single week. And, we knew this was a good football team based on the tape. We don't go off the record. You watch the tape, you know this was a good team, right? Defensively, really good team. And offense, they move the ball, and they've made plays throughout the year. So never has to do with the record. It's all about how you show up, on Sunday.
I think
I got distracted by that damn vehicle backing up for the first half of that
in the soundbite.
Yeah.
I think D'Amico believes about 60% of what he said right there. There's no way he watched the Jets offense. They're a good team. They've done some things this year.
Well, okay. I think though, for one, I think he probably said the exact right thing to the team all week long.
Yes.
But they weren't all listening.
Yes.
But I mean, honestly, okay, if D'Amico goes back and thinks, okay, how could I have better prepared these guys to come out and actually pay attention and give a damn and look like they understand what the threats are? I mean, you just look at the box score. I haven't looked at it yet. I'm guessing, I don't have it pulled up anymore. But I believe the top three receivers were Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, and then Conklin, the tight end. Exactly who you would suspect. Given going into this game, those three are viable, legitimate NFL players. I don't care who the quarterback is. How the hell do you let Breece Hall, you go in knowing that Breece Hall can catch the ball and can run with the football after he catches it, and he is a very talented football player. Garrett Wilson, is talented. Conklin, is talented. And that boom, boom, boom. Those are the three guys that at times are wholesale uncovered. They also made some really nice plays on the ball, don't get me wrong. And the other side of it, too, is I know D'Amico was telling those guys about Zach Wilson's ability to run because he was telling the media all week long about that. And yet, they let Zach Wilson out of the pocket repeatedly. And at times, sometimes he's just going to get outside. The athletic quarterbacks are going to get outside the pocket. That's going to happen. But there were just too many times where the defensive ends flat out didn't give a damn about their contained responsibilities. That was the biggest indictment of that team's professionalism yesterday, was the multiple times that completely lost their edge contain responsibilities on end arounds, on bootlegs, on various things, and then just really dumb mental errors in coverage by linebackers and safeties. They were not one bit mentally prepared to play that Jets team. It was just, and honestly, I'm mostly upset about the defense. Offensively, they've got a lot of legitimate excuses, but I will say I'm starting to wonder I'm starting to wonder if CJ's ability to throw a wet ball is really going to be an issue moving forward. He didn't throw with nearly the same touch as Zach Wilson. Like, yeah, the Texans receivers dropped a lot of catchable footballs, but CJ was just jamming those things in there in those conditions, whereas Zach was throwing with some of those two Conklin receptions. Beautiful touch throws
Absolutely.
by Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Not to mention one of the Garrett Wilson back shoulder that he plucked over Steven Nelson. I mean, he threw with touch on a bad day where you really needed to throw with touch.
He was the number 2 pick in the draft for reasons, and those throws were part of the reasons why. I mean, you can sit here and say, he threw 25 interceptions and 21 touchdowns in his career coming into this game, and that's all true. He's been bad with the New York Jets, but you're drafted number 2 overall. There's reasons for it, and he's got incredible arm talent. He really does, and it came to fruition yesterday. In fact, D'Amico was asked about not just playing lesser teams, but on losing to lesser quarterbacks.
Again, for me, it doesn't matter who you line up against. They're all NFL players. Everybody who's out on that field, they're capable of making plays. That's why they're in the league. That's why they have the positions that they have. So Pro Bowl, no, it really doesn't matter. You have to go out and play your best every week, and we didn't play our best today.
Yeah, not at all. And you've hit this repeatedly this morning, Seth, but that they, especially defensively, looked like a team that just completely they didn't take the Jets seriously yesterday.
Honestly, the Denzel Perryman, and this one is a hard one to watch, on that Randall Cobb touchdown. Denzel Perryman sitting in the 3-receiver hook right there in the middle. He's in coverage. They're in zone, or at least he is. And he's got his eyes glued on Zach Wilson as Randall Cobb just runs right in front of him. All he has to do at that point is just jostle Randall Cobb. I know Denzel Perryman's got to be careful about who he hits and when. But Randall, this is just textbook. Randall Cobb's running right in front of him inside of 5 yards. At least be aware and try to disrupt that route. And he never even lays an eye on him until after Randall Cobb crosses his face. It was stuff like that all day long. I don't mean to pick on Denzel Perryman on that. Sometimes it's just, so whatever. For whatever reason, you don't do the right thing on whichever play. But it was that over and over and over again. Breece Hall, fine. Okay, fine. You're more worried about the deep ball, so you're in zone and Breece Hall catches something underneath. Why is he running 10 yards untouched? Just a complete and total lack of awareness. And I'm not yet at the point where I can act like losing Blake Cashman is the thing that all of a sudden turns the worst quarterback in the league into the best quarterback in the league in a monsoon.
Right.
I'm not there yet. Sorry. I love Blake Cashman, but I'm not going to reason that you guys just completely left dudes uncovered all day long.
Yeah, in case you missed it, the Texans are now missing Blake Cashman as well, one of their most productive defensive players this year, left with a hamstring injury. Big story out of this game, even bigger than the result of the game, is the concussion of C.J. Stroud. He's in the concussion protocol. It was a rough one, man. His head hit the turf hard. His reaction, if we're judging the likelihood of somebody playing the following week based on how they reacted to getting concussed, I'm going to say Davis Mills is going to start this Sunday because CJ was down and writhing in pain on the ground. It was bad. When he was being walked to the locker room, he looked to be a little bit more into it, gave a fan a thumbs up. I think even when you're concussed, giving a thumbs up to somebody yelling your name is probably something you're capable of doing, I would say.
I got to tell you, Trent Green trying to console the listener or the viewers on that one might have been the worst job ever of doing that. He basically was saying, well, it doesn't look like he's paralyzed from the neck down, so that's good, right?
Oh, yeah.
At least he's writhing around in pain.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Trent. I appreciate that.
He had a strange game yesterday, Trent Green.
He did. He let me down. Maybe I got to reevaluate the games that I've watched with him. I feel like some of his opinions on penalties were really, really bad.
Yeah.
When the Jets offensive tackle reached behind himself so he could grab, I can't remember which Texans defender it was, to hold him, and Trent was incredulous that was called holding. There were a few plays I didn't get.
So Davis Mills could be starting this Sunday against the Titans. By the way, we've heard nothing from the team other than D'Amico. Here's D'Amico Ryans. Let's do D'Amico on C.J. Stroud's status here, Ben.
Yeah, C.J. will be in concussion protocol. We'll see how he progresses throughout the week.
Okay, so that's all we know. Anything else we're doing is guessing and just playing the percentages here. And the percentages say that if someone's in concussion protocol following the game, more often than not, they don't play the following week. So the question becomes, and this will be something we'll probably dig into a whole lot more as the week goes on, especially if CJ doesn't practice on Wednesday and it says CJ Stroud, DNP, concussion. We'll dig into it even deeper. But what is a Davis Mills quarterback team without Nico Collins, Tank Dell, potentially Dalton Schultz still look like going up to Tennessee on Sunday, Seth?
Right, yeah. I think that, by the way, the median time to return from the concussion protocol up through the end of last season was 9 days.
Okay, well, so there you go. That's the median.
Yeah. That's the median. Okay. So it's not that daunting though. Like like you said, it's impossible to tell from the initial onset exactly how bad it. Sometimes you think like, oh, that was just a minor tap. Right. That guy should be fine, right? And he ends up being gone for 3 weeks. Other times it's the opposite, obviously. But
it is one game, though.
What's that?
9 days is one game.
Right. Yeah. Right, but again, the median. So 7 days is right in there. Anyway, yep. I think that the biggest question is exactly what is Davis back these days, and we don't really know. I thought, look, he came in a couple weeks ago. Was it last week when CJ got flagged and brought out for one play?
Arizona.
It was
game.
Arizona. And CJ came out and actually threw a nice pass out to Nico.
No, sorry. Denver game last week, Davis came in.
Yeah, yep. Okay. So he threw out to the flat to Nico. Yep. Pushed the ball to the sideline, did a good job. Yesterday he came out and he was 1 for 5.
He was 1 for 5 for 4 yards. Yeah.
Now, CJ's big issue yesterday was that he didn't have Dalton Schultz, he didn't have Nico Collins for most of the game, and obviously didn't have Tank Dell. And Davis had that same issue when he got out there. It really, to me, it's less about what do they look like with Davis Mills as much as, okay, if they have Davis Mills with no Dalton Schultz and no Nico Collins, as well as obviously no Tank Dell, then they may, in fact, be doomed. For every, and I'm more and more convinced in the NFL that it's shifting more towards wide receivers being just as important as your quarterbacks. I mean, Tua Tagovailoa, yeah, he's done a great job avoiding getting concussed and everything. But the biggest difference between Tua of the last couple of years versus early Tua is that talent that he has around him as receiving options. I don't think whether it's CJ or Davis Mills, if they go out there against the Titans and they don't have their top 3 receiving options, they're doomed. They're doomed.
Well, it's just I guess to go counterpoint to that, devil's advocate, they have beaten the Titans in Tennessee the last rosters and defenses that are much worse than the one that they have this year. With a formula of turning Ryan Tannehill over, and I know it won't be Tannehill, it'll probably be Will Levis starting for the Tennessee Titans. Like there's a formula that they've used to win in Tennessee the last 2 years with worse teams than this one.
I guess I should say they're doomed offensively.
Offensively, I agree with you.
If you expect them to have a genuinely good offense.
Totally agree.
I really don't, because they can't run. They're so bad running the football. Yep. They are so bad. And they juice the stats a little bit by being like, the only way they get the running game going is by having a 15-yard penalty on first down.
And then running a draw play.
Yeah. If we can just get to 1st and 25, we'll get the run game going.
It's true. It's so true. Oh, yeah. This reminds me of Caddyshack. All right, let's give away these tickets.
So let's dance.
Rock and roll. Ben! For the win. It's a rock and roll.
Knowing what I know now about how the sausage is made, I am pretty impressed that they used Journey in that movie. You know how much they lost off the top end alone just from paying for Journey?
No kidding, man. Back in those days. Rock and roll reunion in Minute Maid Park. Def Leppard, Journey, Steve Miller Band coming to H-Town in August. Tickets go on sale Friday, or you can win a pair. Just be caller number 6 right now. Ooh, changing it up. Caller number 6 in honor of Denzel Perryman, not covering Randall Cobb. Call 713-572-4610. Every day this week, this time, be listening to Payne and Pendergast. That's us in the 7 a.m. hour for your cue to call, and you could be heading to see Rock Royal here in Houston. Acknowledge me. Not much to acknowledge from the Texans this weekend.
Yeah, but it's turned into my favorite segment of the week every week. Yes, I love it.
I do too. Acknowledge me. It's a Nick Casario favorite as well. Acknowledge me. We will acknowledge the big performances from the weekend, including teams that we're forced to acknowledge. That is next.
Hey, if you love the people around you and you love your
Presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
And some segments of Acknowledge Me are better than others just in terms of how fun they are. There's no way. There's just no way to turn this one into a party after the Texans lose 30-6. But we do it. We do it every Monday at this time. We acknowledge good performance, even if it hurt us deep in our heart and soul. Seth Payne.
You're about to go Sean McDermott on this one. I can tell. He's about to acknowledge Zach Wilson, aren't you?
I am. I'm going to acknowledge the terrorists. Yeah.
Jeez.
Here we go.
He's Sean McDermott.
Right out of the chute. Here we go. Zach Wilson.
Acknowledge me.
Got to, man. 27-36, 301 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. The highest passer rating of his career in a game, 117. And I think only for the third time in his career throwing for over 300 yards, right? I mean, we went through these stats ad nauseum on Friday and on the pregame show.
He did most of it in one half.
He really
football.
did.
On like 3. He did it on 3 of the first 4 drives of the second half, where they scored 3 touchdowns in the one drive that they didn't have a fumble.
He did, but I will say this: early in the game, when the Texans go 3 and out.
Yeah.
And then the Jets get the ball. Like Zach made a few throws on the first series where I'm like, this is not good. They're giving, because you and I both said, get on him early, take his confidence away early, get the crowd to turn on him.
Yes.
And they didn't do that. I feel like the seeds for the second half were planted in the first half for the Jets, Seth, when the Jets really did spend a ton of time in Texans territory, even a little bit of time in field goal range in a game that was 0-0, a 0-0 tie at the half. But Sheldon Rankins gets a sack, drives them out of field goal range. They get a couple penalties on a series, they're out of field goal range. The seeds for that second half were planted in the first half. This isn't something that happened all of a sudden with the Texans. And Zach Wilson was very, very good yesterday.
They did have the Jets did outgain the Texans in the first half, 100 net yards to the Texans 63.
Yeah,
they were
the better team.
But the Jets, I mean, both teams were 1 for 7 on third down in the first half. The Jets made a couple better little stabs at it, but it was the second half where they just poured it on.
It was literally all punts. Like it was 6 punts to 5 punts at halftime for this game. But here was Zach Wilson on Sunday about the offense.
Obviously, I think it speaks to how impressive it was as an offense. No doubt. I thought Hack called a great game. I thought he was aggressive. I thought he trusted me to make good decisions down the stretch, and then how many of those throws that I just put up and let guys make plays. I think those guys did an unbelievable job of, yards after catch, or even just going up and making 50-50 plays. And, especially in the conditions, it was dumping on us out there, but they did a great job of
I hate to
making
do
some of those plays.
I gotta give a sub acknowledgement underneath this one to Nathaniel Hackett.
Acknowledge me.
I called him a boob on this show last week, and he came in and he was playing chess yesterday against D'Amico, man.
Was he, or was he just accepting direction from Aaron Rodgers?
I got that theory from a lot of people too. You know what?
Yeah.
If he was, good for him for acknowledging that Aaron Rodgers should be the one calling plays. Either way, It's on Nathaniel Hackett's ticket. He can say that he was the OC for a game where Zach Wilson threw for 300 yards against D'Amico Ryan's defense.
When former Houston Texan Randall Cobb was on the sideline after that touchdown and he whispered something in Aaron Rodgers' ear and then was laughing, I need to know what. I need to know what he was whispering about.
I know.
What was going on there? Look, some of those touch throws that he made to Garrett Wilson, to Breece Hall, to the tight end Conklin, that's what's most upsetting to me is that those are the three guys. Those are the three leading receivers for the Jets. Was that some kind of a mystery to the Texans defense?
Apparently.
Because it looked like they were wholesale unprepared for. They were prepared for Garrett Wilson. They understood the threat that he presented. But Breece Hall and Conklin, Conklin made a couple nice catches. Breece Hall, there's no excuse for just letting him run free over you. He had so much run after the catch where he wasn't even touched for 10 yards after he caught the ball. That was really bad. That's on the linebackers. I don't care who's injured. Linebackers and safeties got to get their heads out of their butts if they're gonna. I can't watch that the rest of the season.
Joe Flacco. We'll acknowledge Joe Flacco this morning. 26 of 45, 311 yards, 3 touchdowns. He looked like the Flacco of the 2012 postseason for the Cleveland Browns yesterday as they get the win over the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Browns stand alone among wildcard teams right now at 8-5. They named Joe Flacco the starter for the rest of the season, the Browns did, and ironically, at least if this is the Joe Flacco they're getting, ironically, Deshaun Watson getting hurt might be the best thing that happened to the Cleveland Browns. Deshaun Watson hasn't put up a game like that since he's become a Brown last year. I don't think Flacco is going to be this quarterback for the rest of the season. I think he's going to have some Flacco moments here and there. But for now, he was good for most of that Rams game last week, too, until he threw the pick in the fourth quarter. So Joe Flacco, who the Texans will see, it would appear, barring injury, on Christmas Eve this year at NRG Stadium.
It's funny, Joe Flacco had his run in a year where the Ravens' defense wasn't as good as they typically had been. It wasn't like a vintage Ravens defense. Mm-hmm. It's almost now like you're getting Joe Flacco with a vintage Ravens defense. Yeah. And that might be enough to make a push or a run here. My weird non-football take, he looks better in a Browns uniform than a Ravens uniform.
I agree with you.
At first, when I watched the highlights, he looked like shorter in a good way, doesn't he? In the Ravens, he always looked like a little too lanky to be a good quarterback. I felt like he just looked more natural in that offense.
He looks, you know why? If you go back and watch the movie Draft Day, he looks like the guy who was the jilted veteran quarterback that thought he was getting replaced by a high draft pick. I forget the name of the character. He was sort of the Brian Hoyer of that movie, like that was going to get replaced by Johnny Manziel. Okay. That guy looks like Joe Flacco, like in the face and everything. I think that for me is why he looks so in place in a Cleveland Browns uniform.
He belongs in a Browns uniform.
Yeah.
That's kind of like telling a woman that they look like a celebrity that's not actually all that attractive. Where it was like, oh yeah, you look exactly like Molly.
To be very clear, this is a very handsome actor playing this guy, but clearly the character is not a very good quarterback.
But to say like, yeah, you look like you belong in a Browns uniform.
Right. Oh yeah.
You just look like most people aren't going to take that as a compliment.
You look amazing in orange and brown, two great sartorial colors. Yes. All right. God, this is a painful acknowledge me, man. Dallas Cowboys.
Acknowledge me!
They and the 49ers are clearly the two best teams in football right now. They destroyed the Eagles last night. The Dallas Cowboys won 30-13 last night. The Eagles' only touchdown was scored by Jalen Carter on defense. And the Cowboys, in the second half of this game, when they stopped caring, finally had to punt for the first time since Thanksgiving. They haven't punted since Thanksgiving, the Cowboys. They have been...
What?
Yeah. They've been really good offensively. Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, Brandon Cooks. Like, dude, I'm watching Randall Cobb score a touchdown in a noon game and then watching Cooks make plays on Sunday night. Like, just lay me down in the middle of the floor, dump honey all over me, and let carpenter ants eat me. That would be less painful than watching Randall Cobb and Brandon Cooks make plays. Oh,
I think since you're dead set on ruining this segment's joy for everybody, I would say you should also acknowledge the 49ers in the game they had yesterday.
Acknowledge me!
They had like 10 plays of over 25 yards. It was because they've dismantled both those teams, the Cowboys and the Eagles.
Yeah,
the Eagles might not actually be a good football team right now.
Yep.
So I mean, I think the Cowboys have taken that step towards establishing, okay, you're a genuinely good team. Except that, man, the Eagles have gotten destroyed for 2 straight weeks in a row. Their pass defense is atrocious, and Jalen Hurts might just not be right now. So there you go. Everybody who's had their Monday morning's joy destroyed by Sean T. Pendergast, fever of joy. Yeah, acknowledge the 49ers.
Can I make up for it with one right here?
Okay, yeah.
Pat McAfee.
Acknowledge me.
This is the College game day set on Saturday. The game was in Foxborough. It was Army-Navy, so we got a serious Patriots flavor to this game. Bill Belichick was the one who did the picks for this game, picked the game day pick. But prior to that, Robert Kraft was on the set, the owner of the Patriots. Pat McAfee, one of the handful of analysts up there on the set for game day, in this exchange, made things super awkward at the very end of the interview with Robert Kraft when Pat McAfee acknowledged that Robert Kraft was facing a pretty pivotal offseason coming up for the New England Patriots.
You've kicked a lot of ass for the NFL, Robert Kraft.
We like to win, so we want to do everything we can to get our team back so we can be winning it.
I don't envy your position. What's about to happen? We all know. We don't have to ask.
6 times. Won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Been there on other.
And the sound's not great. That's the best I could do off of Twitter. He said, "I don't envy your position. We all know what you're about to have to do."
But then I didn't feel like Bob Kraft needs at least 7 seconds to respond to a question like that.
Yeah, I think Reese Davis wanted to get the hell out.
They moved right on, so we didn't get to see anything.
Yeah.
If you were to meet Bob Kraft, and this is not like an old man thing, he's been like this for his entire life.
Yeah.
Would you not, like, if you met him and you didn't know anything about him, within like 30 seconds, wouldn't you kind of be like, oh, okay, I've got to be gentle with this person here.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm going to, I got to maybe explain things out to them. It's the damnedest thing that dude's a billionaire.
Yeah, that's the toughest part that I reconcile. It's not just that he's the owner of an NFL team. He's among the power brokers in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of the owners that they lean on for opinion on things.
Yeah.
We gotta get our team back.
But we have to go to Houston and win one.
More is the word you're looking for.
That's not doctored.
No. No, Ben didn't slow that down.
No, but I'm intrigued by, like, how did he impress people as a young man? I mean, he must have been just so... There's one guy where I'd say, okay, he must have been so brilliant that for him to impress people, it obviously wasn't with any kind of nothing to do with his actual presentation.
He might have. Did he marry into his money? I feel like.
Well, but he was already kind of like a very important young executive when he married the bosses. I mean, he went to Columbia Business School or something
Smart
like that.
guy.
Yeah, it wasn't like but like at some point he must have had such good ideas that obviously people were impressed, because there's not a chance in hell you could ever convince me just in casual conversation that this dude's going to become a billionaire someday.
No. All right, Seth, if that was a joy-sucking version of Acknowledge Me, I blame the Texans. Don't go losing 30-6 to the Jets.
There's the worst version of joy-sucking there is. I've never, I highly do not recommend it.
All right, let's circle back to the Texans, by the way. D'Amico said yesterday, this is going to be a Tell the Truth Monday for the Houston Texans. If we're telling them the truth today, what is getting told to them in their meetings out at NRG Stadium this morning? That is next.
Yeah, I blabbered on too much. We didn't acknowledge the Rockets beating Denver. That's the.
Oh, we should have acknowledged them. You know what?
That's one of the big acknowledgments.
Acknowledgement coming up. No. Out of the break, we're going to give them a little bit of love too. Yes.
We'll go. So hey, I'll tell you what. Acknowledge health.
before you buy.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, before we get to what a Tell the Truth Monday is going to sound like for the Houston Texans, Seth pointed this out as we were getting out of the last segment. As I was busy spreading misery by acknowledging Zach Wilson and Joe Flacco and the Dallas Cowboys, there was local acknowledgement that should have happened. The fact that the game took place on Friday probably had something to do with it. We're a couple days removed. But yes, the Houston Rockets must be acknowledged. They won a game on the road, and it wasn't against some sad sack lottery team. They beat the defending, reigning world champions in Denver on Friday night. Good job, Rockets.
Yeah, winning on the road. Let's make this a thing, okay? This isn't just for the Astros anymore. The Rockets can win on the road, too. Hey, Texans, maybe you guys could beat Zach Wilson someday. Maybe you'll rise to those levels. The Rockets just beat the defending champs on the road, okay? So there's that. But, Sean, now I feel bad because, honestly, one of the things that popped up on my timeline this morning on one of the YouTube shorts was this author, I think it was Robert Greene, talking about how unbecoming and unattractive it is about this, or to like be judgy about things. And I feel like I was being a little judgy about you.
Just now?
Yeah, like in pointing out that you were stealing joy from Americans
That's okay.
during the Acknowledge Me segment where you refused to acknose a lot of the positive things.
No apology necessary,
Okay.
Seth. It's all good. You're fine. You're fine.
I don't want to be unattractive, damn it.
Okay, come on.
Not with this voice. I can't afford it.
Dude,
I can't.
I think there's people out there that probably are into your voice. Seth, there's people that are into everything, okay? Everything's a fetish to somebody. There's people
always
out there that like this version of you right now.
This is the version of, like, I can remember in high school, if you make out with a girl and you can tell she's a smoker, I was always kind of like, oh, this girl's a rule breaker.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like there's probably women listening right now. They're like, oh, this guy smokes 3 packs of Marlboro a day.
Right.
This guy's a renegade.
Yeah,
Right.
he does things. Yeah. All right, Payne and Penn. So Rockets, good job. I'm very excited for the Rockets game tonight because speaking of sanctimonious, they play Greg Popovich and the San Antonio Spurs, who are on a not 1, not 2, not 3, not ... not 15, 16 game losing streak right now. Wemby and Pop and the Spurs are on a 16-game losing streak right now. Rockets, this is a must-win. I'm declaring it 18 games into the season. This is a must-win tonight. You cannot lose to Wemby, Mr. Don't Boo. It's not that Popovich. You must.
Unattractive. That's unattractive according to author Robert Greene.
Thank you. You must win this game tonight. I will not forgive you. I will do the first ever acknowledgement revoke if you lose. If you lose this game to the Spurs, I'm revoking the acknowledgement. We're going to play Acknowledge Me, but backwards. Okay, that's what we're going to do tomorrow. All right. Here was D'Amico Ryans, Seth, yesterday. Very last question of the press conference after the game yesterday to the Texans head coach was, okay, what's it going to look like today when you guys watch the film, or on Monday, I should say, when you guys watch the film on this game?
And we'll still go back, watch it intently, right? It's Tell the Truth Monday. So we get in the room, we tell the truth, what happened, right? We'll analyze the film as we do every Monday to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again.
How would Seth Payne lead into a Tell the Truth Monday to the Houston Texans today?
My Tell the Truth would be, in my own particular style. I'm not, D'Amico's going to do it in his style. Hey, listen, guys, I warned you. I tried to show you the film of Garrett Wilson. I showed you Breece Hall and what he can do after the catch. I showed you Conklin, the tight end. I showed you all those things. I showed you a cut-up reel of out-of-pocket plays that Zach Wilson has made in his career. And I guess you guys just don't respect me. I guess you don't listen to me. I don't know what it is. I don't know why you hate me so much that you weren't listening to me all last week, but you just let Zach Wilson have the best game of his career. Full stop. Sorry, Sean. Okay.
Okay.
I had to just say stop, Sean.
It's necessary.
I had to say it.
It's necessary today.
Did you hear the periods I put between the words at the end there, too?
Zach Wilson had the best game. For those who don't know what we're talking about, go back, find the podcast of my list of things on my phone that I hate. Seth just
Sean
used
hates
7
all
of them.
those things.
Seth just used 7 of them. Yeah.
Sanctimonious prick. So, no. But I don't know why you guys don't listen to me, but I told you about all these things. And then, yeah, there he is, Breece Hall, running free. Breece Hall, wide open. Some of the plays. Now, look, I got to acknowledge Zach Wilson made some good plays. You know when he made some of those plays? After he had escaped the pocket. I guess me talking about Zach Wilson's threat with his legs must have you just looked over there and you saw, there's a little white boy there. Nope, he's fine. Don't worry about him. Why? Oh, did you guys get a little taste? Did you guys get a little taste of success? Did you get a little taste of what it's like to get a bunch of sacks? Because what I saw was a defensive line that had previously gotten pretty disciplined. I saw a bunch of guys who were in business for themselves. I saw them forgetting about any kind of edge responsibilities, not giving a damn about end arounds or anything like that, and just letting dudes run free. It was just a complete lack of discipline, lack of respect for the opponent, and frankly, lack of respect for me, your football coach. I hope you all go die. Now,
That's
Tamika
how you
probably won't go that route.
That's how you would
die,
do it.
everybody.
That's how you would do it. Yes.
Yeah.
And you just focused in on the defense, or maybe the team as a whole took the Jets a little too lightly. But the defense, as Zach Wilson mentioned, the offense. They scored 6 points. So for me to go, the offense shouldn't get away with this either. Yeah, duh. But the repetitiveness of the offensive mistakes, the fact that we're 14 games in and they can't block people.
This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'll do. I'm going to take care of the offense. It's me and Bobby Slowick at 5 a.m. Listen, Bobby. Listen, man. What are we going to do about this? I mean, the guys, we can't run the football. And sure, look, Quinnen Williams is going to destroy some of our offensive linemen. He's a much superior football player. But I can't sit here and week after week watch offensive linemen who wholesale sometimes look like they don't even know who they're supposed to block. I can't sit here and accept this any longer. You know? Getting a whole lot of pats on the back to Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, head coach candidate. Oh, boy, look at how great the passing game is. We've got one of the worst rushing offenses in the league. There's no excuse for being one of the worst in the league. You can be less than average because of various issues, perhaps. But these guys don't know what they're doing. It's embarrassing to watch at times how inept they are. That's on the offensive coordinator ultimately, which means it's on me, the head coach. We got to get this fixed because, there's going to be times where we lose our receivers. We're not going to have Dalton Schultz out there. Can we please run the football versus a not very good rushing defense? Apparently not. The only way we can run the football is when we get a 15-yard penalty on first down and it's 1st and 25. Then all of a sudden, Damian Pierce turns into freaking Gal Sayers. Then all of a sudden, Devin Singletary is a young Eddie George. Yeah. As long as it's 1st and 25, crush the opponent.
Yep.
My God.
I would be very nervous if I were Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach right now. And I don't know how much of this is his fault. I'm not at practice watching him coach the offensive linemen. But Bobby Slowick's not getting fired after the season or anything like that. And if you're going to try to make true change on the offensive line and you've gone through a whole year where they're just not getting it, they're not in a position where they can make wholesale changes on the offensive line. They are pot committed to Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard, the draft capital they've invested in Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs. I mean, Jared Patterson's a 6th-round pick, but he's been one of their better guys this year. The guys aren't changing. They're going to be next year. It's going to be these guys, and so the old adage that you can't fire the player, so you fire the coach. I don't know if Chris Strausser's doing a good job or a bad job. I just know that his position group has not been good this year. That might be who this all falls on in the end.
I mean, Sean, there's times where these are high school football plays. It's not some of these run plays. How badly they screw it up will be just to paint a picture. You don't have to think too hard about this. There's so many plays where the center and the guard will both try to block a defensive tackle. Well, one of them is obviously completely forgetting that one of them is supposed to block a linebacker. Meanwhile, as they errantly double team the defensive tackle, they don't block anybody. So you have both a linebacker and a defensive tackle running free, and you completely waste 2 offensive linemen. It's a common occurrence. It's really bad. It's really ugly, really stupid. Ultimately, that falls on coaching. Yeah. Like, you can't, I don't care how physically untalented your football players are. They're out there playing like JV high school players. Yep. It's really bad. It's embarrassing. That's why you got your asses beat by a really bad football team in a monsoon. That's why, defensively, that's why these guys started somehow feeling too good about themselves for being 7-5. How on earth do you get too big ahead when you're 7-5? You're 7-5. You're sitting now, you're one game above 500. 7-5 going into this game, playing the Jets, and all of a sudden you do a classic like, we got a little too comfortable. 7-5 you were. Yep. Now you're 7-6.
Yeah. Yeah,
and that's on D'Amico too, ultimately. Yeah. Like, that's, as D'Amico will tell you, like, these guys didn't have an edge in that game. They went up into ugly conditions and they played down. They didn't play down to the Jets. They played down to the conditions. They looked like they needed a hot cocoa. Was there not enough chicken soup at halftime? Was that the issue? Did mommy not give you a hug? Did you not? Oh, is D'Amico not allowing mothers into the locker room now? Oh. Did you not have your favorite Afghan that you like to cuddle around your neck when you're tired and cold? Coach, it's cold and rainy out there. I didn't sign on for this. Yeah.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll hand things over.
This is how wars are lost, Sean.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lack of chicken soup.
I've read that in a Robert Greene book.
Sanctum. The Lamont Texans, Sean, what do the Texans beating the Titans the last couple of years mean to D'Amico Ryan's Texans? You keep mentioning how the Texans beat the Titans the last 2 years in Nashville, and D'Amico hates bringing up the past. Well, Lamont, I would say this. First, I'm not D'Amico. I will gladly bring up the past because I am a handicapper. I look at these games and go, okay, what do we have in our satchel here that gives me a hope that the Texans, without C.J. Stroud, could win a football game in Nashville? I think it's material that with two versions of the Texans that are worse than this one, they went up to Nashville the last 2 years and beat the Titans with the same head coach, many of the same players in Nashville. And I think there are enough guys on this Texans team, and especially if one of them is Davis Mills, who started last year in that game in Nashville, they'd at least know what it feels like to have success in Nashville. There's not a lot of places where guys that have been on the Texans in 21 and 22 know what success feels like. Nashville is one of those places. They have had success there recently. I think that is – D'Amico won't bring that up at all this week. I promise you he won't, because he's forward-thinking. That won't matter to him. If he were to do it, it would completely be contradictory to the way he's handled this season. But just for me, in terms of looking at human nature and their chances of winning this game, I think it matters that they've had at least a little bit of success in Nashville the last couple of years.
Well, and I think maybe it's just the telling thing, too, is that the Titans are not as talented as a football team as they used to be.
Yep.
So that, look, you got to figure out, again, I hate to go back to the rushing attack, but when you lose your receiving weaponry and then you just have zero ball when it actually matters, you're in a rough spot there.
Yep.
And there's no excuse for them being as bad a rushing team as they are. I don't care what the lack of talent is here, there, or other. It's just there's never an excuse for being as bad as they are.
Good news, Seth. The weather next Sunday in Nashville, sunny and a high of 58. Should be a damn aerial circus.
Is that good concussion weather? Is CJ going to?
Oh, for CJ, I hope it is. Yeah,
get cleared right through the.
Yeah, we'll see. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you.
Thank you.
You judgmental bastard.
We are done. We are out of time. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, they're up next. In the Loop at 10 a.m. The Drive at 2 p.m. Keep it tuned right here all day long at Sports Radio 610. Seth and I'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Have a great day, everybody.
The Texans' 30-6 loss to the Jets was bad. Bad enough that even Coach D'Amico struggled to find a silver lining.
Not many positives for me to take away from this game. We got to play better.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's time to break it all down. What happened and why? Welcome to Texans Monday. Presented by Houston Methodist.
Handoff to Dare, straight ahead, gets the first down, 28 seconds to go. And the Texans will not snap the ball again. This game is over. The Texans get knocked off. They lose to the Jets 30-6 with the Titans up next on the road.
Oh, my voice is going at the end of that game. Sorry, folks. All right.
It's no apologies needed, man.
But what am I going to do? What am I going to say about that? About the worst loss we've seen all year and the worst loss in a long time. But, yeah, I don't want to get too much into this worst loss stuff. If you lost, let's say, 14-13, 17-13, you're not going to feel any better about it. You're really not. In fact, if your guys stayed healthy and you lost that way, you'd feel a lot worse about the situation. And yeah, they have some injury alibis. There's no question about it. Everyone's talking about when Nico went out, and Johnny, when Nico went out, that was huge because you're already without Tank. You don't have Schultz. Yeah. But when Blake Cashman went out, that to me is as big a deal as Nico going out because he is your leading tackler. He is a good cover man. Yep. And all of a sudden, well, gradually, suddenly, they started killing you with the crossers, and anybody that a linebacker could cover, they really got to them, and the Texans didn't deal with that well on defense.
I feel like the most important play of the game, well, other than CJ getting knocked out, which, by the way, Quentin Williams tweeted afterwards, like, hey, I wasn't trying to hurt him. Well, you knocked him out of bounds on a 15-yard penalty, like right in front of you, which, by the way, hit I don't know, there was a lady standing on the sidelines. I don't know what her role was or what, security or whatever, and she was down for a while.
Whoa.
I mean, she was down, and I mean, CJ ran into her because Quinn pushed downs. So he did that earlier. I think people forgot about that, and then he hits him, and he gets a concussion from that. All right, whatever.
Wait, he not only hit him, didn't he come down on top of him?
He did.
I only saw it on my
that should have been a 15-yard penalty from that perspective.
No, it's crazy because the ball was gone. It wasn't like he had the ball and it's a sack.
Yes,
okay.
That was
the ball's out and he hits him, and he didn't get called bang bang play, whatever you could call it, not call it. I'm not going to complain about no flag. I'm not a Kansas City Chief here talking about a flag after the game and that being the difference in something. But to say, look, they could say they're not trying to hurt him, but they're trying to put the sting in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're trying to put something on him.
Absolutely.
And he fell down on top of him after the ball was gone.
Right.
And that was preventable. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
You
That
could
was
have just bumped him.
Right, he could have bumped him.
That counts as a QB hit on your stat sheet, Quinnen.
Right.
So you don't have to fall down on top of him and try to kill him. And, Johnny, in the broadcast, right before that series, I said the one thing here, because the game was already kind of out of reach. Yep. It was out of reach unless, miracle after miracle at the Meadowlands would happen. I said the one thing that you have to do is keep C.J. Stroud healthy out of this game. Mm-hmm. And they couldn't do it.
Right.
And now you have a really touchy week. We are going to be on the edge of our seats all week long to find out who gets to suit up on Sunday when you get into a street fight in Nashville. This is going to be nasty. I don't care what happens tonight with the Titans, win, lose, get blown out. I don't care. This is a street fight in the division. Vrabel wants it badly, and it is intense, and it's at noon on Sunday.
And he's not supposed to play, but after watching, if I'm assuming he's going to watch film this week, I would imagine Jeffrey Simmons is going to do whatever humanly possible to go play.
Oh, yeah.
Because he can wreck the game with one leg, one arm, whatever's hurting him. I mean, he could go out there and do it. Like, he could do it because our interior was not good yesterday. There were plays there was one play early on that should have popped. We ran a little trap. And the angles on the blocking are absolutely, like, right there. And Quentin Williams just takes a blocker and tosses him and makes a tackle for 2-yard gain. And, Mark, I'm telling you, when I show you that play again, and you see it, you'll be like, oh, my God, that play should have popped.
He's good. Remember,
he's the best interior player. I mean, we've seen him all. He's the best.
Really?
He's the best. When he is dialed in, he's the best because he's got equal parts quickness, agility, and power. And the other guys that we've seen, they've got those things, but maybe not to the extent that this guy does. I mean, when he hit CJ, that I wasn't really focused on that. I didn't even see. I was watching downfield where CJ was throwing the ball.
Yeah.
So I didn't see what happened behind me. But as I kind of can see that the ref is over there, and I'm like, what's going on over here? And Williams walks by me, like, holy cow. I mean, just the build of him. But anyways, you're talking about Cashman being out. You get it to 14-6. Like, wow. Somehow We're only down 8 at the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Make a play.
With how bad this whole thing is.
Make a play. Get another touchdown. See what happens.
3rd and 4. Happens on 3rd and 4. Do you remember?
Crosser?
Brees Hall in the flat.
Oh, Brees Hall in the flat.
The simplest freaking route imaginable.
But then they run it again for the touchdown later. And why isn't he being occupied by a defender?
That's exactly the point.
All right,
who would have had that responsibility more than likely?
Cashman. Yeah.
So, okay.
Well, there it is.
So, I mean, look, it's not.
I'll give you another one. You want another one here? Yeah. The top 3 receivers for the Houston Texans: Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz.
All out after the 3rd play of the game.
All out. Was that the 3rd play of the game?
Yeah, I went back and watched.
What?
Oh, maybe 3rd. I don't know. It was he catches the crossing route. They throw that screen out to Robert Woods.
Yeah.
And after that, he was out. He was blocking on that play, and he was after that.
It was relatively early.
Right.
He got over 1,000 yards. That's great, but let's hope he can come back because those are your top 3 guys.
Mm-hmm.
And look, the next leading receiver as far as catches is Robert Woods, followed by Noah Brown. But in touchdowns, it's Dell, Nico, and Schultz, 7, 6, 5. Those are your touchdown makers. Nobody else has more than 1 receiving touchdown. And I know guys got to step up, especially in the rain. You got to step up. You're going against a tough defense. There are no excuses. You just couldn't handle the situation, didn't handle the situation as well as you could, and you get out of there with a loss. And I think both sides of the ball, I mean, this was a 3-phase game. I'm not going to get into special teams. Both sides of the ball, you did not do the job, and now you're up against it. There are 6 teams in the 7-6 record. 6 teams. And I don't care about in the hunt, in the playoff chase right now, or in the wild card right now, because you still have so many games to play.
Yep.
And you have the games on your schedule that directly affect the outcome. You have the Colts at the end of the season. They're ahead of you, so to speak, because you're tied, but they've got the 1 win against you. The Browns, obviously, with a huge win yesterday over the Jaguars. Had the Texans won, this would be a day I'd be hanging a banner, personally, Johnny. I'd hang my own banner. Going into Week 15 banner, this is the situation. It would have been a great situation, but I'm not going to do it, can't do it, because they lost the game. The other thing is this, the C.J. Stroud concussion. How's it going to go? Is he available? Is he not? We don't know. It's Monday. It's way too early to tell. We're going to watch him, whether he practices or not. We're going to be monitoring the situation. If Mills has to go on Sunday, do you want me to give you a little hope stat here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I interest you in a hope stat?
Well, I got one, too.
Mills on the road in the division is 4-1. Mills, I'll repeat that. Mills on the road in the division is 4-1. Jags in 21. He didn't beat the Titans in 21 because that was Tyrod, right?
That's right.
Last year, Indy got the win. Titans, Jags. There it is. He's 4-1 on the road in the division. At home, it hasn't been as good. Maybe this is, look, I don't know. This is a classic, if it comes to that, one of those games where everybody's out. The good thing is that you do a week to prepare, knowing basically who's in, who's out. They know way more than we do right now, and they can prepare accordingly. I don't know what that means on Sunday, but at least they have that chance to get ready with the players they know they have available.
This is that time of the year. I mean, it's for every team, but it really kind of showed its head yesterday that there were some players that did not practice this week or didn't practice a lot this week that ended up playing on Sunday. And you could tell that there was some non-practice rust on some of the guys. But, I wrote about this, my Harris hits, so it'll be coming out later today. There's not much really to write about, but I started thinking, I was pretty mad because I was texting you on the bus on the way home about some things. But we got Indy. We'll talk to him in a second. But it just felt like where the Texans were deficient or had injuries, the Jets have supreme or elite players. And on top of that, Zach Wilson got hot in the second half, which is what we were completely afraid of. And how did he get hot? The exact play I had talked about all week. He rolls left. He's going to go rolling out of bounds, and he throws it back across his body and makes a big play. The crowd gets hyped, and all of a sudden they're in the game. And once you know it, throws it to Garrett Wilson. They score a few plays later.
All right. That, to me, was the play of the game because when that ball's in the air, I got the binoculars. I'm following it like NFL films, and I'll just slow-mo it here. The ball's in the air. I'm thinking, oh, this is nice because this is coming back across, and somebody's going to recover from the opposite side and pick it off. Sting pick, or maybe Petrie or Jimmy Ward's going to get in. Who knows? Yeah. But it's going to be picked. It's going to be a beautiful thing. No, it's a completion.
There's nobody even there.
There's nobody there. Garrett Wilson. Have you heard of him?
35, 40 yards away, basically falling out of bounds, being chased, sidearms, and Garrett Wilson's wide open.
I know it's easier said than done, but man, oh man, that ball's in the. It's not like it was a dart either. Well, I don't know. I got to look at it again. I'm just going off my memory.
By the way,
now.
The dart. Remember the one that Garrett Wilson didn't have his feet in bounds? Remember on this?
Yeah.
Watch that throw.
Oh no, he's got an arm.
That is a laser.
He was drafted second for a reason. I never worried.
That was number 2 overall, Zach Wilson yesterday. That was BYU Zach Wilson yesterday.
I never worried about him getting hot. I worried about him making a throw or two, but he made a lot more than that. He had his best game ever, over 300 yards passing. He had more yards one time in a loss. This is his best game in a victory. No question about it. Didn't turn the ball over. Well, he did turn the ball over on the fumble, but didn't throw a pick. Texans won the turnover battle, 1-0 on a rainy day. If I give you that going in, you're thinking, well, they're probably in pretty good shape. Andy Kalu's always in good shape, and he's going to join us right now. Andy, what do you make of going up to New York and what you saw yesterday? Let's start with the defense, unable to deal with Zach Wilson and the short passes and some of the intermediate stuff as well. It was a really tall order to stop him yesterday. We didn't think it was going to be necessarily, but they had a great deal of difficulty doing it. Good morning.
Good morning. And that's the most disappointing part of the game when you allow Zach Wilson to get hot in the second half. And you have the second half because in the first half, he looked like the guy that may or may not be a bust as far as how highly he was taken in the draft. But in the second half, he looked like the number 2 overall pick at that position because he looked good in the second half. He looked like a face of the franchise, and you just felt like the defense allowed him to get comfortable with what Breece Hall did, average 4 yards a carry. I think he had like close to 90 yards receiving. That to me gave Zach Wilson the confidence, knowing that was his security blanket. And then obviously y'all have already talked about Garrett Wilson and what he was able to do with that wide receiver. But the most disappointing part of it, I feel like the defense for the Texans started off strong. They started off showing the Jets like, hey, y'all have a strong defense, so do we. But the difference, the Jets defense played that way for 4 entire quarters.
Yeah, this is a Joe Douglas game, man. Garrett Wilson, Sauce, bringing DJ Reed over from Seattle and San Francisco. I mean, it was like that was a Joe Douglas game, to say the least. And not that, Mark and I always talk about this, about how we feel, and it doesn't matter whether the guys show up and play or not. It doesn't matter how we feel. But after that game was over, everything taken into account, what's kind of your first emotion? Like, what were your feelings as you watched the game over? It says 30-6, and you're like, you turn it off and you go, dang. Were you mad? Were you upset? Like, okay, move on to the next one. Kind of how did you feel afterwards?
You know what? I was reminded. It brought me back to reality, because one thing I've been saying early on this season, and I'm sure listeners who listen all the time, sick of saying it, the Texans right now are a team that can beat the best team out there and they can lose to the worst. And I was reminded of the Carolina loss. I was reminded that if they don't play their A game, no matter who they're playing, they're not going to be able to beat them. The NFL is hard. One thing Andy Reid told us literally every day, practice, before games, after games, it's hard to win in the NFL. That's why you see the Chicago Bears beat the Lions. That's why you see the Cleveland Browns without Deshaun Watson beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are truly playing for something. That's why you see a New England Patriots team who's been horrible this year crush the Steelers. It is hard to win in the NFL, so you have to bring your A game. So when that game was over, to answer your question, John, it was humbling, and it was just a reminder that if you don't bring your A game every single week, especially if you're still working on that roster, any team out there can beat you, and not just beat you, dang near embarrass you.
Andy Kalu joining us. Andy, I know the protocols have changed since you've played, but here's C.J. Stroud in the concussion protocol, and I know no two concussions are alike, no two people are alike, but what are your thoughts on the process and what we're looking for this week from C.J. Stroud and what they're looking for?
I was thinking about that, Mark, after the game. My first thought was, you know what, play it safe. hold him out for the entire week, get Davis Mills up and ready to go. This is why you want to have an experienced backup quarterback to, try to get you victories or at least split if they have to play even number of games while the starter is resting or while he's hurt. But I'm just not a doctor. So I feel like it would be to just say, oh, yeah, let's keep him out a week. While he's in the concussion protocol, by Tuesday, the team and the doctors and the people that truly care for CJ may say, you know what, he's ready to go. Waiting another 10 days isn't going to help anything. But my initial thought was, hey, this is a young, promising quarterback. Let's make sure that he doesn't have a situation similar to Tua. And like you mentioned, every injury is different, every player is different, but you don't want this to be a recurring issue, so play it safe. That's my initial thought. Like, just hold them out. You want all your guns for the Tennessee Titans, but you also want C.J. Stroud for years to come. My initial thought was hold him out, let Davis Mills show what it means to have an experienced backup.
And that was my 100% thought. I mean, Indy said it exactly. That's exactly my thought, and that is just what he said. Like, you've got to be protective, because yesterday you have to realize you weren't protective of him in some sense. Quinnen Williams. By the way, Indy, let me go there, because that dude. I mean, the numbers don't say it, but I'm watching with my own eyes, and I know you watch the trenches better than anybody. Number 95 for the Jets. He's got to be to me, he's the best interior defensive player that I can remember seeing up close and personal. How did he impact the game yesterday, other than obviously knocking CJ out of the game? But what was 95 doing yesterday, and why was he so difficult seemingly for the guys inside to block?
I mean, just his presence. You talked about it. A lot of it doesn't show up on the stat sheet, and a much different body type. So when to Will Anderson, I'm just talking about the impact that he has. But there are so many plays where you're like, oh, wow, Quinnen Williams made that play, even though he doesn't get credit for the tackle. He doesn't get credit for the sack or even the pressure sometimes, just because of the movement when you talk about changing the line of scrimmage, just because of the attention he seeks from the offensive lineman. And you better make sure that you have at least two guys thinking about and game planning blocking Quinnen Williams, because he's so effective. They say he weighs like 310. He plays heavier than that, but he also plays more athletic than that. One thing I never quite understood, and maybe it's because I don't live in the East Coast or Northeast, his brother's pretty darn good. And it just doesn't seem like they get that much attention for them to be, brothers. I'm not talking about brothers with an A like we like to say on the streets, but I'm talking about actual blood brothers. And for them to be so effective on the same team, I'm always blown away that that's not a bigger story, because his brother Quincy Williams is a stud as well. But Quinnen Williams, I'm with you. He's a top 5 interior lineman in the NFL, to say the least.
Andy Kalu joining us. Andy, the injuries are voluminous, shall we say. Dalton Schultz, he practiced Wednesday and then not Thursday, and obviously out for the game, so we don't know his status. Nico Collins, don't know if he's going to be available. Will Anderson has something, don't know if he's going to be available. Blake Cashman, C.J. Stroud, the list goes on. What about this week in preparation without those players, with the uncertainty involved? My take is at least you're going to go into the game basically knowing what you guys can ramp up and play, and if they do, it's a bonus. But you've got to get ready for this one as if they are not available, and maybe that includes C.J. Stroud. What about the prep involved with the guys? You have a full week with them going into Nashville on Sunday.
This is where culture and depth comes into play. The great teams out there, when one person goes down, they don't miss a beat. Unless it's the quarterback, a lot of teams, the great teams out there, if a player goes down, a star linebacker like Cashman, most of the people around are like, you know what, we have the culture in place, and we have the depth, we have the talent, and this is going to be a true test to the Houston Texans, whether they have that. Depending on who's not going to be available for the game, you're expecting these guys, especially on the defensive side of the ball, to just pick up where the starters left off. Now, not where they left off against Jets, but where they left off as a season as whole, because in whole, the season for the defensive side has been pretty good, and there have been a couple of games you could point to and say, yeah, the defense won that. But the great teams, when somebody goes down, somebody else steps up. That second string guy who's mad and pouting that he should be a starter, okay, this is your chance to prove it. So that's what you hope for. That's what you want. And during the week, it's up to the coaching staff to instill that confidence, not just in that player, that's going to get more reps. But that starter that's next to him, hey, this guy that's going to be starting for, and I'm just using Cashman as an example, he's just as good. He could be just as effective. So you go out there and play with the same confidence that you played when you have the starter next to you. So you really focus on just the culture and the depth this week.
Andy, yesterday, John Grenard ended with 2 sacks. That gives him here. He was a menace yesterday. I mean, he was going against his former Louisville teammate, which we talked about a little bit, going against Mekhi Becton. It was interesting, kind of off the air, talking to him. I mean, he's kind of voluntarily brought it up because that's the way JG is, talking about what he would do and how he would work against Mekhi Becton, and what he seemed to do worked. I know John's in his contract year. Kind of your thoughts about John Grenard, not only this year, but on to the future. Is that a guy that you look at and say, we've got to have him back, we've got to get him extended?
There wasn't much to smile about after that game, but if anybody's had a 5-minute conversation with Jonathan Grenard, you just become a fan of him as a man because he's just a great guy. And knowing that getting to double-digit sacks is similar to a running back hitting that 1,000-yard mark, it's a milestone that you want to achieve. And that's the one thing that I just smiled when the game was over, and I was thinking, oh man, they let this one slip away. They should have done this better. Oh, but Jonathan Grenard got 10 sacks. Oh, it's a contract year. Cha-ching, I was just thinking all the good things for such a good person. Yes, but to answer your question, well, let me say this. It's easy for me to say with the McNair's money, not my money. Right. Oh, yeah, you have to sign him, give him whatever he needs. But you have to make an aggressive offer because it is hard to find 2 edge players, to find that Kevin Hardy, Simeon Rice, Tony Brackens, Kevin Hardy, Tony Brackens. I don't know if y'all remember that duo back in the day for the Jags. It's hard to find that, and I think you have it with Grenard and Will Anderson. So, no, in my opinion, that's one of those authorities trying to figure out a way to keep Jonathan Grenard on his team for the next 4 or 5 years.
So, double-digit sack guys in the history of the franchise: Mario, Whitney, Watt, Grenard. That's it. I don't think there's anybody. Oh, Barwin? Let me check Barwin in 2011.
I think Barwin might have been a 9.5 guy.
I feel like Barwin had like 7 in one game. No, I'm thinking of the Jags in 2011 on the road. They had 7 sacks as a team, but he had at least 2 of those or something. But anyway, it's a short list.
He had 11 and a half. Barwin had 11 and a half in Houston, 2011.
Yep, 2011. Big year for Barwin. And that was the year Watt had 5, his rookie year. Yep. And that's where Will is. Will, obviously, don't know about him, don't know about all these guys. We talked about the injuries a bunch. But let me ask both of you guys this. Gut feel on the Titans. They play the Dolphins tonight, Monday Night Football. Ouch. What is this one doing on the schedule? But who knew? But they get a short week. They'll be at home. What are your thoughts, ND?
It's so hard to predict, but because they're going to be at home, I feel a little bit better. If this team sneaks into the playoffs as a wild card.
The Titans are at home.
Oh, when they play the Texans?
Yeah, the Titans are at home.
Oh, geez, my bad.
It's all right.
You know what? It's tough. Like I said, would I be surprised if the Texans go there and dominate? No, because I feel like they can beat the best teams at times and they can lose to the worst teams, if I'm going to be transparent and honest with you. But it's just so hard because it's not just the Houston Texans. Just when you look around the NFL, outside of the San Francisco 49ers, week in and week out, you just don't know what team you're going to get. This game tonight's going to be good for the Houston Texans fans to watch so we could all play armchair general manager and scout the Tennessee Titans. I just can't, I just don't know which team's going to show up. I need to know which players are going to be available. But I will say this. I don't see a scenario where D'Amico Ryan's team is going to put back-to-back 2 games that are just horrible. So that Jets game was horrible. I expect them to bounce back and have a better showing against the Titans.
Great point. Everybody has stinkers. That was one yesterday, and there were a lot of reasons for it, but it still was what it was. You got to rebound from it.
Look at what the Eagles did the last couple of weeks. Yeah. I mean, the Eagles, the last couple of weeks, they got spanked by the Niners, and then last night they just didn't look good. I mean, Jalen Carter had more touchdowns than Jalen Hurts did. So, it happens. It happens to teams. I think the biggest thing, I think Indy hit it. Losing, okay. wipe it away, move to the next one. But when you factor in the injuries and what could be, potentially not having CJ, potentially not having Will, maybe not having Nico, definitely not having Tank. What's Dalton Schultz status? How about Cashman? I mean, look, this is going to be a man's game because you got to tackle Derrick Henry. So you've got to handle that business first. And on top of it, you're going there kind of a wounded animal in some sense, and they're going to be wearing the Oilers jerseys too.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh, man.
That's this one. That's right.
Here it is.
This week. Okay.
If we could bottle up the feeling from the fans, like the fans here that are, part of the Love You Blue days, if you could bottle up the disrespect and the feeling the fans are going to have when they see the Titans wearing the old Oiler colors and somehow implement that and give that to the players, then it's going to be a blowout. But unfortunately, I don't think the players, because one, they're too young, the majority of them aren't from Houston, I don't think they truly understand the disrespect when the Tennessee Titans jog out there looking like the Houston Oilers. That
absolutely,
they don't truly feel that.
Great point. I mean,
what they'll be thinking? They'll be thinking, man, those jerseys are fire. That's what they're going to be thinking.
Might be. But as far as the emotional impact, it's like playing Pittsburgh when they wear those prison uniform. What are those things? What are those things? The Steelers old uniforms. It looks like jail uniforms from the 1920s in old silent movies. Doesn't it? It's like Charlie Chaplin.
Said that right as I was taking a drink. I got water all over the place over here.
They look awful. But that's what. Except these are nice-looking uniforms. All right, ND, thanks a lot. You have Desmond King on the Texans Huddle Players Show tomorrow night at 6. Looking forward to it.
All right, see you all tomorrow.
Thank you. Dez is a great guest, and you and I have interviewed him, but I don't think ND has, so this is going to be cool for him.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
The pride of Detroit, Michigan, Desmond King. Awesome to have him back. All right. John McClain next. What is he going to say? Oh, boy. And guess what the topic is this week from Houston Methodist? So every week we go into the break of this show, the first break, with a topic.
Yep.
It's concussions. All right? And they are one of the leaders in the world. I think they are the leading concussion center in the world, but they have locations all over the city that can help you with concussions. Your kids, players, whatever the situation is. I had one playing basketball once. 15 locations offering state-of-the-art diagnostic and treatment capabilities. HoustonMethodist.org/concussion. For more information, the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
Back with more of Texans Monday in a moment.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston Methodist Neal Cancer Center, we have the expertise to treat all of you. Leading oncologists use the latest technology, research, and treatments to stop your cancer, while specialists minimize its effects on major organs. There's a better approach to cancer care that heals all of you. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do make everything about me.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. We always does too. So if you see a lower price somewhere else, we'll match it. Plus, you get free and fast delivery. Shop in-store or online at mattressfirm.com. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
People take their chili seriously. At Whataburger, we also put chili on a pedestal made of 100% fresh beef. The Whataburger
The Jets somehow survive. I mean, I don't know. It was one of those days. It was awful to see all these guys go down and see the team lose like that. And you have Tennessee on Sunday at noon. Let's get the General in here, John McClain. General, good morning. Okay, let's hear it. What is your reaction a day later?
It was a bad day at the excuse me, a bad day at the office. You flush it and you move on.
Everybody's voices are just fried. What is going on?
Toast.
I think it's Week 15 voice. That's what it is.
Exactly what
First
it is.
of all, I am blaming Seth Payne because by listening to him on the radio for 2 weeks while he had that horrible voice, I think I caught what he had.
Right.
So it's his fault.
Through the airwaves.
Through the airwaves, yes. Because when you broadcast and you have that, obviously you're spreading it to everybody through the radio waves. So, Seth, it's all your fault. Anyway, General, are you back?
I'm back, and I'm. You sound great for a guy that had voice issues.
Yeah, General, I haven't clicked on the article. In fact, I just saw it pop up on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it. You gave out 7 Fs. Did anybody get anything F?
Yeah, several positions did.
Okay.
Let's see. I had
go with it.
I had running backs. I can't remember. I don't have my report card in front of me. I do that right after the game.
Did they get a D?
But no, defensive line. I thought defensive line deserved because Jonathan Bernard played a great game.
Yeah.
And so I can't remember what all I gave. Fs. I gave an F plus, F, and a couple of F minuses as well.
What was the one thing, General, in your mind, the biggest thing, and maybe I'll take the CJ concussion out of it because obviously that's, to me, the biggest of all from yesterday. But what was the most grating thing on your nerves that happened yesterday?
That they let Zach Wilson throw for 301 yards and 2 touchdowns. And they couldn't cover Garrett Wilson. And Breece Hall, they couldn't cover Breece Hall, and he broke so many tackles or bad tackles, bad angles. They just couldn't stop him. And we're talking about a team that had scored 2 offensive touchdowns in 5 games. That, being unable to stop the Jets, was the worst thing about the game, besides losing all the players to injuries.
Yeah, no question. Losing your top 3 receivers, you already lost Tank Dell. You went into the game without Dalton Schultz, and you knew you wouldn't have him probably from Thursday on. But to lose Nico, who early on he was running that orbit motion stuff, a little bit of that, right? So he was going to figure in big time in the game plan, obviously, and that didn't work out. CJ goes 10 of 23, easily the toughest game of his NFL career so far. And Zach Wilson throws for 301. All in all, a really hard thing to digest. And, General, running the football, the Texans, 81 yards on the ground, which, they've had wins with something similar. But get this, they had 67 at the half. So they had 14 in the second half on the ground. Now, after a while, it became a throwing game only. But at 0-0, were you thinking, or were you thinking they could still do this? I mean, obviously they could still do it. But what were your thoughts at the half when it was 0-0 for the first time in franchise history, a 0-0 tie at the half for a Texans game?
I thought there's a good chance they're going to pull it out because they've been pulling out so many games, 8 in a row decided in the last 30 seconds. And I thought as long as Stroud was in there, no matter who played receiver, they still had a chance to do it. Same thing happened that last game against Denver. They ran well in the first half, didn't do squat in the second, and I think the running game just is going to continue to be an issue. Now they got to get Davis Mills ready to start. They're fortunate that they have Mills and Keenum both have a lot of starting experience. Mills has had one of the best games of his career against the Titans when the Titans were really good trying to get home field advantage in the playoffs. I think Mills, he's not Stroud, but I think he'll Jeff Simmons, who's been a big thorn in the Texans' side. So Texans, even though they're 1-point underdogs, and we don't know how many players are going to be out, but usually when guys go out and don't come back, they don't come back the next week. One of the biggest mysteries to me is what's happened to Noah Brown. He had back-to-back great games. He got hurt and missed 2. He's got a knee injury, but he's targeted 7 times in the last 2 games, and he doesn't have a catch. And Robert Woods 1 for -2 yards. I thought Mechie 1 for 6. The leading wide receiver, Xavier Hutchinson, 2 for 15 yards. I thought those other receivers would step up, but Stroud was under so much pressure from that defensive line and their 4-man rush. One reason they have 3 players with at least 6 sacks coming in, and one's not Quinnen Williams, because he gets all the double teams. He's double teamed more than any tackle in the league. And he's a great player, and that frees up the other players. Saleh and D'Amico play the same defense. They want to rush 4 so they can have everybody in coverage. Fortunately for the Jets and Robert Saleh, they were able to get to Stroud and Mills with a 4-man rush and a lot of pressure. Now the Texans, the only good thing to come out of that game, this was my lead on my column on SportsRadio610.com. They're in the same situation as last week, 1 behind the Jaguars and tied with the Colts. But they could have been tied with the Jaguars 1 game ahead of the Colts. But it's a playoff race, and, boy, they got to beat the Titans twice.
General, what do you make of the Titans tonight against Miami, down in Miami in a doubleheader, Monday night? I don't know how you want to say it.
It's going to be ugly. I think Miami's offense is fantastic at home. We still got to see what the Dolphins can do when they're playing in bad weather, and like the Texans played in yesterday. But they should just wallop the Titans. I can't wait to see how the Texans do against Derrick Henry, because the run defense is good. They limited the Jets to 79, Breece Hall to 40. He hurt him much more as a receiver. And I think they've had such bad luck against Derrick Henry, and I can't wait to see if they can limit him like they have everybody else. Their run defense has been so good, the biggest improvement on the team. And they'll be going against Will Levis, and it'd be great if there was Will Levis versus C.J. Stroud, maybe in the second one this season in 2 weeks. But I feel comfortable with Davis Mills as the starter, because I think Bobby Slowick, Gerard Johnson doing a good job with him. He's experienced. And if you got to lose your starter, they're going to be in good hands with Mills.
Well, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if he had Tank Dell, Nico Collins,
yes,
Dalton Schultz, all those guys to work with. And you might get Nico and Dalton. You never know. Let's hope for the best here if Mills has to go. He's 4-1 in the division on the road in here. And that's a nice thing. General, you mentioned the run defense. It is good. But the pass defense is 26th in the league, and you get the feeling the Jets took note of that and capitalized. They need to improve in this department, because Zach Wilson, I didn't worry about Zach Wilson doing what he did yesterday, yet he did it. I was more concerned about a couple of big throws here or there, but this is something they have to get straightened out, because, look, Will Levis could make some big throws as well. I'm not saying Will Levis is Zach Wilson, but you could slow down Derrick Henry and still have difficulty stopping the Titans if you're giving up big plays through the air. They got to get it together.
Pendergast just happened to have one of the best games of his career, and they had a lot of season highs on offense. And Sean Pendergast and I talked about on our Utopia Football podcast about how we were worried about this game. All signs pointed to a close game, because all Texans games had been close, but the Jets had nothing to lose. And so good for them. Texans move on. They still got a winning record. They still are doing better than any of us thought. Now they got to beat the Titans. Then they come back against Cleveland, and Joe Flacco's been reborn with one of the best couch to quarterback jobs in history so far. And then they get the Titans again and close the Colts. So everything is right there for them to have a winning record. Everything right there for them to make the playoffs. Because, but it'd feel a lot better if Stroud were healthy. And hopefully he'll only miss 1 game. I'm going to sit all week, but you guys know when somebody goes in a concussion protocol, leaves the game, doesn't come back, they generally don't play the next week.
Yeah, I think it's only been one player this year that did. I can't remember who. It happened just recently. It was only one guy I can't remember who it was, but it's only one that I've seen all
quarterback
year.
Or other
not
position.
a quarterback.
Yeah,
I think it was a wide receiver.
And this is
but I
what
can't
bothers
remember
me,
for sure.
too, because we've seen concussed quarterbacks here before. Brian Hoyer in 2015 comes to mind, and I always felt like, I'm sure he cleared protocol. He wouldn't be playing if he didn't, but he was not the same player when he came back. He just wasn't. He wasn't as good, period.
Yeah.
Just did not play as well, and I don't know if that's because of the concussion or whatever, but I hate seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely. You hate seeing that. But, General, we did love seeing the Jaguars lose yesterday, and you mentioned Joe Flacco. The Browns' defense is now giving up points, but now the Browns' offense is scoring points. I kind of can't figure out the Cleveland Browns, but the Jaguars get a loss. Your thoughts about the AFC essentially staying the same, just everybody with an added loss?
Well, it would have been so good for the Texans if they'd been able to move into a tie for first place, and they're playing the Titans while the Jaguars are playing the Ravens. And the Ravens just had an incredible overtime victory over the Rams on a punt return for a touchdown by a guy that wasn't even supposed to be returning punts, but did because of an injury. And so they're trying to get home field advantage. So they got a chance to beat the Jaguars. Jacksonville's playing at home where they've been bad, not even mediocre, just bad. So beat the Titans, and then you might find yourself back tied for first place, and it's a great – in fact, the Texans are in it. Who would have thunk it before the season? But they are. And it's going to be a lot of fun watching them in these last 4 games down at crunch time. Yeah, it'd be great if Dalton Schultz could come back. He's missed the last 2 with a hamstring injury. It'd be great if Noah Brown could even do an impersonation of what he did against the Buccaneers and the Bengals. And but this is a game, even though the Texans are underdogs right now, they should be able to beat Will Levis. It's going to be fun to see DeAndre Hopkins for the first. Have they played against Hop yet? I can't even remember.
With
One
the Cardinals,
was it
yes.
once Cardinals?
Yep,
It's going to be fun to see Hop again, and so I think this is going to be a fun game to watch. It means so much for the Texans, and Mike Vrabel and Tim Kelly and all of them would love to stick a thorn in the Texans' side in this game too.
General, thanks so much for joining us. We'll catch up
Thank
later
you
in the
guys
week.
very much, and Merry Christmas.
Right. Merry Christmas. All right, John McClain joining us on Texans Radio. He'll be back Thursday night at 6. Next up, Johnny and I will start putting together the game plan with who we think, or who we know, let's just put it this way, who we really feel confident will be available. So let's do that. Andre Ware is going to join us a little bit later, I think, because he's coming back from New York separately because he had more Heisman stuff to do last night. Dre is Dre, and the Heisman weekend is the Heisman weekend. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Monday.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans Scratch Tickets lottery. Play today for
Randall Cobb, the former Texan, most notably a former Packer, but he cashes in for 6 on a 15-yard touchdown reception, catch and run, and the Jets score first in this game with 11:05 to go in the third quarter.
Oh, my gosh, Randall Cobb.
Of all people. His fourth catch all year.
Most notably, in this context, a former Texan for 1 year in 2020 before he went back to – did he go right back to Green Bay? Yeah, he did, right?
Yeah, he went right back to Green Bay. Traded him back to Green Bay. Didn't do much. Went to the Jets. Hasn't done much, but –
well, if AR were pulling the trigger, you never know. But he wanted Cobb around with him. Cobb's a good guy. I mean, he just did. Yeah, but he took some shots on the way out, no doubt.
Yeah.
But he was here during a ridiculously tough year. So that, to be fair or to be, at least present his side of the story, it was a very tough year. The COVID year, you're in COVID year, and Bill O'Brien after 4 weeks because you go 0-4 and it was time or whatever, and you go the rest of the way and you only win 4 games that entire season. So here you are at 7-6. Before we get to game planning for Nashville, by the way, can I interest you in a Nashville weather forecast for Sunday?
I've already seen it.
It's a lot better.
Well, there's no rain in the forecast.
No rain and what?
I will say
60 degrees.
I expected a deluge of rain yesterday, and we didn't get that.
No, it was just
really second half
rain.
was just kind of a steady drizzle, but it wasn't horrible.
Where were the wind gusts?
Yeah, there really wasn't.
Even when we took off, I was kind of concerned about being able to get out of the get out of the New York area last night because the weather hype is insane, even in that part of the country.
Yeah, especially this time of year.
Because they know. You know what bothers me, Johnny? If they see any glimmer of hope, and I'll use that word for them to get clicks, them meaning weather, media. They go for their clicks, too.
Sure.
A big concern. Click, 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 click. So
gusts up to 50 miles. I saw that yesterday. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour.
Where were those? We took off at what, 6 local, 5, whatever it was.
6.
Never happened.
6:15.
Maybe last night it happened. I don't know. But it is what
there was a flood watch. If that rain created a flood, you got issues. You got a lot of issues.
Yeah, that was just a steady rain. It was no big deal as far as that goes.
Game plan for Tennessee.
Wait, hang on. Before we get to that, I want to address something that happened in another game, just quickly here, because all the national shows are going nuts about the call on Kadarius Toney lining up at the neutral zone in the Chiefs play, which was tremendous play.
Yep.
But guess flag's down before the play happens. Before the ball's in the air, the flag's down. It comes down right away.
Yep.
So the Chiefs have no recourse here. Of course, they have no recourse, but they have no complaint. Come on.
I mean, it's evident that he is offside by the letter of the law. Yes. Here's my issue.
Wait, before you give your side,
okay,
I just want to say this. I get it that we all complain they didn't call this false start. They didn't call that. I see defensive guys lined up offsides all the time. They don't call that. And when they do call it, we're going to complain. They do have an officiating issue. All right, the league does. They've got to get it right more often. It's difficult. It's incredibly hard to officiate. It's unbelievably hard to officiate.
Yep.
But I'm not here to solve the problem. I'm here to point out the problem. And my solution would not be necessarily more officials, but would be reviews and things like that. Now, you can't review this. If you review this, he broke the law, broke the rule. Therefore, the play is null and void. And what are you going to say? What's your side of the story?
My whole thing about that play is just I watch alignments because a lot of times I'm standing right along the line of scrimmage, and so it's alignments matter because, if a guy is on the ball and he's covering up a tight end, then obviously the tight end's illegal by the letter of the law. But a lot of times these receivers are trying to get as much of that line of scrimmage as possible.
Talk about what you saw yesterday.
And so I was watching Randall Cobb and Xavier Gibson had come out, and they went out to the line of scrimmage. And I'm looking at both of them, and both looking right down the line of scrimmage. I mean, they're maybe 6 inches off the ball. And then there's a tight end, and the tight end's kind of set back. So it looks like they're almost in a straight line, but yet the tight end's on the ball, and they're off. And I'm like, I know they're off because Randall Cobb tells the official. They tell the official, I'm off. Or they'll point to the ground forward and say, I'm on.
And the official nods or acknowledges.
And the official nods or acknowledges for the most part.
Well, he made sure of it.
Yeah, and he made sure of it. He made sure I'm off. But as you looked at it, it was maybe 6 inches off the ball. So, the receivers are trying to get every inch, and I understand that. But in those situations where those things are so close, when who's the Chiefs tackle, Juwan Taylor, when he's having issues where he's lined up, the referees, and maybe they did, so I'm just saying, to me, if I'm that official, I walk over and say, hey, Juwan, first series, you're pushing it, man. You're really pushing it. Next time, I'm flagging you. You want to argue with me? Fine, but I'm just telling you.
I like that.
You push it. You're pushing it. Get back in line where you need to be, or I'm flagging you. And I think that's the same thing. Kadarius Toney in alignments, yeah, you can see it from above. Yeah, he's in the neutral zone. But it's, I don't want to say it's ticky-tack, but it's just one of those things where it should have been communicated. Kadarius, when you're lining up on the ball, you're really too far. You need to move it back. I don't know. That's a tough one. Officiating this game is so hard. But here's the other thing. The noise about the officiating is growing. Mahomes, Andy Reid, Myles Garrett. They won a game in Myles Garrett about officials.
Well, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah.
But Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes went way too far. Okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they're not going to win this argument.
Nope.
Now, they have complaints about last week, but they're not going to win this argument.
Right.
He broke the rule. And to the officials' credit, it's the heat of battle. Somebody's very tight to the line. They're not out of the edge where the official could really talk to them, right?
Right.
The other part is this. You don't know when you throw that flag that they're about to make one of the plays of the year. It could have been an incompletion to the right. All right, next play.
Right.
But I threw the flag anyway. And that didn't end the game anyway. So, yeah, it wiped out one of the plays of the year. But you don't know that play of the year is coming. So what are they supposed to do? Pick up the flag? We didn't mean it.
Yeah.
Forget it.
Yeah, exactly.
It is what it is.
You don't know. It's like the deep ball to Tank last week, or what week was that? Jaguars. Throw that deep ball to Tank, and I've watched that play a million times, and the motion of Tank doesn't throw off the Jaguars just because Nico and Robert are kind of rocking, getting into position. Yet, by the letter of the law, it's a flag. But my problem with it is that official that threw that flag, to me, that's one of those where you're like, yeah, you know what? It didn't impact the play. But I've got to say something like, hey, next time I need you guys to be set. And that is one of the things I have kind of an issue with about our offense. Like, we kind of lollygag out of the huddle and we don't get lined up right. And then, well, this guy needs to be over here. We got to have that stuff clearer. So we're at the ball with 20 seconds so CJ can look at it and get it really set what he wants, then set people in motion. We got to be more sense of urgency coming out of the huddle. Sometimes we're kind of just out of the huddle and guys aren't lined up properly. And so that was kind of one of those. Although we had plenty of time on that one, but that's one where the official needs to say, hey, come here, talk to the receivers, hop in the huddle and go, hey, you guys need to get set. I mean, you know, Laramie takes a long time to get into stance. He's kind of wiggling just to get right, you know. Mm-hmm. So you got to just say, if you're an official and that's bordering on a flag, hey, that's technically a flag. Next time, I'm throwing one on you. You've got to be more. Want to argue with me now? Argue with me now. But I'm flagging you on the next one. That's the way I would handle it.
We'll have Dre on a little bit later. We're going to hear from you and D'Amico after the game, and also Robert Woods and Brevin Jordan. Coming up here, it's Texans Radio, Texans Monday.
Keep it here for more exclusive info on your Texans. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
As the official ticket marketplace of the Houston Texans and the NFL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game. Whether you're cheering on the Texans at home or away, Ticketmaster has you covered. With Ticketmaster's interactive seat map, you'll get a 360-degree view so you can make sure you have the best view of those pivotal plays. Plus, the Ticketmaster app makes it easy to sell or transfer tickets if your plans change. And mobile tickets make getting in on game day a breeze. Find tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Houston Texans.
Welcome back to Earth, folks. We hope you enjoyed your 8.5 minutes in orbit.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work done on Earth, you need more than technology. You need CDW to design and manage a Cisco hybrid work solution that delivers the same secure network experience to all your satellite offices. And with consistent connectivity that empowers your team, they can collaborate from any space.
And no, you can't keep the helmet.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Cisco.
The Houston Texans are heating up on the field, and so should your game day wardrobe. The thermometer is finally showing a hint of autumn in the air in H-Town, and the Texans team shop at NRG Stadium has all the merchandise you need to feel fresh for fall. Score premium sweaters, jean jackets, and hoodies. Plus, get your hands on our premium merchandise brands like Pro Standard, The Wild Collective, Wear by Aaron Andrews, and so much more. Styles are going fast, so don't wait. Rep the Texans your way. Visit HoustonTexans.com/shop for directions.
Lots more to break down.
He's in! Touchdown, Houston!
Next on Texans Radio.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron.
Of what happened and what happens next. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
One back, Singletary, Mechie in motion. Stroud fakes the give. Dumps it back left, Brevin Jordan, 25-20, 15, left sideline, 10. First and goal as he's knocked out of bounds inside the 10.
Yeah, that was the one drive they got going after the takeaway, after the Zach Wilson fumble forced by Christian Harris, who you caught up with after the game. He led the team in tackles. Man, he's got a show out on Sunday, and he had a pick in Nashville last year. So maybe he can get that kind of thing going again. That would be lovely. So they had that drive, touchdown drive, capped by the run by Singletary. And they got the, PI in the end zone?
Yeah, got pass interference. CJ, that was the play that Quinnen Williams we were talking about earlier. Quinnen Williams hit CJ. out of bounds and got the pass interference and got that call, got it down to the 1.
Right, 2 calls on that one play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Quinnen Williams. I'm not trying to hurt CJ. Come on. Let's put the polygraph on him, please.
Yeah. He wasn't trying to hurt CJ, but he was trying to make him feel him, that's for sure.
Exactly. You're trying to rough him up.
For sure.
You know, they don't want to legitimately hurt them. I don't think so.
No.
But they definitely want to make them feel the hit. And the hit that put CJ to the ground, that knocked him out of the game, ball was gone. He hit, and he basically, I'm going to go look at it again because I've seen it once on X in the post game. But, you know, I'm on the plane watching these highlights. The one where Quinnen Williams.
Oh, I watched it last night. I couldn't go to for some reason, I was exhausted as I was. I couldn't go to bed. And I was just lying on the couch. I'm like, I'm going to start the game. And so I watched the first 3 quarters like a dummy.
Why'd you do this?
I don't know. I just did. So I got to that play, and I just watched it kind of over and over again. Like, that was – if that's – that I would imagine is going to get Quinnen Williams fined. Because that was blatant, ball is gone, step, hit, and then drive.
What Texan did I think was going to get fined this week for a hit yesterday? I can't remember. Somebody had a big hit.
know.
I don't know who it was. All right, I don't remember. It'll come back to me. Let's come back to this. D'Amico Ryans, after the game, you caught up with the head coach of the Texans. Here's the conversation.
All right, Coach, I know there's a tough one today. How much did the injuries of losing Nico on one side and Blake on the other side, how much did that impact what you guys did?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You lose 2 of your top playmakers on offense and defense is definitely tough, but at the same time, as I go about this thing, it's no excuses, right? You still have to execute no matter who's in the game, right? That's why you're here. That's why you're part of our game day roster. You have to show up and you have to execute and make plays.
Defensively, against the run, it seemed like you guys had your run fits down. It felt like you were physical with them through the air. What do you think was probably the biggest issue, them throwing the football?
Yeah, the issue is it starts up front. We gave Zach too much time. We didn't execute up front. I always talk about 4 guys rushing as one. Well, we lost contain, way too many to him to hold the football, longer than he should have been holding the ball. And when you don't execute up front and you give a guy like that time who's athletic and move around and make plays, right, it's just how long can you cover him in the back end? So it all starts up front there.
Coach, we talk about this all the time, 24 hours, flush it. I know Tell the Truth Monday is coming up on Monday, but just before you see the film, what's probably the biggest truth that you took out of this one?
Hey, playmakers have to make plays, and that's what it came down to for me. Their players, they stepped up, they made plays. 3rd down, they made plays. We were in position a few times, and we didn't make plays on 3rd down, and that's the difference in the game.
Divisional opponent on the road again. How difficult does that become, 2 road trips right in a row to a tough place to play?
Yeah, I mean, guys should be excited to get going again and rebound and get this bad taste out of our mouth, and let's see who wants to show up and see how bad we want it.
Coach, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That is an unhappy D'Amico Ryans. That's as unhappy as I've heard him, and for good reason. And this is going to be a very interesting week in practice. I'm wondering how he's going to handle it this late in the year, and I'm going to ask him about it, the D'Amico Ryans Show at 5. They've been in pads. They were in pads last week. I'm wondering if he's going to keep them in pads because I know he wants them to be tough.
Well, isn't there at some point in the CBA they have to take pads off?
We might be there. We might be there, Johnny. But it's a good question. We're going to ask him. He's the head coach. He'll know. And this is going to be really interesting because they've got to be tough, physical on Sunday, yet you don't want to beat them up too bad. This was, look, you're running out of guys. I mean, that's just the plain truth. Game plan, let's get it. And let's, for the sake of argument here, Johnny, what if you have to go? Are you ready for this?
Okay.
Without C.J. Stroud, without Will Anderson maybe.
Yep.
I don't know if Dalton Schultz is back, so let's do the game plan without him. Let's do it without Nico. Now, you might get Nico and Schultz back.
You're making me sad, bro.
No, I know. But this is the reality. This is 1979 Oilers going to San Diego, right? Yeah. With Giff Nielsen and Rob Carpenter. And who else
Vernon
was
Perry
out?
with the 4 picks.
Kenny Burrow was out.
Yep. Yeah. This is, and all that was kind of hitting.
By the way, for you kids who don't understand.
You kids.
That was a division playoff game. They went there with their top 3 performers, I mean, arguably, whatever, on offense, out.
Yep.
No Earl Campbell. Mm-hmm. And they beat the Chargers at their place.
picking off Dan Fouts
4 times.
Vernon Perry, all 4.
And they went to the AFC Championship game after doing that. It was an incredible victory. It's probably the greatest victory in Houston professional football history. And I hate the Titans like poison.
Yep.
But here it is. You might be without all these guys, and I just brought up that story, and you're going to play them in the Oiler uniforms.
I know.
I
the
am
irony
freaking
is
out
rich.
right now. I am freaking out right now.
Okay.
This is really colossal.
So let's just look at a couple of things. Number one, let's think of some good news here. Part of the good news starts on the other side. Jeffrey Simmons is not expected to play in this game.
Sunday
against the Texans. That's massive.
Good start.
That's massive.
Can we get Derrick Henry out also?
If Quinn Williams isn't the best, Jeffrey Simmons is. Dexter Lawrence. It's weird. Dexter Lawrence, I think, is kind of a different class. It's like you got your nose tackle class, and then you've got your disruptors, and I think that Quinn Williams and Jeffrey Simmons kind of landed that class. I don't know.
Can we put them all in? Guys who wrecked the game in the middle of the defense category.
Yeah, we faced all of them the last 2 years. So that's a piece of good news that he apparently is out for another week or two. So don't have to face him. But the flip side of that is, and this is probably the overarching comment, no matter whether it's CJ playing quarterback, Davis, you, me, whomever, the protection has got to be better. The protection is just not good. CJ was taking too many hits prior to this. And look, I know, well, he's a rookie. He's going to take hits. Yeah, I get it. And CJ's trying to make some things happen. I get it. And I can, as long as he can live with a hit or two and he holds the ball just a tad longer so he can get those 25, 30-yard explosives like they've been getting, I can live with it. But he's been taking too many hits. He took one yesterday on a free rusher. We've had too many of those happening. Josh Allen got 2 sacks just running in and tackling CJ. Free rushers.
Huff was the free rusher yesterday.
Yes, Huff was it. And then the second Huff sack, CJ saw it. George saw it late and got to him, but then CJ had already started running that direction, and then Huff able to make a sack. The protection has got to be better. I go back to the Pittsburgh Steelers game, facing Alex Highsmith and T.J. Watt, and nobody breathed on C.J. They didn't get close. So what's changed? I know Titus hasn't been in the lineup, and that's definitely hurt. Jared Patterson banged, all the centers banged up, all that. Maybe it's like finally the injuries are showing the cracks in the armor in some sense, but you still have quality football players on that offensive line, guys that have not played together for a while, some vets that have been around and seen some things. Protection has to be better. And if you got to use Beck, Saubert, Devin, Pierce, whomever to help and take them out of routes, I don't like it, but fine, that's what you got to do. You've got to protect him, especially against a group that's going to have Arden Key. You're going to have Danico Autry, Tyler Tart. Just because Simmons is out, and you got a healthy Harold Landry right now, too. So we'll get a chance to see those guys outside of their Oiler uniforms, but they're going to want to come home, and they're going to their place and wearing those uniforms. And by the way, they've beat us once in the last 5 years there. Once, the COVID year. That's it. That's the only time. 19, 21, 22. That's the only time the COVID year. So a full Tennessee casino against us since 2018 in that miracle game. And that's kind of the game we have to have against them, is that game.
Yeah.
Ball gets out of the quarterback's hands hot, quickly. Get it to anybody, everybody. Take advantage of every mistake, and then your defense has got to just completely ball out. Completely ball out. And Davis has beaten this team there. He's had great games against them. If Davis obviously needs to go. But I think for a backup quarterback, knowing you're going to be the guy, or there's a high potential that you're going to be the guy, I don't think it changes your preparation, but I do think mentally there's a switch that gets flipped. So you got a whole week to prepare. Honestly, and I'm going to say this, and I know people may get upset about this, but if there is any one minute ounce of hesitation about CJ with the concussion, sit him. Do not play him. Do not. Indy said it earlier. I agree with him 100%. This has been my thought all along. This is a marathon, career-wise. It's a marathon. The last thing you want is for him to go in there and he gets hit again because he's not completely, totally clear.
Oh, no, he's got to be totally
He's
clear.
got to be absolutely
I'm with you
1,000%.
Yeah.
This thing has got to be long-term thought of. And hopefully, if he does play, then he has been fully and completely cleared. But listen, when you're dealing with the, La cabeza, no.
La cabeza.
You never know exactly what you're dealing with. And I went back, and when I see that hit, it's funny because I saw him throw it and I watched the play, but my eyes, and this is why I know Williams hit him late, because my eyes left him as soon as the ball left his hand so I could see who he was throwing to. So I didn't see him get hit. I just looked back and saw that there were some people on the ground and he wasn't getting up. And I thought, oh, boy, because I said, your CJ's not getting up. So you just got to, it's a long-term thought process. And this is why you kept Davis Mills. This is why you didn't trade him. This is why you have Case Keenum around for so many different reasons. Well, this is that opportunity, and it's a big one. And we've talked about it. You and I off the air have mentioned we didn't want to see it. We didn't want it to happen because we wanted to see CJ play every down of 17 games. It's been so fun to watch him as a rookie and what he's done this year. It's been incredible. He's lifted this organization up. He's lifted this city up. He is just a breath of fresh air. It's unbelievable. There's a part of me with all the love that went to CJ that I always think about Davis. That, damn, man, I want to see him have one of those games and just pull us out of the fire one day and really show, you know what? Yeah, I can do this, and I am instrumental to this team. And he's had a few plays like that. The big play of Nico in the Denver game, that was huge. I want Davis to have that moment for him to say, you know what? Yeah, I am valuable to this team. I'm still here, and I still can do this, and I can do it at a high level and do it in a tough situation. So I'll be cheering like hell if it's Davis. I'll be cheering like hell if it's CJ. My gut tells me it'll be Davis, and let's rock on. Let's go. Get him ready, and let's roll.
Let me ask you a question. Is Tank Dell this important to this football team? I know he's important.
Okay.
I know he's really
glad you brought
important.
this up.
Dell with 47 catches, 709 yards, 7 touchdowns. That leads the team. I think his mere presence creates opportunity for others because he is a conundrum to the defense. What do we do about this guy? He's all over the place. We don't know how to cover him. We don't know what to do. Now, he's had some games that, and it's not all him. I know that this is a group thing. Carolina, 3 catches. The whole squad was off that day.
Rated T.
So he just, hang on a second, this auto roll on a freaking video on my computer.
Yeah, it happens.
Don't you hate those things?
This is the simplest way, Mark, I think, to answer this. And this will be borne out, I think, over the next couple weeks. And I think I'd like to see the numbers yesterday because it felt like, especially when Nico went out, but even on that play that Nico made the catch, the Jets are in man coverage. You are not going to play man coverage against the Texans with Tank Dell on the field. You're just not. You're not going to do it because he'll absolutely roast you. You're done. Forget it. You're going to play man coverage on Tank Dell. Where's CJ going with the ball? Deep, and you're done. You're cooked. So even when you're in zone and you're trying to match up on routes, he makes it difficult for you. So, yeah, it's a tough one. When Nico went out, the Jets were like, we'll just lock him up. We'll just lock him up.
They did.
They can't. We got this. We will man cover them all over the field, and there's no shot. And it's exactly what happened. I guarantee you could pause every pass route in the second quarter on, and there is a green shirt. There's a white shirt wearing a green shirt. And that's the one thing that I think probably bothered me more than anything else was, that's going to be the case. They're sticky in coverage. You have to be pristine in your routes, and you have to use your hands to catch the ball, and you have to make contested catches. You have to fight, especially against those two jokers. You got to fight for the football.
Well, what was D'Amico saying to us last week when I talked about attack the ball?
Yeah, attack the ball, both offense and defense.
On offense, attack the ball. The ball is yours. The ball belongs to you.
Go get
Fight for it, because there were some throws that were absolutely on the money, but There's a defender there. We've seen catches made in those situations, so they got to come up with it.
I'm going to say this, and I know people will go, yeah, but his stats say. I don't give a damn what the stats say. The balls that C.J. Stroud threw yesterday were on the money. Not every one of them. Not every one. I mean, the deep ball to Noah, he probably threw it more inside than maybe down the field like he wanted. Okay. But that's a 55-yard throw that, but I'm going to discount that one because that's a tough throw in those conditions. I get it. But he threw the ball on the money yesterday. He threw it on the money yesterday, and he wasn't rewarded for it. And I think that's what bothers me. He threw the ball on the guys. His guys didn't make contested catches for him.
All right, the top 3 receivers, as we know, are Nico, Dell, and Schultz on this team. All unavailable after the second series, whatever it was, when Nico went out in the first quarter. The 4th leading receiver is Robert Woods, who has 31 catches on the year, and he was in the tent yesterday, came back into the game, and here's 2 minutes with a Texan, Drew Doherty, with Robert Woods after the contest.
Hey, Robert, you talk about combining and collectively getting better and getting ready. What do you need to do specifically to kind of get set for the Tennessee Titans?
Do what we've been doing, getting back to not even the drawing board, but just getting back out on the practice field and having that same intensity, urgency of getting better. That's the whole point of this whole league. Every single week, you got to get better. Kind of shows that we kind of didn't get better. We got complacent from the last week, but just you got to get better every single week. And start next week. Got to get better.
And we've seen this team bounce back from losses before. Why can't it happen again, right?
Yeah, this team is obviously focused, obviously driven to be better. You got to show up every week, though. You can't. It's unfortunate we took this L, but yeah, our guys had the right mentality to go back to work and have that same drive to get back on track. Like I said, there's plenty of games left. We have all the guys to get this thing back on track and turn around and close out well. Just have to do it.
Robert Woods, thank you for the time.
That's a veteran, Robert Woods, who's been on a bunch of teams, or in a bunch of situations, I should say. Did he just say they got complacent? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Benny, you're going to have to go back and find that because did he say we didn't or we did? And I want to know, because this is the guy, all right? This is a veteran. This is a veteran leader.
Sage, wise Robert Woods.
Yeah, in the receiver room. He might not be the best receiver on the team, but he's the man, all right? He's the guy they look up to. Benny, see if you can run that again, that first Woods response. He'll find it, and he'll get it, and we'll all have it, because I think that they go into New York, and look, the Jets, they don't do anything on offense, right? Well, they did yesterday. On defense, they're good, but they didn't respond to it. The Texans did not respond to the challenge the way you want to see. And I'm not going to blame the weather conditions. They probably didn't help, but the Jets dealt with it pretty darn well. So I don't know what to say about that. This is a really difficult situation. You have Mills at quarterback, maybe. All right, let's just go with the maybe on Sunday. Let's go worst case scenario here, Johnny, as far as the injuries go.
Mm-hmm.
No Stroud, concussion protocol. Nico with the calf. Let's say Nico can't go. Let's say even Schultz is not back. So now you have Mills. You have Singletary, Pierce in the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
You have Brevin Jordan, tight end with Saubert, right?
Yeah.
You've got Woods, Brown, Mechie. I think who's the next? X.
I feel like X.
But what about Steven Sims? You're going to bring him up?
I would imagine Sims. And, the other receivers on practice squad, you've got Johnny Johnson. You've got, look, anybody that can get open and make a catch, to me, should be on that field on Sunday.
You know a name we're going to hear in the offseason, and he's going to be interesting next
training
camp?
I know what you're going to say.
Jesse Matthews.
Yep, absolutely.
Jesse Matthews was starting to do some things in camp that he
yes,
got
he
hurt.
Was. Mm-hmm.
And right now,
he was Puka Nacua before Puka Nacua.
He's got some good. Puka in him.
Yep.
And next year, it's going to be fun. I think that if he were around on the practice squad, we'd see Jesse Matthews. We might have seen him already. So,
yep.
But this is the kind of game where you talk about it. It's like the Food Network show, right? What are the ingredients?
Chopped. Yep. What do you have?
What are the ingredients? How can I put a game plan together and go into Nashville and win on Sunday? And hopefully it's a very difficult day for the Titans tonight as they are on a short week to get ready for the Texans. All right, what did Robert Woods say? Let's get back to it.
So what we've been doing, getting back to not even a drawing board, but just getting back out on the practice field and having that same intensity, urgency of getting better. That's the whole point of this whole league. Every single week, you got to get better. Kind of shows that we were kind of didn't get better. We got complacent from the last week, but just you got to get better every single week. And yeah, start next week. Got to get better.
This is why D'Amico was so upset after the game. That's it, right there. Didn't get better. Kind of got complacent.
If you get better and lose, like I live with that.
Right.
I always said that a long time ago. I was coaching. I always said that to my teams. Like I never mentioned the word win to them. I just talked about getting better. You get better every single week and you get beat on the scoreboard. It happens. It will happen. But especially, I mean, the one thing you heard D'Amico say to me was playmakers make plays. Well, look at the Jets. Breece Hall, 10 for 40, but 8 catches for 86 yards. Zach Wilson, number 2 overall pick in 2021. 301 passing yards, most of those in the second half. 2 touchdowns, 118 rating. Garrett Wilson, first rookie of the year last year, 9 catches, 108 yards. Quinnen Williams lived in our backfield all day. Playmakers for the Jets, the guys you're most concerned about, dominated the game.
And that's what D'Amico said.
Dominated the game.
Got to make plays. But the Texans playmakers, look, CJ's putting the ball in the money. It's really difficult to make catches that are contested, but they weren't able to win those balls.
Yep, absolutely.
They weren't able to win those confrontations. And the getting better thing, well, guess what? This week you might have a whole brand new team. This could be the different Texans.
Right.
The alter ego Texans. Because if Mills is playing quarterback and you don't have the receivers we just discussed and you don't have Schultz, you got a completely different situation. It's up to the defense to keep it uber close so you can just capitalize and win a low-scoring affair in Nashville.
Yeah.
Remember what I told you Matt LaFleur told me in week 2 of 2018? You brought up this game when the Titans had everybody out, and it was looking bleak for them. It was week 2.
Nobody
the
gave a
Texans
shot.
were going to go in there with Deshaun Watson and just wail on them. And I saw LaFleur in the hallway upstairs. We know Matt from here, and I know his dad from Central Michigan. When I said, oh, man, you guys got a lot of guys out. And he just kind of bowed up.
I remember you saying that.
And said to me, it's the NFL. We put together a plan. We're ready. And I thought, I don't like the way he said that. I don't like the way he said that at all.
And
then they won the game.
Yep.
Blaine Gabbert, Derrick Henry taking direct snaps.
Wild
They
Henry,
just put together some kind of stew and won the game against the Houston Texans that day.
And you look up and go, what?
That's what you got to do. Because, and the reason why we're talking about this is, I know yesterday has everybody feeling like, wait a minute, is it 2022 or what? No, it's 2023. You're 7-6. You're in a playoff chase here, and you got a remarkable opportunity ahead of you still, despite everything else. You could get everybody back next week. Hey, you could get a lot of guys back this week. You never know. Miracles happen every day. But this is it. This is the Final Four. And let's talk about it some more. We got Brevin Jordan coming up. You caught up with Christian Harris after the game. Let's continue the conversation. Hopefully we get Dre. Dre has landed back in Houston after doing some more Heisman stuff last night. We'll see if we can catch up with him as well. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Stay tuned for more Texans Radio.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
Don't miss out on the thrills.
Y'all deserve to feel special.
Gotta go! Stroud throws back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
We find our tails off every day.
The action and excitement of Texans football at NRG Stadium.
C.J. Stroud with more magic.
Nice, nice, nice. Single game tickets are available now.
The 30, the 20, 10, touchdown.
To find out how you can be a part of game day, visit HoustonTexans.com.
What a day.
More Texans radio is on the way.
The BMW i4 is 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding at a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. The pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers. Visit HoustonBMWDealers.com today. A toast to my best teammate. As I think back over the past few seasons, I wanted to thank my most trusted game day teammate, Tostitos. This friend has been with me every step of the way, from my first tailgate to that time we got the whole stadium doing my touchdown dance. As I recall the last-minute grocery runs and late-night dishwashing, the salty defeats and spicy victories, I realized it was all thanks to my teammate, Tostitos. It was always you, Tostitos.
Team up with Tostitos, proud partner of the Houston Texans.
From kickoff to the 2-minute warning, H-E-B has all you need to make your tailgate a touchdown. For the starting lineup, H-E-B's freshly made guacamole and salsas are a delicious play. And for meat lovers, H-E-B Prime 1 steaks and burgers are a sizzling way to get your grill on. Plus, pick up the extras like H-E-B's Our Finest paper towels, Texas Tough trash bags and foil. From food to snacks to defensive sacks, tailgating is a win with H-E-B.
Even after a tough 30-6 loss, Coach D'Amico isn't talking about burning the tape.
We'll still go back, watch it intently, right? It's Tell the Truth Monday. So we get in the room, we know what happened. Analyze the film as we do every Monday to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to more coverage of what happened and what happens next. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Wilson gets the snap, throws left side. Wide open is Breece Hall.
Same play.
Somebody
Same play
might want to go watch
blitz.
Yep.
On the other side of the field, they come back to the pick down here. Christian Harris gets caught inside, and Breece Hall's running free into the end zone.
All right. Breece Hall. Johnny, why can't we get running backs open in the flat like that? It just doesn't happen.
Yeah,
not enough. And I know we're probably
that was a design play. So look, some offenses. Not saying that Bobby's doesn't, but some offenses don't have that in the playbook. Some do. I remember going to Philadelphia in 2018. They threw that damn route, the same thing that Hackett ran yesterday. They threw that damn thing to Darren Sproles how many times?
Yeah.
Now, they would wheel him as opposed to just shoot him to the flat. They would wheel him, but either way, it has the same effect. The outside receiver just runs up the field and sets a pick. The one on the 3rd and 4 is he runs into Christian Harris. But because he's running as if he's running a route and he gets collisioned, that's not all. He wasn't trying to block. This one, neither one of the two guys, there's two guys running inside routes. Neither one of them collisioned Christian. Christian just got caught in the wash and all that, and Breece goes to the flat and it's open. So should it be part of your offensive plan? I don't know. If teams are going to play man coverage and then it's an easy way to take advantage. I would say easy way.
All right,
but if you get the pick set, or the rub set, then, yeah, it's easy. And it was unfortunately too easy.
I strike that question from the record. I'm going to file it under rhetorical question because, look, this is still an offense that's put up a lot of yards, a lot of numbers. They didn't do it yesterday. Stinker game.
You weren't complaining about the offense. I mean,
I'm really not complaining. I just, after yesterday, seeing what they did, it's just an awful feeling relative to the game. I know I've been around here long enough. It's a week-to-week thing. That's why after beating Denver, I was like, that's great. Now what do you do against the Jets? It's like being in sales. You know, great November. How's your December looking?
Yeah.
Like, what? Why can't I celebrate? Nope. No victories, just postponed defeats. Keep it going. Well, here you go. You got to take on the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. So the Jets became a huge game right after you beat Denver. Jets, huge game. If you lose it, you're in a pack. If you win it, as it turned out yesterday, you're going to be in a really good situation, and they couldn't capitalize on the Jags losing to Cleveland 31-27. How about Joe Flacco?
How about
and
Joe
the Flacco tweets yesterday, or the tweets about him, the X's, the X posts. You know, must screw this up. I'm sorry. Quick aside here. Sidebar. If you're going to change the name, pick something better than X. Twitter had this kind of endearing name to it, right? It was kind of cute.
Yeah.
Nice platform, a tweet. It had its own vernacular. Now you go X, and it's just a post. Everybody else has a post. Why are you going like everybody else? A tweet was its own thing. You had a brand for your posts, right?
Yep.
You don't have an X post. It's just a post.
Yeah.
Reposted instead of retweeted. That sucks. Just keep the name. You paid $44 billion. Keep the name. Nobody looks at it any differently, really. You just change the name. All right, I'm done.
I want to go back to your thought about, you know, we were talking about that route to Breece Hall.
What does Elon Musk know that I don't? Never mind. A lot, probably. I mean, not probably. Definitely. Go on.
Yeah. Well, I started thinking about that as you were talking about this. I think I'm trying to find the right way of saying this, but I think what ends up happening earlier in the year with C.J. Stroud, a rookie, and I mean, we're talking about that Pittsburgh Steelers game, and we're like, man, we have to make this game as easy as possible on C.J. because we've got tackles that are banged up. We've got left tackles that aren't even with the team anymore that played in that game, in and out. Austin Deculus and Jerron Christian.
He's on the Jets.
Yeah, they played in that game.
It's incredible.
And kept and held in no sacks. My point in all that is, my guess is, earlier in the season, you're doing everything possible to make the game easier on your quarterback, easier on your offense, because a lot of people are new. There's some injuries. You're doing that. But as your offense evolves and you get better and you realize, boy, CJ can handle more. He can do more. Oh, wow. You don't have to massage it as much. Maybe it's a bad word to use. You don't have to manage it as much. As a head coach, now you're just calling your ball plays because you know your quarterback can handle it. But there are times when, you know what, we need to kind of get back to basics and make sure that we make things safe and manage it properly for our guys. I felt like Nathaniel Hackett did that for Zach Wilson yesterday. He took all the pressure off Zach. He gave him throws to the flat. He got him confident with some of those things. But then he let Zach rip it too. I'm not going to sit here and say Zach was protected well. He got sacked 4 times. He got hit. How many times did we hit him? 9 times? So it's not like it was perfect. But Hackett seemed to make the game easy, gave him easy throws to get his confidence up, and away you go. If that's what it's got to be this week, that's what it's got to be.
All right, Andre's going to join us right now. Andre, good morning. Welcome back to Houston. Great to have you on. Guys. All right, so you thought about it. You've been stewing about it. You've been contemplating it. So yesterday, and then what the week might be like for the Houston Texans getting ready for the Titans Sunday.
Yeah, I think, it's one of those weeks where D'Amico's kind of got to bite down a little bit. And I think he probably will after that performance. The expectations, what was at stake, and then to go out and pretty much lay an egg like that, then it's a reality check at this point in the season, to the point where you are kind of reestablishing what's at stake, what can play out the rest of the season, and I think that'll be used as motivation going forward.
Dre, Bobby Slowick has done a tremendous job this year. I don't think there's any question. But is there anything to take out of how Nathaniel Hackett managed the game for Zach Wilson yesterday, that maybe if it is Davis Mills that has to start, that Bobby can take some, look across the field and go, you know what? I respect how he handled things. And then the way that Zach was able to respond. Do you think that maybe Bobby can learn anything from that, the way that Nathaniel Hackett kind of managed Zach yesterday?
Oh, we might have lost Dre.
I'm assuming that
I'm still here.
Okay.
I was thinking about this. There's ways to help him, even though CJ's a rookie or, Davis is a young player. If he has to go, then it's one of those situations where I think, you can find some things here and there. But I don't know that there are any easy throws or any gimmies in the NFL, because once you determine something as a gimme or an easy throw, then the defense is going to take that away from you.
Yep. All right, Dre. You look around the league, they couldn't capitalize. Do the young players, and I don't expect you to know this, but this is analysis, how do they feel this time of year, the rookies? We talk about physically and going through the wall and all that. They got to run right through that rookie wall if it exists at all, but I imagine it does. So you can comment on that. Plus, they're in a playoff race, and we still got a long way to go. We still have 4 games to go. In the old days, we'd call this a quarter of the season to go. I mean, that's basically what it is. You got a lot of games left. Robert Woods was saying it earlier. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah. I think the rookie wall only exists if you're out of it. If you're still playing for something, then you're still playing. You're looking forward to going to practice. You're looking forward to getting workouts in, all of it. Now, that hits for pretty much everybody when you're out of it. When you're sitting at 5-8 as opposed to 8-5 or whatever the record is, then that it's going to hit. But it hits different for different people based on the team's success.
Dre, defensively yesterday, able to stop the run for the most part. I think you held him to 3 yards a carry, 26 carries, I think 79 yards. But obviously Zach gets loose. Defensively, what's the biggest concern heading into the Titans game in your eyes? Blake Cashman went down with an injury, and we talked about that during the broadcast, how that was impacting the linebackers. But defensively, is it Will Anderson with the ankle? I mean, we don't know what that's going to be. I know he was questionable at the end of the game. Your thoughts about defensively, the biggest concern to the Titan game?
Just big plays, Johnny. Just too many big plays being given up.
Are you getting directions from your device?
No, I'm trying to get out of the dang parking garage, and she won't stop talking, so I can talk to y'all. So, and she knows I'm on the phone. So here we go. That's always a good time. But anyway, I just think when you look at it as a whole, when you still have something left to play for, and you're still involved in it, no matter how long the season, how much you have left of it, you're still looking forward to it, and you're looking to play hard, and you're going to play as hard as ever. I guarantee you guys hear me talk about this, and I'm just talking overall now with the Texans. There are always 2 games on the schedule where you come out and you have no idea where the hell this team came from. Who is this? Who is this that we saw? Yesterday was one of those, and I think Carolina was the other one. And so when you get past those, then, you can push through some things, and then you might get close to it again, but those are the ones that you usually win because you've been there before and you have talent on a football team. And I think that's exactly where they are now. It's just they need a reminder that they are still a good football team.
Dre, how was the Heisman ceremony for you? I know you had to do some work, but you also get to celebrate and be with the guys, and that's got to be incredibly special to participate in that event as many years as you're able to do it. I know you're not able to do it every year, but I'll always say this. It's the greatest individual award in sport. About it in team sports, there's no greater individual award. I could almost argue in all sports, but anyway, how was it Saturday night?
It was fantastic. Mark, you're right. I don't get to go every year, but this year things just kind of lined up perfectly where the Texans were coming into New York, the Heisman's obviously there, and I actually got to stay last night through the dinner, which I haven't done in quite some time. It's been about 2 years since the last time I was there, but it's phenomenal. I really can't describe it. The stories that are told, things that we share back and forth, everybody kind of, you realize what the other guy has gone through and what you have, you got to block out when you're going through that, and everybody's trying to talk to you about how does it feel to be a Heisman finalist, all of that stuff. But you start telling stories and laughing and having a good time, and you just forget certain things, and certain stories are reminded, and all of it. And just the kids that are there, that you get to interact with them. It's a great, great evening that I look forward to, even though I can't do it every year.
Dre, Jayden Daniels does end up winning the Heisman, and I find it fascinating in this world that we live in that Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, they're all transfers. They're all transfers that end up winning this award, but Jayden's year was absolutely incredible, almost over 4,000 yards passing, over 1,100 yards rushing. It was kind of hard to argue with the numbers. What are your thoughts about Jayden in particular winning the Heisman?
Yeah, I thought he had a phenomenal season. When you look at the transfer part of it, he's got a coach that leaves that he went to Arizona State to play for. Sure. Those are how the rules were supposed to have been set up for transfers and for things like that. Not just because, hey, I'm not playing or I'm not happy or I'm fourth string on the depth chart and I just got to campus. My parents think I should be playing. Let me transfer somewhere and not compete and figure out a spot to actually slide in. And but Jayden took full advantage of the system and how the rules were set up for him, and he got better every year. He was getting better every year at Arizona State, and then he had the big year, obviously, this year with over 4,200 yards passing and over 1,000 yards rushing. He's unbelievable. I was sitting at a table, just walked in last night before the dinner, and he came and plopped right down, and we started talking, and just a really good young man. And, I'm looking forward to seeing what his future holds for him.
All right. The TaxAct Texas Bowl is December 27th with Texas A&M and Oklahoma State. But bowl season actually starts Saturday. And you're going to be doing the New Orleans Bowl with Jacksonville State and Louisiana. So that's Raging Cajuns, right?
Yeah, Raging Cajuns.
Oh, that's cool. In New Orleans. That sounds like a good one. It sounds like a fun one.
It's a school of my goddaughter. She's in that. Her brother, Trey's had gone there. So I'm looking forward to it. I really am. And Rich Rod has got his team going again. Louisiana always seems to be in the thick of things in their conference, and so it's no surprise that they are bowling again this year. And to get the first bowl game right out of the gate is always exciting because everybody's always looking forward to the start of bowl season. So lock in, check us out, help us with the ratings.
All right.
That'll happen.
There are
the Harris household, that's happening.
There are 7 bowls on Saturday.
It's awesome.
On December 16th.
Great.
Yeah,
I love
it's
it.
a good college football day.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
I mean, it's one of the days I know the company looks forward to because a lot of those bowl games are owned by ESPN themselves.
Absolutely. Dre, thanks a lot. We look forward to seeing you in Nashville.
All right, guys. Look forward to it. Let's go get one.
Let's do it. Big week, taking on the Titans, who play Monday Night Football tonight at Miami. Titans at Miami. Ouch. All right, we'll talk about that. We don't really have a smoking hot player of the game. I don't think we're going to do it. I don't know.
We have to do it, right?
We kind of have to.
I got one.
We'll debate and discuss in our final segment next year on Texans Radio.
Texans Radio continues in a moment.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60, because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip.
And Dom Capers was the defensive coordinator for the Jags. My kid gets freaked out about this. Hey, son, Jaguars and Tennessee Titans played in an AFC championship game. What? Yes, it
was right.
It actually happened.
I lived right across the river, and the Titans had beaten the Jaguars twice that year.
And you can't beat somebody 3 times. You just can't
happening.
And the Jags
won't do it.
Were the Jags 14-2?
The Jags were 14-2, finished the season 14-3, all 3 losses to the same team.
Holy
all 3
crap.
to the Titans.
That's amazing.
Oh, they're still bitter about it in Jacksonville.
Yeah, Dom Capers still has nightmares about Steve McNair. That's why when the Texans beat the Titans on the road in 2004, and it was the first win over the Titans, I felt so happy for Dom. Head coach of the Texans, you get Steve McNair at his place.
Finally, yep.
The late Steve McNair, God rest his soul, and that's that. All right, smoking hot players of the game. Is it Grenard?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Okay.
When he came in here the other day for the interview last Monday, I think, and we were talking after we got done with the interview, and I was like, "Oh, hey, yeah, Mekhi Becton, yeah, Louisville." I was like, "You guys are there at the same time," and I think he said like a year, maybe 2. And then he just kind of started talking about kind of what he was going to do to Mekhi Becton, what he kind of had ready for him. And he hit him with a few things yesterday that were nasty. He had that sack on Zach where Zach kind of like doubled over, kind of bent him backwards with that sack because he hit him from behind. That one had to hurt. Zach had to be feeling that one. But I thought Grenard was exceptional yesterday. I thought he was very good. 2 sacks. They gave the one to Rankins.
Yeah, but shouldn't I thought Grenard got him to start with. Oh no,
I think I told you Rankins, but then at first it was going to be split. But then they gave it to Sheldon. Either way,
did I not say Rankins?
No, you said Rankins, and then you did what you always do, Rankins and Grenard, because they were both there. They were both there, and it looked like on the replay I'm watching it after I said Rankins, like, oh yeah, they're going to split that. The way it just looked like they were going to split it. They didn't. But you had 4 sacks. You had 8 TFLs and 9 quarterback hits. I mean, typically that gets you going. Here's the one number.
Give me that stat line, and I don't know anything else about the game.
I feel like you're going to win the game.
That's a win. That's a win.
Here's the other stat that stood out to me. The Jets didn't have an interception, but they had 10 passes defensed. 10.
Well, we've seen them.
10.
They get there, and then they get knocked down.
Hey, DJ Reed and Sauce.
Yeah, they were good.
Straps.
Sauce was good yesterday.
Total straps. I mean, it was. I would have liked to have seen Sauce and Nico because it looked like that was going to be a battle until Nico went out. Those 2 are good.
You know what the beauty of this league is?
DJ Reed is excellent.
None of it matters. Well, it does matter because it's a loss, but you just got to win Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, winning Sunday is difficult because they have so many guys who are in injury situations, including the concussion protocol for the starting quarterback.
Yep.
So we'll see how it all goes. Anyway, In the Loop is coming up next. We'll be back at 5 with the D'Amico Ryan Show. You want to hear what the head coach has to say. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston Methodist Neal Cancer Center, we have the expertise to treat all of you. Leading oncologists use the latest technology, research, and treatments to stop your cancer, while specialists minimize its effects on major organs. There's a better approach to cancer care that heals all of you. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game, a Texans jersey, $500 Ashley Home Store gift card, and will be featured on the video board as they run onto the field to pick up the kickoff tee. Sign up your child today by texting Texans to 79795 or online at HoustonTexans.com. Ashley, proud.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Hand off to Dare, straight ahead, gets the first down, 28 seconds to go. And the Texans will not snap the ball again. This game is over. The Texans get knocked off in New York. They lose to the Jets 30-6 with the Titans up next on the road.
Oh, boy, and it was already going to be tough, and now it's much more difficult. Sean Bajani with you, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez on his way. He will have an incredible story to tell you when he does get here, but he will get here. I just told him to be safe, take his time. Landry Locker and Figgy Fig, I'm guessing still stuck in New York. I have no idea, but hanging out with me for a little bit longer after he just got done doing 2 hours of radio. Texans sideline reporter John Harris. Harris, I am excited for this because, one, you and I have never technically done radio together, so I'm excited for that. But then, two, since you've already been able to kind of talk yourself through and you've had I'm guessing, at least a little sleep overnight and kind of decompressed after being on the sideline and watching everything that transpired yesterday, maybe you can kind of talk me down a little bit too, because I'm still amped up.
Oh, no, I'm still amped up. No, I'm still amped up. I mean, I've tried to find – I've gone back and forth, Sean, the entire morning. Like, there are times where I'm just like, what did I watch yesterday? Then I'm like, I mean, you're without your top three pass catchers for the majority of the game. Blake Cashman is out, so linebackers kind of became a mess. Breece Hall caught 8 passes, 8 for 86. Zach Wilson, all my worst fears really came to fruition. The biggest one, obviously, was, okay, the game's kind of out of hand. Can we make sure that CJ stays healthy? And even that ended up being an issue. Will Anderson was ankle questionable near the end of the game. It was near the end. I didn't even have a report on that. So, Sean, I still have gone back and forth. And it's funny because if Mark is calm, I'll stay calm. Mm-hmm. But if you start going off the hinges, I'll probably start going off the hinges because there were plenty of things that were upsetting about that game yesterday. But there's a big part of me almost like, could you see it coming? You played so many close finishes.
Yeah.
You're up there. They're going to rally around Zach Wilson. It's a really good defense. And then, okay, Nico and Blake go out. Oh, my God. What are you going to do now? And then the Jets kind of exploited the Texans' weakness in some sense. And by the way, how is Lopez here and Figgy and Landry still in New York?
Dude, I don't know. I haven't gotten any of the story.
I didn't know if you knew that one.
I was asked if I was available to do the show this morning, and I said yes, of course, because I was going to go, to NRG anyway for the players and Ryan's availability this morning and this afternoon. And so I'm here. I have no idea. I just know that Lopez is going to get my vote for comeback host of the year.
It's got to be. He
right?
made it on 3 hours sleep or whatever it is. He slept at LaGuardia.
And so, I mean, I was going to ask you because maybe this is the difference between charter and commercial. Obviously, Lopez didn't hop on the flight with you guys to come back from New York, but he found a way, a better way, more effective and efficient way than that of Figgy and Landry. I don't know what's happening, but was the weather really that big of a deal last night? Did you guys have a pot of New York?
We thought it was going to be bad, that we were going to have issues. Like, we thought we were going to have issues getting out of New York. And so we were a little worried about that, but we took off seemingly on time. I felt like it took us a little longer to get back than getting there. So I think our path was kind of around some of the weather stuff, but they got us up in the air and got us out. I mean, I think I got home at about 10:45 last night. So, I mean, I got a decent night's sleep for the most part. But,
it's
I joke with people all the time, like, no, I don't like the way you guys fly. I think I'll fly this way, with buses to the airport, to the tarmac, and walk. I like that way of flying. I make fun of my wife all the time because she's like, I hate going through security and all that. I'm like, well, you can just fly on a plane with us. But so it's nice. I appreciate Lopez for making the effort. So I know if he's on his way. I know it's been a long one for sure for them, all that they've been doing the last few days, but I'm sure it's memorable, plenty of stories, which always makes for great radio.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to hear it because he did something apparently that I hadn't done in at least 20 years, and that's slept in an airport. And that's never a great situation, but when you're tired, you're tired. You can sleep anywhere. That's kind of the way I see it, but you got me thinking about something, John, because we all saw the same game, but I think even in ugly, disastrous kind of games like that, and it was more reasons than just one. I mean, the injuries to me stand out more so than just because I could kind of see a loss going into this one for two main reasons. One, you kind of mentioned it, the Texans, the amount of close games that they'd played in, 8 straight weeks of games being decided on the final possession inside the 30 seconds. That's just ridiculous. But it's the NFL that I love. But then two, the Jets, as bad as they've been, offensively, and in a lot of areas, really, they played in some close games too. And they're way more used to playing in the elements than the Texans, and it was their place. And so I was just worried about that from that perspective. But I always think it's interesting what people take away from these games, and it was just some numbers that I thought were absolutely incredible. And look, 30-6, that's a good old-fashioned ass-whooping. The Texans gave up 30 points all in the second half. You might know the answer to this, Johnny. I don't know that they've ever done that in their franchise's history, giving up that many points.
Question. No, I know they've given up that many points in the first half. I don't know about second half.
Right.
But I lived through 2 Bill O'Brien experiences in 2015 where we gave up 42 to Miami and 35 to Atlanta in successive road trips, which was brutal.
Yeah, I remember the Atlanta one. I remember the Atlanta one. I remember how frustrating that was. I don't remember the Dolphins. Is that who you said first,
God.
Dolphins?
Oh, my God. Can you imagine interviewing Bill O'Brien at halftime after it's 42-0 at half? I mean,
no.
Can you right. So the thing, Sean, it was 21-6, and they kept going for it on fourth down, and that really, I don't want to say gave them the last 3 field goals, but it kind of did. But it just when you watch the game back, 30-6, it kind of felt like 30-6.
Yes,
kind of what it felt like,
and that was kind of in part what I wanted to bring up. You turned it over on downs yesterday, 3 consecutive possessions. Looking back, I mean, this really could have been bad early. Yep. If you think about how that first half ended for the Texans, you talk about field position, they'd ended with starting drives on their 2, 5, and 8-yard line. That was just incredible to me that it still ended in a 0-0 tie at the break. And then the field position that you gave the Jets to end the game, their final 3 possessions, which miraculously only amounted in 9 points, 3 field goals, and 2 great kicks by Zuerlein. The 51 and the 55-yarder were just awesome in elements. But they'd started, I think, on their 32, their 30, and the 25-yard line of the Texans. Of the Texans, because look, all that happened so fast. I mean, they went for it and turned it over on downs 3 times inside the last 9.5 minutes of that ball game. That was just the real amazing part to me. And even going back and watching it a second time last night, John, I didn't have a problem with going for it even the first time because you were up against it. You were down. You needed something to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you said to people and just said, hey, Texas lost 30-6, did you 14-6 to start the fourth quarter? And it's like, whoa, like that. It was 14-6 because we scored on the untimed down at the end of the third quarter, missed the extra point. But hey, it's 14-6. You're back in this thing. You get a stop. And this to me was the big play because on 3rd and 4, Breece Hall runs a rub route, pick route, I can't remember who the receiver was, and the receiver runs right into Christian Harris.
Mm-hmm.
And Breece Hall breaks it to the flat. He's wide open. It's an easy throw. Wilson hits him. First down. And I just remember the air kind of that was the way I felt when I saw that. Like, oh, my God, Breece Hall again, with a catch out in the flat. It's just a beautiful pick route, rub route. And you're thinking, okay, can you stop? And then Wilson gets hot. He makes a couple of great throws. He makes the one to Jeremy Ruckert where I'm like, how did he even get it to him? You're like, you got to hold him the field goal. Nope, they scored to Breece Hall. It's 21-6, and now you're feeling like, okay, it's too much. But that 3rd and 4 play where they hit Breece Hall on the flat, I mean, if you go back and watch it, you'll see the receiver. And it's not pass interference. He's running his route. He just happens to run literally right into Christian Harris. It's the way you draw it up, but it worked perfectly for the Jets because it got Breece. If Breece drops that ball, or if Christian doesn't get picked off and you get a stop there, now it's 14-6 and you got the ball, like, boy, the world is totally different. But that's not the way the game felt at all. It just felt like Quinnen Williams and the dudes up front were just – they were too much in every way, shape, or form. Zach got hot, and the best two players outside of Quinnen Williams were number 1 and number 4, DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner. And they just put straps on the receivers.
They all had tremendous games yesterday, and I agree with you. It never felt good, even 0-0 for me. It just never felt good because – we'd seen this offensive line, this offense really sputter over the course of the last couple of weeks. We talked so much about complimentary football in the weeks prior to when times were really good and explosive, big wins against the Bucs, big win against the Bengals, and a little bit before and after that too. Just the Texans were finding different ways to win games. And look, you didn't turn the ball over yesterday.
Right.
That was the thing. But you had to find a way to get CJ comfortable again, and it just never looked like that was going to happen. They dialed up pressures. They dialed up looks. The Texans, to me, from an offensive perspective, I think communication's a big deal. I think it has to have a little bit to do with Juice coming in, playing left guard. Communication-wise, it just hasn't looked the same. I don't think Pierce and Singletary has been on the same page with Stroud and some of the protections. In conjunction with the offensive line, nothing meshed well yesterday. Look, we could talk about this all day long, and we will, from a football sense, but these are just some of my – to me, I'm bearing the lead here. The real thing is C.J. Stroud.
Sure.
We know they lost 30-6, self-inflicted wounds. They didn't show up. D'Amico said that as much after presser. Hell, Robert Woods mentioned that maybe they got complacent after the game yesterday as well. We know the chunk plays. We know the coverage was bad. We know the injuries, but there's one major one that could change, Johnny, and I want to hear your take on this, the entire feel of the season going forward, what little of it there is left, and that is preparing for life at least for a week without C.J. Stroud. I think you can book it, and here's why. He was knocked out for a play last week because the refs made him sit out because they thought he took contact to the head. I think it was on a quarterback sneak, and then this yesterday.
Yes,
listen.
CJ gets the snap and throws over the middle. He's got the crosser. Mechie brought down at the 31-yard line by Reed. And CJ took a shot.
He took a shot from
Mechie's first catch of the day, but all eyes are on CJ Stroud right now. He's on his back on the Meadowlands turf.
That was a good look he took, and he hit his head on the ground, and, damn that turf. I know the players complain about it being hard, but because it was wet, that looked really, really bad with the way that the water splashed up off of the turf when his head hit Johnny. I mean, mind you, peek behind the curtain a little bit. I'm in the studio. I don't have a TV in front of me. I'm doing highlights. I'm listening to this. I don't know if Stroud literally just got impaled by somebody's helmet because Vandy's talking about him writhing in pain. And, I see it later. And now that I've watched it multiple times, it doesn't get any easier to watch. The guy was hurt. And to what extent you're still juiced up, even though he's able to get up and walk off. But to me, Johnny, whatever the case may be, I've had this stat earlier. The average amount of time that a player is out with concussion, the median is 9 days. 9 days. Yep. And so that puts him out for the Titans game and maybe a couple of 3-day ramp up before he's on a practice field, even in maybe a limited capacity, the Wednesday leading into that following game, which I think Christmas Eve game against the Cleveland Browns. You have a gigantic week ahead of you if you're the Texans, and I kind of want to know how you see this and how it changes the complexion within the AFC South.
Yeah, I mean it's massive. I mean it's the injury in the AFC South, and obviously I have a ringside seat for those, and this will tell you about that hit. When CJ throws the ball, I then turn my eyes to see where he's throwing it, so I can't see him being hit. That's how long it took for Williams to hit him. But as soon as I could kind of see out of the corner of my eye, I could see something. I could see a couple of Texans players, and I'd look back. And when you hear both Mark and Andre say CJ is down, that's me telling him in their ear, well, I said some bad words first, but I was like, oh, bleep, CJ's down.
Yeah.
And now we've seen CJ slow to get up at a few times, and I was kind of hoping that's what it was. But I'm like, no, I've seen this before. This is not good. And so then it took a while. And when he walked over to the sidelines, I don't want to get into doctor mode or anything like that. I don't know. I just think, you're dealing with concussions. You just never, having many of them myself over the year, you never know how it's going to have an impact on you on that day, a week, months, years down the road. You just don't know. I know that Texans fans will all say the same thing, and this, I would think they would agree with me. The long-term health and prognosis for C.J. Stroud is the most important thing. So if that means that he sits against the Titans, so be it. He sits against the Titans. If that means he's got to sit the rest of the year, you've got to do it for his long-term health. Now, hopefully it won't be that way, because the other side of us is saying, we're in a playoff race, man. We've not been here in 4 years. I want to stay in the club. I like being in the club. Man, this is fun. This is club playoffs, man. We're dancing every week. This is really cool. I want to stay in the club. Well, you know what? You can only go into VIP if he's with you. Okay, well then get him healthy and bring him with me. Let's go. But that's what you have. That's what you have to fight, and that's the hard part, because we've got a 22-year-old uber stud who is. And I went to him one day and I told him this. We was in the locker room after the game. I said, CJ, I want to thank you for representing the city of Houston more so than I have seen almost every athlete in this city. You're not from Houston. You now are of Houston, but you're not from Houston. But the respect he shows for our city to people that are from here, me, you, Houstonians, love him because of how he represents Houston, what he stands to represent from us, and what it's meant to watch him this year has been awesome. And I thought about this on the plane. If the concussion is bad, I think it's 4 weeks, but you just don't know. But you also don't want to be playing with fire long term. I mean, all the talk about Tua and the concussions Tua had taken. It was unfortunate that he took that hit from Quinnen Williams, and I know Quinnen said, well, I'm not a dirty player. But he had already hit CJ 3 yards out of bounds earlier right in front of me, and then he's hitting him 2 steps late. He should have got a 15-yard penalty.
Yes.
So you could say you're not dirty, and that's fine, and you laugh and giggle, and you're a smiley guy and all that kind of stuff. But you had it on your mind. You were going to make a statement with C.J. Stroud, and you made it. And that's why I said about when the ball was thrown, I looked at where it was thrown, because a lot of times if a guy's taking a hit, I can see the hit as it's happening before I can see where the ball is going. This one, the ball was clearly gone, and it was 1 step, 2 steps, bang, and then he drove him to the ground. So not real happy about that, but I don't think 100% people agree with me. I think there are probably some that are like, no. When he's ready to go, he needs to play. He needs to play against the Titans. We got to have this one. Look, the one thing D'Amico, Ryans, and Nick Caserio have said all year in every interview, Sean, that they have talked to me and Mark all year, they've used 4 words. We'll figure it out. And you've got Davis Mills, you got Case Keenum. It's like Food Network chop basket. Okay, here's what you got. Now, you may not even have Nico. To me, Sean, that might be the bigger issue, is that, okay, if you have Davis with Tank and Nico and Dalton and the guys, okay, yeah. But now you might have Davis and you may not have any of those guys. And that's going to be tough.
It's the perfect analogy, even for the non-Food Network fans, the chopped basket, because some of those are an absolute beast. This is the biggest challenge for D'Amico Ryans, but particularly Bobby Slowick and everybody in that offensive coaching staff that they've had so far this season? And I want to talk about that when we come back. Johnny, I hope you're still here. We can chop that up with you. No pun intended. 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on the text line. Keep them coming hot and heavy. It is a Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. I know a lot of people feeling really passionate about it. Get your texts in, calls in, and we'll get to you. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
It's a reaction.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Sean Bajani in for Landry and Lopez, and hell, Figgy too for that matter. Ben Gary sticking around producing. He's going to be here for at least the first couple of hours of this show. Texans sideline report. Jim Harris joining me as well, sticking around, getting a little extra radio time in himself this morning. Lopez supposed to be en route when he gets here. I told him to be safe and don't hurry. Me and Johnny got it on lockdown. If you want to be a part of the show, 713-572-4610, 572-4610 on this Reaction Monday. And Johnny, you can imagine. I mean, the text line is just going nuts right now. A lot of people still very impassioned about the way the Texans played, the outcome yesterday, and certainly plenty of questions about Stroud's health. Do people think it's was it really a late hit? And, that's something I want to talk about a little bit later on, because I've watched it time and time again, and I got to be honest with you. I was on the fence for quite a while, but I kind of have made my mind up at this point in time, and I'm going to share that with everybody coming up at 10:40. But I want to talk about this right now. This, I kind of mentioned it before, it being maybe the biggest week for Bobby Slowick, Johnny, for the entire season. I mean, he has not had a week like this. I mean, you think about it from his perspective, this dude has been dealt, some cards, man.
Yeah.
With the injuries on the offensive line, the receiver core. I think I'd mentioned this coming into this game, was one of the more fascinating storylines to me, and just how he and C.J. Stroud have been able to get this whole thing cooking to the level that they had. They'd missed, at least a piece. They have not had their full complement of receivers, their three leading touchdown leaders in 9 weeks. And you might as well count it 10. Since Nico on the third play of the game for them. And they've been able to do this. This is a massive task going into this Titans game, and maybe beyond, without Stroud potentially, without Nico Collins potentially. Tank Dell's not going to be there, but Robert Woods wasn't even targeted a week ago, and he, along with everybody else in that receiver core, and really offensively yesterday, not named Devin Singletary, completely ineffective. This is a massive challenge. My question to you, Johnny, is how can Bobby Slowick, because I heard you talk about this in relation to Nathaniel Hackett and Zach Wilson and the job that duo did yesterday, and how Hackett and that offensive staff made things as easy as possible for Zach Wilson. I think I even heard Dre mention it during the broadcast. They're saving him from himself with the game plan and what they dialed up. But how can Slowick make things as easy as possible and as effective as possible for Davis Mills and this offense going forward?
Well, I think one of the things that they did, you think about the touchdown drive. They threw the ball to Andrew Beck on a boot, but I want to say it was max protect. It was 7-man protection, I think, or at least 6-man protection. And let's start there. The protection just wasn't good yesterday. And I go back to, and one of the things I mentioned was in the Steelers game, you had Jerron Christian and Austin Deculus flipping, they were rotating. And they didn't give up a sack to T.J. Watt or Alex Highsmith. So they've done it this year against teams that have had good rushers, good edge rushers in particular. The interior guys have given them some issue. I think one of the things that bothers me a little bit about the hit on C.J. is the fact that Quinnen Williams should not have breathed one breath yesterday without two Texans hitting him on almost every play. But the Jets did a nice job of scheming it up, at least on that play, where Juice had to be one-on-one with him. And if Williams just pulls up, maybe we're not talking about this with CJ, but I think that drive that they scored on, through to Beck on a kind of a fake toss boot, got an aggressive defense going one way, you went back the other. The throw to Brevin Jordan was kind of the same thing. Some eye candy going the other way. Fake a jet sweep. Fake the outside zone one way. Brevin slams and releases. He's wide open. Some of those things, those were, I don't want to say they're easy throws, but you had guys wide open. And especially in weather like that, guys are body catching the ball. So those are some easy throws. And maybe Bobby gets back to that if they hold him at 14-6. Maybe he does a few more of those things. And sometimes, and I know this is sometimes hard to think about, but sometimes the matchup's just bad. You just know it. I mean, Sean, you cover baseball, you know baseball, and there sometimes are hitters that can't put a bat on a ball from a particular pitcher. But then they might face Ohtani, and Ohtani's striking everybody out, but yet that's a good matchup for that particular hitter, and that guy just rakes.
Sure.
I feel like a horrible matchup from the Jets defense in particular, because where are the Texans deficient or young or experiencing a number of injuries? Well, Quinnen Williams is one of the best in the league. Where the Texans been suffering some injuries, mostly this year, interior offensive line. Mm-hmm. Where had they experienced injuries the last few weeks? Out of wide receiver, they've got DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner. Uh-huh. They feel like with no Tank, no Nico, they feel like they can go play man coverage and do it all game long, which frees up linebackers to, keep eyes on CJ, not let him scramble or blitz or do some different things, take away underneath passing lanes. It just makes it that much more difficult. So when I talk about matchups, that's what concerned me the most, was that you're banged up at receiver, you're really banged up on the interior offensive line, and those are two spots in which the Jets are exceptional. And what did we say all week, Sean? Well, the Texans can't really run the ball. Then the Jets have the 29th or 30th ranked run defense. Well, again, it goes back to matchups. You really wanted the Jets to be like the Bengals. Decent stopping the run, but, man, they're terrible stopping teams throwing the football.
Yeah.
We ate them up. It was a really bad matchup on a day in which the Jets played like the playoff Jets as opposed to the 4-8 Jets that have been playing this year for them.
God, it was such a great point that you'd made just now, and I heard you talk about it in the final few segments with Vandy this morning, that where the Texans were deficient because of injury and just maybe so many moving parts and communication, offensive line, the Jets were proficient, and it certainly proved itself out yesterday. And I think that maybe is not how we were saying it in our mind going into this game, but it was certainly a thought that not just because, hey, these are two teams that have played close games. Well, why have they played close games? I mean, there's various factors as to why for both teams going in, but that was a legitimate concern, and I just couldn't get behind being that guy that, this Jets team, they've only won 4 games. Their quarterback stinks. He hasn't started in a couple of 3 weeks. And, the Texans are just going to roll in no matter what the weather and take care of business. I just never felt that way.
Yeah.
And so it's just adding insult to injury, the fact that, I guess, injury to insult.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
It's
right?
Injury to insult. Absolutely.
That's what makes it worse. Because, again, I think a lot of us could really stomach this loss, even like that. You can excuse those away, you can move on, and I think you can do so a little bit easier because of the way that DeMeco Ryans has coached this team this season.
Yep.
That we've seen them grow and progress from learning how to handle defeat, learning how to handle themselves in preparation after wins. They strung together 3 straight wins for the first time in 4 or 5 years, right? And now I think this is another major thing to learn from. And they've got really good teachers over there, but are they going to have the right students in those rooms from it? That's what's dwindling right now. And I know you look at this Tennessee Titans team coming up this week in a massive game on the road, and, regardless of what happened yesterday in New York, I mean, I look up and, heck, the Jags lose. They get the brakes blown off of them yesterday. Yep. And you feel that much worse because you couldn't seize the opportunity. But now you got to rely on Xavier Hutchinson, which they did a little bit more yesterday than I thought they would. You got to rely on John Mechie, which they didn't do as much of yesterday as I thought they would. And you don't know if you're going to have Nico Collins. Is Noah Brown even right, Johnny? Because since he had 2 monster games, he'd been hobbled himself with a hamstring. And I don't know that he's even close to 100%. He certainly hasn't, the results hadn't been there, at least. Maybe the targets even haven't been there for him to have a chance at that. But that's kind of what I'm looking at, is from a personnel standpoint. Never mind, do you believe, do you have faith? No. Do you have the bodies in-house and available to you that is going to make this a realistic possibility for you to seize the opportunity this next month?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the things, Sean, that you just mentioned. Like, all right, with these particular players that you have, and I've likened it, like I said, the Food Network chop basket. Like, okay, here's your basket. Here's what you have. You have Davis Mills. You have Brevin Jordan. You're going to have Dalton Schultz back. Okay, I'm saying that. You got Dalton Schultz back. Okay, all right. What else do we have in there? We have X. What does X like to do? X can be a deep downfield threat. He can be a catch-and-run guy. I think they can use Hutchinson a little bit more, and I think that would end up working for them. But figure how do I put all these components? That, to me, is the Bobby Slowick challenge. How do I get these guys into roles and positions with plays that they like, can be successful with, that gives the offense confidence that they can move the ball against this Titans defense? I think you're right. This is as tough a week for Bobby Slowick, but they got the week to prepare. What they've shown me with a week to prepare, that they've been pretty good all year long. Obviously, yesterday was a tough one, but they've been able to take that chop basket and go, this is what we have. Let's make the most of it. And here's the other thing, Sean. I know we've had guys the last few weeks that have been playing, but they haven't practiced much. I think some of that came to fruition yesterday, where the lack of practice time really impacted them out on the field.
He's John Harris, Sean Bajani with you, in for Landry and Lopez, and Figgy as well. Lopez will be here at the top of the hour, so we'll look forward to that and get his story and all of his adventures over the course of the last 24 hours. We'll do that. And coming up next, we're going to localize it, and this may be too much of a giveaway, but hey, so be it. The NFL, do you believe, I'll ask you the question, do you believe the NFL has still not come around to localizing the respect that they've shown around the rest of the league to star quarterbacks? Have they not done the same thing here? That's next at Sports Radio 610.
Even after a tough
the hit that C.J. Stroud took during yesterday's game, which knocked him out. Hard hit by Quinnen Williams.
Sean, are people mad because they felt like it was a late hit, that he wasn't protected well enough? What's kind of the consensus of people?
Both. I'm getting a lot that, that the hit, it's the line's fault. The line's been terrible the last 3 weeks. They've got to do something, and then that it was a late hit. And here's where I side. I've watched this thing over and over and over again. And I think the problem that I had personally is, look, I was a football coach for a long time, and like you, Johnny, we've watched a lot of football. There's a part of me that's just like, you know what? That's the game. That's the game. They play hard. They play fast. That's a lot of beef moving around. There's only so much you could do. And then I think back to, okay, let's separate that for a second from what you're used to watching in the NFL. And if you're used to watching it, then quarterbacks and players of all variety, very call like that. So there is a level of expectation. And I can only say that, man, I have seen, interior defensive linemen smash into quarterbacks and fall at their feet, with the QB still standing upright, and they'll get a flag.
Right.
Never mind a guy, you could go 1,001, bam, takes that hit, and then bam, head slams on the turf, pops up, and a guy's just laying there. I mean, the only thing, and thank God this didn't happen, because, look, every concussion is not created equal.
Good point.
The person.
I was just thinking about that during the break, Sean, and that's key, because I know this will happen this week. Well, this guy came back. Well, this guy didn't.
Yeah.
Concussions are like flowers. I mean, they're all flowers, but they're all different shapes, sizes, and types. And that's, so CJ's might not be like, I don't know, quarterback had a concussion. I think Derek Carr had one. They may not be the same. Yeah. They might be similar, but they're all different. I'm glad you said that, because that's the most important thing to keep in mind, is just because, I mean, look, some concussions can put a guy, look what happened to Hayden Hurst. Hayden Hurst hasn't come back from his concussion with the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, sure. Well, and my first thought was, and look, the referees, say what you will about the situation last week, they pulled Stroud out of the game because, after he went in that quarterback sneak, they thought that he'd taken a hit to the head, and, Stroud was saying, I'm fine. Maybe he did take a little bit of a lick. I don't know. And the first thing that came to my mind was Tua Tagovailoa, who last year had a concussion, was evaluated, went back out, got hit again. The next week, boom, got hit again, had another concussion. And you know that storyline. You know how that played out. And that level of concern. There was questions of if that guy was going to come back and play football again.
I know. Exactly. Another hit and he's done.
Yeah, 100%. And so, look, the severity of the hit, the what we saw was not near the same in terms of Stroud. But again, that's where I go back to every concussion is not – they're not created equal. And – look, what I was going to say is, Stroud didn't go fencing pose and hands up in the air, that whole thing, legs up in the air.
Tom Savage did that against the Niners.
Yes.
Yes,
we've seen it time and time again. I mean, it feels like it happens at least once a season in the NFL somewhere. And I know you mentioned Derek Carr. I think Derek Carr earlier this season did, in fact, come back after – sustaining a concussion. I think he played the next game. And maybe it was Anthony Richardson that did the same thing earlier this year, too.
I think maybe so, yeah. I think you're right about that.
So, I mean, yes, technically it could happen. But I think you made the grandest point of them all in our first couple of segments, John, in that this is a long-term play, man. You have got every responsibility put upon yourself if you're the Houston Texans and that medical staff to understand that this is not just about this week. This is about a 22-year-old. He's a stud, and you've got to do what's best for his future, not just what's best for the team this week. Because if you're not 110% sure that he belongs out there, then you can't do it.
And to your point, Sean, exactly. And to your point, I know that a lot of people are talking about the offensive line. The offensive line, the interior of the offensive line it's not been great. yesterday was a rough day. In 95, Quentin Williams is going to make that tough on anybody. But they struggled. They really struggled yesterday. And, again, it kind of goes into the chop basket of who do we have on the interior? Who are we facing? Oh, thank God Jeffrey Simmons is banged up. I thought about the Ricky Bobby scene where he's cutting the cast off his arm. I'm like, that's Jeffrey Simmons on whatever body part is hurt. He's going to try and get back so he can face the Texans. But I think he's out for 2-3 weeks. So the thought is he's going to miss this game. But I don't disagree with people on that particular note. You know, the offensive line has struggled a little bit. So, again, another point that Bobby Slowick has to contend with. Like, okay, these are my receivers or this is my pass-catching group. Okay, here are the plays that they like. Now, whichever one comes first, who knows. Let's talk about protection here. How often do we have to take a back and help in the A-gap in protection? How often do we have to use Salbert and move him in motion and maybe use him on the interior? Because a lot of times you're doubling or chipping on the out, and then you'll double with the center and guard. Well, maybe you need to do center guard double one side and guard running back double on the other side to make sure there's no interior pressure. I don't know. Bobby's better at that than any of us are going to be.
Sure.
And I trust him because I think about the games where the Texans have not had their full complement of offensive linemen, and they didn't give up a sack to the Steelers. Or they didn't give up a sack to the Jaguars in week 3. So they'll figure that out, and that's the charge. That's what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have said to us every single week when we talk to him about injuries, Sean. We've had him in here. We're like, man, how do y'all do it? What's the thought process? And they're like, you know what? We just came to this agreement that we'll figure it out. No matter what it is, we'll figure it out.
You know,
they're going to have to figure this one out for sure.
I was just going to say, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but this was a thought, after the game yesterday, and what really got me thinking about it was, I think it was Huff that came off the right edge, beat Fant untouched, right? Fant was late even recognizing.
Yeah.
Right? And he got into Stroud. And, maybe this is something, maybe this is nothing. I think that was the first sack that Fant had given up all year. I think he'd only given up one pressure in 12 starts, if I'm remembering correctly. But the point is, as much shuffling as you've had to do on that offensive line, I wonder if sometimes you can overlook, and as attention to detail as this team says they are, and I believe it, and we've seen it, but sometimes you can gloss over the simple things. And with so many body changing, sometimes the one thing you don't change is terminology. Sometimes the thing you pay least amount of attention to are some of your basic tells, whether it be just your alignment, the pressure you're putting on your hands, just your setup. Sometimes maybe you need to go back and look at those things. And I wonder if you're Robert Saleh and you're Nathaniel Hackett and you're looking at this offensive line the last couple of weeks with the insertion of Juice Scruggs at left guard, and people talk around the league, well, how have teams been successful in getting Stroud to operate out of the pocket? And here's what we're going to do. That really worked well when I forgot who it was a couple of weeks ago that came free untouched on Laramie Tunsil's side. What did we see there? Let's take a hard look at this. It's things like that. Maybe it's a basic tell that Bobby Slowick, Chris Strouser, and Coach Popovich, that offensive line are just going to have to go back, hit the film, and fix some things there. To localize this, to bring this back around, I asked the question, has the NFL just simply not come around to showing the same respect to C.J. Stroud as they do other star quarterbacks? And I know some of those things look like that are earned, but C.J. quipped about it a few weeks ago, if you recall, Johnny, during a media session.
He did.
And I think you got to take a hard look at this. I know the Texans a few weeks ago, I can't remember after what game it was, maybe it was the Jaguars game where they felt they'd gotten kind of jolted, on a couple of no calls or bad calls.
Mm-hmm.
Every team, every week, I imagine, sends plays into the league. That's got to be one of them, 1A that is sent in today for the league to take a look at, and that's got to change. If you're going to be real about protecting players, particularly quarterbacks, I mean, that was a late hit. It should have drawn a flag, and
he'll get fined for sure.
We've seen some late-ass flags, Johnny, and all you needed to take a look at is that head pop up off the turf like that, the way that it did, and you throw that sucker.
Yep, absolutely. And especially Quinn Williams is going to be fine, not only for that play, but he also had CJ laid out of bounds, like right near me. So I can promise you he's going to get fined, if not for one, both of them in the aggregate. So I know our man John Lopez is there, and I know he's ready to take over. And look, sometimes radio is best when you're on like 2, 3, or 4 hours of sleep. So I know Johnny's going to have you. Yeah. But John, I appreciate being with you, man, for the hour. That was fun, brother. And anytime you need me to hop on with you, man, I'm there.
I appreciate you, man. I think I'll see you later on today.
Caffeine and adrenaline, baby. Caffeine and adrenaline.
He's here in the flesh. There he goes.
Listen, OG, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. And hold on one second. Yeah. I don't get to do this. I listen to this every day. I told Andrew this. I listen every day to Lunchtime Confessions. If I were to confess something right now, I would tell you that I love Figgy more than any of y'all. Just letting you know.
That's fine. So do we.
That's my confession.
I love Figgy more than I love myself.
No, but I was glad to see you guys. I'm glad you guys made the trip up there.
Well,
seeing the three of y'all. It's kind of weird being on a being on a road trip, and all of a sudden Landry's like, "Hey, Johnny." I'm like, "Oh, it's weird." So I'm glad you guys were up there. It was a crappy game, but I know this up there was kind of cool. So appreciate you guys, and we'll talk again soon.
Thanks, Johnny. I'll see you later on at Texans for D'Amico Ryans, who will be available to the media. You'll hear it right here on Sports Radio 610 later on today. 2:30 is the scheduled time that he's supposed to speak with the media. And, of course, like we do every single Monday, we'll have it here for you on Sports Radio 610. So the comeback host of the year is in the building. We will get John Lopez involved. It's rubber that you were burning to get your ass over here. We'll have John to start hour number 2 next at Sports Radio 610.
Texans. always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker, and the comeback radio host of the year, John Lopez, in studio now, my man. I know you've got plenty of stories to tell on your adventure over the course of the last 24.
We will get to some stories.
We have to.
Yeah.
You, my friend, have been getting raked over the coals via the text line today.
For what?
For your bogus prediction of the outcome of this game going in.
Come on now. Nobody knew that it was going to be that wet and wild and yucky.
You damn near had the score right, though. You just had the teams wrong.
Score right. So there's that. No, that happens. I felt good about this game. Obviously, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. That's for dang sure.
My gosh. You know, we were talking during the break. There's so many different things you can take away, and, you know, we all watch the same game, but we have different times, so we'll get to some of those here in just a little bit. But, you know, one of mine, obviously, aside from the injuries, was just a tale of two very different quarterbacks coming into this one.
Mm-hmm.
Who the heck flipped the script? You know, all you conspiracy theorists out there that think this stuff is scripted.
Yeah.
Who gave Zach Stroud's and vice versa? I mean, Wilson looked like the star on Sunday, and Stroud's results mirrored that of, you know, the stat line more in line with and what's been more familiar with Zach Wilson this season, minus the turnovers. There were none Sunday for the Texans, which was incredible in a nasty, ugly, you know, gummed up game like that yesterday. Stroud, 10 of 23, 91 yards, 4 sacks. Wilson, 27 of 36, 301 yards, 2 scores. He took 4 sacks as well. I thought the Texans, from a pressure standpoint, making life difficult, at least initially on Zach Wilson, pretty good, like survivable, good enough, right?
Yeah, no, it was. There were a couple of positives to get out of this, and I know we're going to get into that right here in this segment. But that was one. The thing that was just like one thing I like to do is kind of my big sweeping takeaway. You know, I always talk about that. Like if I'm the headline writer and this game happened, and I'm like, all right, what's the story here? You know, what's the story? Well, there's two. But for me, like the biggest sweeping takeaway of just like the game in general, that's how fast things can change, man. Like that's how tenuous things are with this team particularly, but in the NFL at large particularly, doesn't have the depth. Had some questions at wide receiver, obviously offensive line questions. Well, all those things came to fruition. You were already missing Tank Dell. Then you lose Nico after 3 plays. Thank goodness he got 1,000 yards. I hope there's a bonus involved with that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, I hope there. Brian Cashman, your best defensive player from beginning to end of the season, if we're being honest here.
100%.
I mean, there's no question about it. Will Anderson, who knows, you know, with all the C.J. Stroud stuff, we don't exactly know what's going to happen with him and the ankle and everything else, and didn't really play that well. And then, of course, C.J. Stroud. So that's how wild it is. And the thing that was frustrating is they were giving you the division around your division. Like they were giving you the pathway, you know, to firmly establish yourself into the playoff race. But then this all happens in one place, in one nasty, sloppy, ugly game up at MetLife. It was that's my big from a Texans perspective, sweeping kind of takeaway. And then there's the C.J. Stroud stuff, which I know we're going to get to here in a little bit.
Yeah, the C.J. Stroud. That is the overwhelming. That's the big one. John Harris and I talked plenty about that, and like you said, we'll get to it. You know, it was incredible to me yesterday that game ended 0-0 in the first half because of the field position battle that was being severely by the Texans. They'd started their final 3 possessions in the first half on their own 2, on their own 5, on their own 8. It was incredible. And the chunk plays that the Texans defense got away with giving up via the Jets. The Jets had 3 alone on the first possession in the second half, though. And that was the big one. That was the kicker. The last was a 15-yard pass for Randall Cobb. and he heard this. Oh, you don't have the audio, Ben? Okay. It was a touchdown.
My computer's
screwed. Your computer screwed?
It was a touchdown.
Did it freeze up like mine did a couple of weeks ago when I was
Pretty
doing
much,
highlights?
yeah.
Oh,
hold on.
Ben had to suffer the...
Wilson's going to throw
There we
it
go.
again.
There we
Wilson
go.
steps up, just throws underneath, got a man across the 5, he's in. Touchdown, Randall Cobb, the former Texan, most notably a former Packer, but he cashes in for 6 on a 15-yard touchdown reception, catch and run, and the Jets score first in this game with 11:05 to go in the third quarter.
You know, all these kind of mesh together now, but I think it was that one. If that was the crosser left to right, Denzel Perryman, that was his guy to pick up.
Cashman wasn't on the field.
Cashman wasn't on the field, but Perryman bumped into another offensive player. It wasn't a pick route. He was just sifting, and he bumped into him. If he doesn't bump into him, that pass is maybe defensed because he really wasn't that far off after getting bumped off. And so it was just little things like that I wonder. D'Amico Ryans said it after the game yesterday, John, this is Monday. If you're telling the truth, you shot yourself in the foot plenty of times yesterday. There were a lot of things that didn't go your way because it was your fault. Injuries you can't control. That, to me, was one of those things where it was like, damn it. You know, that's just football.
Yeah, and then there was one play, and I'll get to that in passing thoughts here in the next segment, where he completed one across 2 hashes. He was rolling to his left and went across 2 hashes and completed it to Garrett Wilson. And there were 3 defenders around Garrett Wilson. You don't make that pass. That was a bad decision. It was just a really good arm strength, get the ball there play by Zach Wilson. You know, first of all, Zach Wilson had the game of his life. Like, that was his best game ever. And Robert Saleh said as much afterward. So that was kind of a dumb decision, but it paid off. And that was one of the plays, and it just absolutely killed him.
That was kind of, to me, the epitome of what I had already anticipated Zach Wilson, at least from a mindset point of view, going into this game, trying to do thinking. Because if you're him, what do you have to lose?
Right. Well, he said it before the game.
Did he really?
He said they were going to let him. He was just going to play free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
why
not? His own organization, his coach, basically crapped on him all season long, took the 5th, didn't even want to talk about you a few weeks ago as being the starter. And, you know, you're trying to put your best tape out there for a job next year with somebody. You don't even know. You don't even care. You just want to get the hell out of New York. And so I fully anticipated him just kind of doing what he'd said he did, apparently, and playing free to me. And it was that lent its big chunk plays. The Jets had one on the next possession after that Cobb touchdown, 24 yards to Conklin on a 3rd and 9.
Oh, that was a big
Those were
play.
the kind of backbreakers, man, that the Texans encountered yesterday. You might as well count the 15-yard roughing the passer call on Will Anderson as well. Clearly should have
he
let
didn't
up.
play real well.
Did not. That was probably his first really bad play of the game yesterday. Both of those led to this.
Texans already down 7-0, getting late in the third. Wilson under center, and a handoff on the end around. And here's Gibson. Little hesitation, then takes it across the goal line for 6. And there's your 2-score lead for the Jets.
Shortly thereafter, and to me this was one of those nuggets, again, where you just felt like, okay, here you go. It's the Texans' turn. They capitalize on that fumble recovery forced by Harris on Wilson, recovered by Khalil Davis. He seems to be a guy that's in the right place, right time.
Always.
Kind of has that Cashman aura to him, right? The best sequence of the day for the Texans offensively came right there. 2 chunk plays to Beck and Jordan, led to Brown being interfered with near the goal line, setting up the Singletary score.
CJ digs in behind Michael Dieter. 1st and goal at the 1. Handoff motor, left side run, he gets in. The Texans finally get on the board. Untimed down, end of the third quarter. Houston scores, and it's a 1-score game for the Texans.
Where was the complimentary football after that, John?
Well, that's the thing. Okay, so if you're jumping out at like some of the things that just completely collapsed. First of all, the good news. You mentioned that they started on their own 2, 5, and 8, I believe, yards. That was Devin Singletary. Those were runs that got them out of that trouble. So, like, fortunately, they went more with Devin Singletary than Dameon Pierce in this game. There's no reason, and that's the evidence right there. There's no reason to go with anyone else but, you know, a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 ratio, Devin Singletary to Dameon Pierce, because those were runs that got him out of those out of those big, deep holes.
And I'm actually a believer in that now. I was not. I think you and Landry have been saying that in the last couple of weeks, and I was completely against it.
Yeah.
Based on what I thought I was seeing from Damian before his ankle injury, and then, two, what Slowick said he was seeing before Damian's ankle injury.
Well, what are we seeing now?
It's not the case.
What are we seeing now? And then the other piece of good news was you mentioned it. Talk about a tale of two halves. The defense was playing, like just scratching and clawing in the first half. It was 0-0 at halftime.
Yeah.
This was a 0-0 game at halftime. And then you give up 30 points in the second half?
I told John this. I asked him the question, and this is something I meant to look at last night, and I will today. I don't think the Texans in their franchise history have ever given up 30 points in the second half to anybody ever. I know John recalled like 40-some-odd points to the Dolphins back in the day, and in the very next week they'd given up 30-some-odd points in the first half. But you're talking about in the second half, after a 0-0 game like this, to this quarterback. And D'Amico was asked about it afterwards.
Yeah.
We can play this a little bit later. I thought it was a really good question. But, I mean, my God, losing games to Zach Wilson, to Desmond Ridder, to Bryce Young, with football that offense was playing at that point in time in Carolina, to Anthony Richardson week 2.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, man.
Well, the margins are that thin. That's what I said. One of my big sweeping takeaways here was the margins are that thin with this team. And then you lose last week, you lose your best receiver, then you lose your second best receiver after 3 snaps. That pretty much threw the game plan out the window as well offensively. And that's not to make excuses, because the Jets played really good defense. Man, I'll tell you what, and I know, we were there. We went to the game. What a wild weekend. We'll get into that in just a little bit as well. What a wild weekend we had. And wait till you hear confessions at 12:20. But when you watch, like, from a stadium perspective, like the whole field, Sauce Gardner is legit. Like, legit. Yeah. He was he was locking up fools out there.
But you know what? And I know he'd won that comparison battle with Stingley to this point. And with what Stingley had done the previous 3 weeks coming into this game, he's taken the ball away. That's something Sauce just hasn't done.
No, that's fair.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. His dudes don't catch passes.
They don't.
He defends passes as good as anybody I think you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's what you're paid to do. Everything else is kind of gravy. If you're able to get the picks, cool. But you're paid to not let dudes catch balls on you, and he does that better than most.
One thing they did, they moved him around on a lot of different receivers, but they really tried to focus putting him on Noah Brown. Noah Brown was a nowhere man in this game.
Yeah.
He had the one big play opportunity about 45, 50 yards downfield.
That was a tough ball.
That was more C.J. Stroud than him. He did get a little separation. He just led him a little bit too much. Other than that, he wasn't on the field, and that was largely because of Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, and you're going to have – that's another thing we have to talk about. Yeah. You're going to have to play him.
Yeah.
you need that dude. If you don't have Nico, you don't have Tank.
Yeah.
Outside of that, you're relying on Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie. Look, we don't have to play the highlight, Ben, but after a third touchdown by the Jets, it was the Breece Hall 3-yard TD catch. The game ended about as poorly as it had began.
Yeah.
I mean, punt, all over the place, right? And then the final 3 possessions for the Jets. Get this, man. Because the Texans turned the ball over on downs 3 straight times, the Jets took over on the Texans' 32, the 30, and the 25, and settled for 51, 55, and 44-yard field goals. I just thought that was mind-blowing, incredible numbers right there. To lose 30-6, for the defense to hold their ground as best they possibly could after giving up that kind of field position on the road in those elements after Zach Wilson had just carved your ass up the 3 out of the 4 previous possessions in the second half already. That, to me, was one of the small positives you could take away.
That was definitely one. The first half was definitely one, the way they kind of scratched and clawed to keep him off the scoreboard. And Devin Singletary. I don't want that to be lost, because that's like when you watch the tape guy, as we like to say. He was the difference in the running game, and he was a difference in them getting out of there. There's no question about it.
And is he going to be a big part of the puzzle going forward? Does he need to be for Bobby Slowick in this week when he's trying to figure out how we're going to put this thing together ahead of the Tennessee Titans. He's John Lopez, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker, Ben Gary in for Figgy Fig. Coming up next, we'll get to Lopez's passing thoughts. He'll catch us up on his adventure over the weekend. We've got a lot of stuff to look forward to. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
Monday Night Football. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker is here in the flesh, back from NYC. Are Figgy Fig and Landry still hanging out up there?
All right, let me give you the whole story about last night, first of all, and we'll get into the C.J. Stroud stuff, because I think we need to be pretty blunt about that, and I think we need to be very, very adamant about something with him. Okay, but for those who have been wondering, and we're getting all kinds of messages on the text board, 713-572-4610 and tweets and such. So really an unbelievable weekend, like just absolutely fantastic. We left here after the show Thursday and went up to Boston for Radio Row at the Army-Navy game. That was fantastic. USAA, shout out to USAA. They do an unbelievable job. Broadcast, sweet. Y'all were listening Friday. If you weren't, you should have. And, we do that. Then we actually caught the Celtics-Knicks game Friday night at TD Garden. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Saturday, we went over to the game itself, march in, the whole 9 yards, all that stuff. Saturday night, unbelievable meal, Italian food. We'll get to all that at some point this week. And then Sunday morning, get up at I think I got up at 4:30 to catch a flight to go to New York City. Since we're up there, let's go watch the Texans play the Jets. Let's get a dub. Tailgated with a bunch of Dominic from New Jersey. We tailgated with him and his buddies. That was awesome. Larry and Stafford was there.
Saw that, yeah.
Ultimate Texan was there. I mean, the Enough Said tailgaters that went there. It was awesome. Did the game, went down to the field, chatted it up with Cal and Hannah. Saw Andre Johnson, chatted it up with Travis Johnson and Gerard, we were hanging out with him.
Take a picture with him. Yeah,
it was a wives trip, so I got to see Gerard's wife Brady and some of that. It was awesome. Did the game? Obviously, the game didn't turn out as well. So we're gold. It was a pretty quick game. Get in an Uber. Took a while to get out to LaGuardia. No big deal. We got plenty of time to catch our flight. Okay, get there. And I notice, and this is going to be one of the confessions too, but I noticed that the flight had been delayed from the 7:50 takeoff, which would have gotten us here last night about 11 o'clock, piece of cake, 11:30, whatever. And so I noticed that they delayed it to like 8:10. I said, all right, no big deal, whatever, late plane, whatever. And then about 20 minutes in, I see that nothing is happening at the gate. I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. It's probably going to be a little later. No big deal still. I was still like, fine. I'll get home at midnight, 12:30. No big deal. So then I'm looking at my app, and I see that the plane had not left. We were going to get a plane that left Washington, D.C., went to New York, and then here. Hadn't left Washington, D.C. yet.
At what time?
At like 8 o'clock. We were supposed to leave at 8:10.
Goodness,
yeah. And I'm like, okay, this is not going to be good. About 8:20, they announced plane hasn't left from Washington D.C. yet. This is at 8:20, but it'll whatever. They're just it'll be a bit longer. So I'm like, this is damn near 38, 39 years of traveling that kicked in. Figgy and Landry are there. Landry's having a drink and some food, and Figgy's sitting there, whatever. And I'm like, I've seen this before. That plane is not going to come tonight. That weather. That rain got heavier and later in the night. Hadn't left at 8:20, 8:30. So I've seen this before. I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be smart. I'm going to go ahead and book the first flight out tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Gets here about right about a little after 9:02 or something, and boom, I'll go. We'll all go into the station.
Did you tell Landry and Figgy you were doing this?
I told Landry and Figgy, this is what I'm going to do. I think it's not going to come. I think we should just go get some sleep, even if it's here in the terminal, hotel, whatever. I didn't want to get a hotel because you never know. So I figured, well, just gonna have to lump it and sleep on somewhere in the terminal for about 4 or 5 hours, and then catch the boarding a little after 5. Perfect. They go, nah, I think we're gonna wait it out. And I was like, all right. I pressed buy. I pressed my purchase on to change the ticket. I said, I'm gonna be there in the morning. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. See you guys later. So I go lay down for a little bit, in some nook, and it's just real loud. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't get to sleep. So I finally said, I'm going to get up, go see what the latest is. Maybe I'll just get on this plane after all, switch it back. Canceled, just like I thought. It was canceled. So they're scrambling around. And when I purchased my ticket for this morning, I went ahead and purchased the first row of coach. Get the hell out of there real quick.
Yeah.
And make it for the show in time. So I was on row 7, first row of coach, and all the seats were booked by then. So Landry couldn't get it on that flight, and Figgy couldn't get on that flight. So then we started scrambling. I'm sure that's when you got the call.
I got a text around 9:43, I think, something like that, and I didn't see it till even later.
That time's out because that's 10:45 up there.
Yeah.
So I got a ticket, and they're scrambling.
Mm-hmm.
Landry couldn't get a ticket until it left at noon Eastern. It left at noon Eastern, so he's just flying right now. Figgy got on a 6 a.m. flight, but had to connect through Washington. It was that same plane route.
Yeah.
So he's not going to get here till like 1 p.m. or whatever today. So I said, all right. So me and Sean Bajani, bingo, bango, boingo, as you like to say, we're
something like that.
we're good to go. Well, then we actually touched down early, like about 8:58 or something like that. I said, boom, I'm gonna get out of here, get my bag, go in the station. We're golden. Well, my bag doesn't show up. So that pushes me back. So I just said, screw it. I left the bag there. I'll worry about that later today. And then I go get my truck. And I took a picture of where my truck is, which, you're supposed to do. And I went up to the parking lot, and I couldn't find my truck for about 15 minutes. And I went, that was on me. I went, it's on the other aisle. So I finally got my truck, got here, in time to do the show now and all that. But I didn't shower. I did brush my teeth. I didn't shave. This is the same shirt and sweatpants that I put on yesterday. To get at the airport.
Oh, my gosh.
And haven't eaten, haven't anything. I mean, nobody's going to feel sorry for me. I don't want them to. But I'm just saying, there's a little stank in the room today, but here we are.
You know what? I didn't go through all of that, but same. Same, outside of the travel issues.
I did, and this is also going to be, this is a tease for confessions in about 50 minutes. Wet wipes can go a long way when you're driving in your truck. Wet wipes.
What do they call those? Shower pills.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Good old shower pills.
I always have wet wipes in my truck for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Well, I was using the hell out of them driving in today. That's for dang sure.
There you go.
and
deodorant.
Go.
Because sleeping in an airport, it's a different kind of funk, man. It is a different kind of funk. But we're glad you're here, man. I said you're comeback radio host of the year for sure because you brought your ass back.
I did.
It's smart. But how the hell did Landry and Figgy just think
why didn't they trust me?
Right.
I've done this for 38 years. I know how this plays out. They just try to tease you, And when I saw that and they came on the PA and said, yeah, it still hadn't come, I went, boom, let's just get another flight. And then they waited for it to be official. Well, by then everybody's got another flight.
I kind of want to go this route. I'm serious.
Yeah.
If Figgy wasn't involved, I would say this is 100%. Fig seems like a very trustworthy, smart, independent individual at times. I would almost say that Landry did this on purpose for a bit.
I don't know about that.
Because He's got a kid here, sure, but his wife's a strong woman. She's got that on lock.
They were ticked off.
And I'll bet.
Yeah,
I bet. But I would almost bet you that this would be a bit in the mind of Landry. That I'm not going to trust the old man. This will make for a great story on Tuesday.
One other note on this: I've slept in airports before, probably 3 or 4 or 5 times, whatever, because this happens over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Sleeping in airports is a young man's game. Dude, that is a young man's game.
If you can actually go to sleep in an airport, no matter what age you are, good job by you.
Dude.
I hadn't slept in an airport probably in 20 years, and I did not. I mean, I was wide awake. You just don't sleep. I mean, 3 a.m. in, Ontario Airport in California back in the day for me, it was just this is impossible.
No, because every time another veteran move by me, another OG move, as soon as I bought that ticket, I ran, because everything was closing down. I ran to the gift store and got a little pillow and a blanket. and I wrapped the pillow, the little neck pillows, but I wrapped it in a blanket so I could have like a real pillow.
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right, at least I got that. So that was a little more but I couldn't fall asleep because every time you fall asleep, I was in this little couch in this little nook kind of in the hallway where the little walking escalators are, the walking things. Every time I felt like I was going to sleep, some other airplane would arrive and 800 people would come off and talking and laughing.
Yeah.
And, hey, Carol. I heard that. Hey, Carol. Like, Carol, shut the hell up. I was like,
well, never mind that, but you got the announcements going on overhead.
Every 45 minutes. I actually looked on my phone. Every 45 minutes, I got that announcement, whatever it was about the airport. Make sure you watch your bag and don't give your bag to someone else and all that.
XYZ flight now
I got it the first 5 times that you said it, but I got about 3 hours sleep there and then about an hour on the plane, so 4 hours in. I've done 4 hours of sleep before.
All right. Well, we got to get into this game now. Yeah. I know you're ready for it. As you mentioned, and John Harris and I, who started the show with me this morning, we spent a little bit of time on it. But as I said to him, it's interesting when you watch a game like that yesterday with the Texans and Jets, the different takeaways that people have. And I think you've got a different one. And so I'm anxious to hear that. Your biggest takeaway. Also, the big week that starts now for Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryans, and the Houston Texans on how the heck they prepare for life without C.J. Stroud. That's how you have to operate. We'll talk about it next at Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's get you.
presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
CJ gets the snap and throws over the middle. He's got the crosser. Mechie brought down at the 31-yard line by Reed. And CJ took a shot.
He took a shot.
Mechie's first catch of the day, but all eyes are on CJ Stroud right now. He's on his back on the Meadowlands.
Time for the hits at Sports Radio 610. You are in the loop. I'm Sean Bajani, in for Landry Locker. He's John Lopez. Ben Gary producing as Figgy Fig and Landry are en route from NYC back to H-Town. They'll be back here for you tomorrow. It is time for the hits, and you just heard that.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I'm not the one that should be on edge. You should be the one that's on edge. That scared the hell out of me. I was not expecting that sounder. I got my headphones turned up way too loud. I feel like a 747 just landed on my ass.
That makes two of us.
Holy smokes.
I guess it's my fault.
Yeah. It's my fault. It's my fault. Hey, we're all trying to piece things together this morning, man.
Yeah.
But I mean, my God, I literally thought C.J. Stroud was going to have to piece himself back together because I'll again peel back the curtain. I was in studio yesterday without a TV listening to this.
Yeah.
And with that call that you just heard from Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on Texans Radio, I just thought C.J. Stroud was just impaled by somebody.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know that it was like, I wasn't thinking concussion. I was just thinking like, boom, jarring hit. Holy smokes, this is bad.
I was watching the play. We were obviously at the stadium, and I was watching the play, and I saw, okay, Mechie, there's his one catch. I mean, I've been waiting for him to have
God
a breakout, and he always has like one catch or one target.
Him and Hutch.
Yeah, I'm like, so I was like, oh, well, at least, because it was already late in the game, at least he got that. Then I turned, and CJ was kind of face down on the ground. This is what I want to say about C.J. Stroud's injury. I think we need to not be hopeful. We need to be honest. Mm-hmm. We can't be in denial. We need to be honest. We can't say, oh, Derek Carr, was concussed and he came back in 1 week. No, we
100%.
need to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not dance around the biggest news of the day. Your franchise quarterback, my opinion, not a doctor, not any inside information, as you well know, because I just literally walked into the studio about 40 minutes ago. I think he has a concussion, like a legit concussion. He's in the concussion protocol, and the NFL does a really good job of kind of tempering the severity of a concussion. They call it concussion protocol. Mm-hmm. He's in concussion protocol. So the inference is he may have a concussion, he may not have a concussion. Let's just let it play out. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a nice, softer way of saying what used to be said very, very clearly by announcers, by teams, and everything. He had his bell rung. Yeah. Well, when you have your bell rung these days, that's a concussion. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. When they say he's in concussion protocol, you're like, oh, okay, maybe. No, there ain't no maybes in my opinion. Again, this is my opinion. He has a concussion. And if I'm being really, really honest, and I alluded to it a couple of times last week, and you saw it on TV last week when he missed that play. Dude, he was wobbly. He was wobbly when he got up. His teammates had to come around, kind of hold him. So he was last week. Call it whatever you want. They never really said he was in concussion protocol last week, did they? Mm-hmm. I missed it if they did.
No. He didn't show up on the injury report at all.
At all. Yeah. So, but he was wobbly. We saw it. We saw it against in the last game, mm-hmm. and now he's in concussion protocol. Here's my point: let's not dance around this. This is your franchise quarterback. The offensive line is total crap right now. Mm-hmm. They've given up 16 sacks the last 4 games. Let's go back to that. 16 sacks the last 4 games. He's been running for his life since the Jacksonville game. He's been dancing around, getting hit. He's had a shoulder injury. He's been on the injury report for a shoulder injury. He's been on the injury report for a thigh. The hip,
thigh.
The thigh, mm-hmm. And then whatever we thought he was going to be on last week, but he wasn't. He has a concussion. Mm-hmm. Sit him out. You have to. This is not something to play around with when already your playoff, possibilities have taken a severe hit. And yes, there's no promise with Davis Mills starting the game. Sit him out.
Yeah,
you have to.
I mean, I can't agree with you more, really. What I was talking to John Harris about earlier was that just every concussion, they're all created different. They're not created equal. And, I don't care what Derek Carr was able to do. I didn't see the hit, but, hey, if he came back, didn't miss any time, didn't miss a game, fine, great for him. But that's him.
Yeah.
Remember the Tank Dell concussion from earlier this season? He didn't even get hit.
Yeah.
He caught a ball and his head hit the turf, not MetLife turf.
Yeah.
I think that was I can't remember.
Yeah.
But he was out. He missed a game for a concussion. And you had to look at that play over and over, and you were like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he bounced and all that.
That's
stuff.
him.
Yeah.
That's also a 5'8", 165-pound dude that's head's bouncing off of the turf.
Yeah.
Never mind C.J. Stroud, 6+, 200-some-odd pounds. Like, that's different, right? I'm with you. Look, unless you're 110% sure that it's good and he's good to go, you can't take this type of a gamble. Because even with C.J. Stroud, and here's where I'm at coming back, kind of taking it away from the human being aspect and just getting to football.
No, I'm talking about the football
You're
side
still
of it.
without Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Tank Dell ain't coming back. Yeah. You're having to rely on Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie and Noah Brown, who, by the way, is probably not anywhere close to 100% himself. After 2 monster games, he had the hamstring. He hadn't gotten the targets. He hadn't got the snap counts. Yeah. He hadn't done anything on a football field relatively productive, even a fraction of what he'd showed you against the Buccaneers and the Bengals. So you're slim pickings. Your backup is against the wall. The question becomes, with Davis Mills at quarterback, and that's how you have to operate starting right now, today, going forward.
Yeah.
How the hell are you going to fix this offense up ahead of this Tennessee Titans game in the next biggest game of the season on the road at the Titans with all the help you just received within your own division?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, you got the brakes blown off of you yesterday, John. You went into that Jets game in the 7 seed, and you exited at the 9 seed.
Yeah.
Things went back up to the 8 seed, and you had a chance to be in a tie with the Jacksonville Jaguars in the AFC South. Everything that occurred yesterday, you still got a chance. You have to figure out how we can do the best thing possible for this offense and this team going forward. And I didn't even get to the defense yet.
Well, and let's talk about C.J. Stroud, though, and why I'm so adamant about this. Because not only that, but you don't have Tank Dell, as you mentioned. You don't have Nico Collins, as you mentioned. The offensive line, as I mentioned, has been reverting back to just horrific play. Because even before that play, he was doing some very uncharacteristic things. He threw one ball sideways out of bounds as a lateral because he was under so much pressure. So the last thing you want is for him to kind of start seeing ghosts out there, And you mentioned earlier with John Harris, I was listening, that he didn't really go into the fencing position where the arms fly. He did. Like when he turned, the only thing was that he was on his face, but his arms were above his head when he was down on his face. Like they were up. If you look at that picture.
That's fair. I thought about that for a millisecond. Yeah. And maybe that was, I don't know. Like in my mind, I was thinking like, all right, maybe that's a good thing.
And then there's the video of him walking off the field. When you look at his face and his eyes.
Sure.
I've seen that. I know what that is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just like he's blinking and he's trying to. He's kind of like shaking the cobwebs off, as they used to like to say. He just wasn't quite all there. Look, they're going to do what they want to do, and they're going to do what maybe is best for the team. Not this time.
Well,
that's too important.
I don't know. I think what's best for the team is honestly to keep him out.
Yeah, exactly,
right?
Exactly.
I mean that's what's
what
best for the team. That's what's best for, I think, his future. I really think it's an easy solution, an easy answer here. And I also think there's precedent, for how they've treated. Now, granted, look, a concussion versus like soft tissue injuries.
Yeah.
Look how long it took for Juice Scruggs to come back. Look how they treated Nico Collins the first time that he went down with injury.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ward. Like, I think there's an element to the notion that they believe, one, they don't have to rush guys back because they, believe in their depth, maybe rightfully or wrongfully so.
Yeah.
But I think you're going to see this kind of come to fruition with the quarterback situation now, in that, you have to, because of the long-term implications of this franchise. You don't want to rush this guy back out there and enter into a Tua Tagovailoa type conversation.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean?
Can you imagine if that happens?
Oh, no.
No, knock on wood, obviously.
Yeah.
But after what happened last week when he has to miss a play, and then what happened yesterday, if they put his ass back out there and something really bad happens, then they're laying themselves out.
Yes.
It's their own damn fault.
Yep.
You have to sit him out. I mean, it's just to me, it's like not even a question. It's like not even a thought, a second thought that you have to do this. It's too damn important, especially with everything else going wrong around him. And the other part of this is the whole concussion protocol thing, the softening of a very severe injury is kind of like, I just don't like it. I mean, I think it's very dangerous for the NFL, much less, the players that are involved. Yeah.
So that was the hit. Sorry, we focused on just
the
hit, but that is the most important hit of the day and for this franchise and the future of it. Honestly, going forward, what happened yesterday is much bigger than just a game and a loss in the course of the season. That's really kind of how I see it. Because everybody except for John Lopez could have seen an L coming. You wouldn't have been shocked.
Well, that's the other thing. Like people were giving me a hard time about that. That's fair. Whatever. It was a sloshy game. One other thing that people were giving me a hard time about last week is I was saying you've got to find a way to fix this line. You've got to protect C.J. Stroud at all costs because something bad could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Something bad happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where we are right now.
Yeah, so thanks for putting that out there. You're on a roll.
It wasn't, hey, I am not a jinx.
Well, 713-572-4610. You want to be a part of the show. He's John Lopez, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker, Ben Gary in for Figgy Fig. Coming up next, Texans playoff chances taking a big hit yesterday. What's it going to take to get in? We'll kind of revisit and kind of give you the lay of the land on what happened and what the AFC is looking like with 4 games remaining in the regular season. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
It's a real. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Okay, we'll still go back, watching intently, right? It's Tell the Truth Monday. So we get in the room, we tell the truth, what happened, right? We'll analyze the film as we do every Monday to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again.
Tell the Truth Monday, Lopez. By now, I guarantee you they've all gotten an earful.
Yeah, right about now is when they're walking out going, whew, that was rough.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Yeah, I think it is. I think they had player availability at 11:45 this morning.
Yeah, so they're just
So-
like got that starry-eyed look in their faces.
Yep, and rightfully so. And the coaching staff, honestly, probably needed to hear some of that as well, which we can get to. Truthfully, the loss yesterday didn't hurt as bad as I thought it would.
No, they were setting it up for you to do well.
Yeah, the art of losing, because the Jags and the Colts, both teams within your division, lost. And just the way that things broke down yesterday within the AFC playoff picture, the Texans' loss took them from the 7th seed. Immediately following the conclusion of that Jets game, they fell to the 9th seed. Because things broke the way they did, they bumped back up to the 8th seed, still on the outside looking in, but they're now in the mix of 6 teams with a record of 7-6. That ranges from the 6th seed to the 11th seed within the AFC playoff picture. The Texans have beaten 3 of those teams: Steelers, Bengals, Broncos. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't matter. We'll see, depending on tiebreaker scenarios and things like that. But they've got one game remaining with one of those teams they're in the mix with that are 7-6 right now, and that is the Indianapolis Colts. However, again, with at least operating this week going into that Titans game, the notion that you could be without C.J. Stroud. In fact, I'll guarantee it. I mean, you should be. They're going to be without C.J. Stroud this week. No Nico Collins potentially. No Blake Cashman. Who knows what Christian Harris looks like? Who knows what Will Anderson looks like? And by the way, I keep forgetting this dude.
Yeah.
He's like the feeding touchdown receiver on your team, and Dalton Schultz. You don't have him. Tank Dell ain't walking through that door. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. It is bad on paper right now. Bobby Slowick has a gigantic week ahead of him.
Look, and Bobby Slowick did not have a good day. We know that. It changed very early in that game, too, though, for him. Now, not to make an excuse, but they had to do some scrambling. It's his job to do some scrambling. Nico's out after 3 plays.
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Right? Because Tank Dell went down early, 9 snaps in, and I felt better about that scenario because the Texans did what they did. They still made chunk plays, had the offense cooking a little bit, and took care of business against the Broncos, right? Nico goes down early, and you're thinking like, well, you know what? Hutch had a deep shot opportunity, didn't take advantage of it. There's maybe some things there they could put together.
Yeah.
When you lose your number one receiver in Nico Collins, that changed things drastically for how the defense.
And then you're facing Sauce, who had complete lock on Noah Brown.
Yeah.
There's another deep threat for you, or at least he has been. And so, not to make an excuse, that's what you get paid for, Bobby Slowick. But I mean, it is a factor. 3 plays in, you're already without Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz, and you lose Nico Collins. That's a tough ask, especially when you're facing a really good defense, even against the run. Although Devin Singletary, he had 64 yards in the first half. You were 0-0. I was thinking at halftime, all right, it's going to be ugly, but maybe Slowick and the guys are going to be able to figure things out. Well, it went the exact opposite way.
Yep. Now the Steelers, who I mentioned, along with Bengals and the Broncos, amongst that group of 6 that are all 7-6 right now. The Steelers, they got a tough schedule remaining.
Yeah.
They got Colts, Bengals, Seahawks, and Ravens the next month. The Colts have the Steelers, Falcons, Raiders, and the Texans the final week of the season. Cleveland, currently the 5 seed, right now sitting at 8-5, play the Texans in 2 weeks on Christmas Eve. These next 2 games for the Texans are absolutely pivotal. The story of your season, I think, will be told, written within the next 2 weeks. Realistically.
Yeah.
Just given the way that things are going to separate. As tight as they're bunched up now and bottlenecked in for that final wild card spot in the AFC, that 7 spot, it's going to be figured out very, very quickly within the next 2 weeks, and the Texans are going to have to figure it out. A way to do it, at least for 1 week, with Davis Mills as your quarterback, which, if there's any silver lining there, it might be kind of Bobby Slowick being forced up against the wall and really figuring out a way to get this run game going, because he has to at that point in time. And that's the one failure I think it's fair to say that he's had this season, is that as adaptive as he's been to figuring out how to get the quick pass going, quick pass game going with C.J. Stroud after taking 11 sacks, 19 quarterback hits the first couple of their stride in weeks after that.
Well, the other thing is, you mentioned this in the break, and you asked me, can they beat the Titans and Browns the next 2 weeks? At least one of those weeks, maybe more, but I think just one without C.J. Stroud. I think the answer is yes, but they can easily lose both those games. The one good thing about Davis Mills this coming week, he's started in Tennessee before. He's seen the Titans a lot. He looked pretty dang good in the preseason. He wasn't C.J. Stroud,
no,
but we were all looking at, like, every time that D'Amico was, or whomever, Bobby Slowick was saying, we haven't decided yet on the starting quarterback. We were rolling our eyes because we knew who the better quarterback was, and we knew that that's just the way they play the game in the preseason. They don't want to spill all the beans and all that. They were still saying it was a competition, even though we knew C.J. Stroud would be the quarterback. But to that end, Davis Mills was doing his part.
He was.
He was looking pretty good.
Yeah, he was.
He was making it competitive.
And I think you might be pleasantly surprised, when you do see him out there this Sunday on the road in Tennessee as your starting quarterback, because that's going to happen. I think you might be pleasantly surprised. The Jags, I asked you this question as well. Can they lose to the Ravens and the Buccaneers in back-to-back weeks coming up?
Absolutely.
That's their next 2 games.
Absolutely.
You're still 1 game behind, and I think you lose the tiebreaker because it's not head-to-head. They split, right?
Well, it depends on where you go to. Division wins, and then you go to, I think, AFC wins. No, common opponents.
Common opponents.
I think division wins won 4-1. In the division, the Texans have only won 1.
But you have an opportunity to at least tie with them because you've faced
and then it goes to the AFC, and then it goes to conference.
Yeah.
So then, who knows? I'd have to go in and dig in and all that. You mentioned this in passing. Good Lord, don't sleep on the Colts.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a cake schedule.
Yeah.
Outside of, they got the Steelers at home. I think they're a mess. But they are the Steelers. Give them a little respect there. Then at Falcons, that might be a bleep show already, and the Colts can win that. And then the Raiders at home before they face the Texans. So they're going to probably get at least 2 more wins right there. Well, that gets them to what, 8? No, 9.
9.
Yeah, 9. So all of a sudden, as much as we, the Colts are a big rival and we didn't have any confidence in them going into the year, don't sleep on the Colts right now.
No, you're right.
Yeah, don't sleep on the Colts.
There's a scenario, and we've seen this before within a 16-game format where 10 games is not enough to get you into the playoffs as a wild card.
Yeah.
It happened to the Patriots. That's as far back as my memory goes. If it happened since, I feel like that was like early mid-2000s or something like that, when the Dolphins once upon a time ago, I think, beat them out. Maybe it was the Bills. But the Texans, or the Jags, or the Colts, depending on how this thing shapes out the next month, they could win 10 games and not get in.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
That's very realistic. They could win 10 games and not get in. Your Texans could find a way to piece this thing together the last month of the season, get 3 more victories, win 75% of their games they ever made, and not get in. And I still think, even if that happens, you feel pretty damn good about it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it's about the long play here. But that's how wild and crazy this NFL season really is.
Also depends on which wins. Because, let's say the Texans lose to, one or of the Titans games, then it will come down to that Colts game in Indianapolis at the end, because then you're going to talk about division games.
Yes.
And I think the Colts are 3-2 in the division right now. All they have left, I believe, is the Texans, if I'm looking at that right. It could come down to, did you win a division game or did you beat the Browns? Maybe even the Browns win if you beat them isn't as important. if you lose to the who knows? Who knows how it would play out.
Yeah, it's the Texans and the Titans have played the fewest division games out of teams in the AFC South, 3 apiece.
Yeah.
Titans are 0-3, Texans 1-2, and as you said, Colts are 3-2 within the division right now at 7-6. 3 teams in the AFC South at 7-6. I don't think we saw that coming.
No,
before the season.
Not at all.
But hey, this is kind of the division that I've always wanted.
And
a very competitive, and the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I like good, tough competition within your division. I think that's why I think if you're telling the truth, you're really excited about what the future holds for Astros and Rangers in that rivalry. And I think you feel the same way about Texans and Jaguars, Texans and Colts, you know, when Richardson comes back and things like that. But it is a very tight AFC playoff picture right now. It's crazy. It's going to get crazier. And you got massive into it. C.J. Stroud being out, it's incredible to think that he now is going to be in that graphic for the next week at least.
All the starting quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it, 6, 8? I think it was 8 starting quarterbacks.
And you might add one more to that now with Justin Herbert being out.
Yeah, I meant to get that to that in the hits, but we ended up talking about the concussion thing. There's Herbert out already.
Herbert.
Yeah.
Stroud, Rodgers, Anthony Richardson, Kirk Cousins, Daniel Jones, Deshaun Watson, Joe Burrow. That's 8.
Man.
And it was almost Trevor Lawrence. Right?
Well, he's a miracle worker, I guess. I don't know about what that happened there, but and he's probably still hobbling a little bit, but he's playing.
Yeah.
And we'll see on that.
It's pretty incredible, man. I don't know. There's so much. We're not going to learn too much. Be honest with you, we're not going to learn anything in terms of like injury status.
Friday, maybe,
from Texans.
Yeah.
Wednesday, you'll get maybe a little bit of an update.
Yeah.
And I would say you're more likely to get an update regarding guys that have already been out.
Mm-hmm.
So insert Dalton Schultz there.
Let me ask you about the meeting, and it's probably already happened on the plane ride back and then again this morning. But the meeting between D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio about this whole thing. See, part of the math here has to be what's also around C.J. Stroud, whether you think he can come back or not, and the offensive line. And I know we're going to be talking about this. I don't know what the hell happened to this offensive line, but it's bad. Like, it's bad. And then on top of that, you got Tank Dell and Nico Collins and who knows with Dalton Schultz out. That has to be part of the equation.
The offensive line is something I was talking to John about earlier this morning, John Harris.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to go back and look at it and get a little football nerdy with it. But just hear me out. I thought back to that, who was it a couple of weeks ago that Laramie Tunsil just blow right by him and sack Stroud?
Oh, it was what's his name from the Jaguars?
I knew it was, it was
Allen.
a Jaguar.
Was it
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I thought about that play when George Fant gave up that sack to Huff yesterday.
Yeah.
Free rush, same thing. I think actually Fant was late coming over, like identified it late. Singletary, it looked like, who was offset to Stroud's left.
Yeah, to come over across.
Was supposed to come across. He's got to find the free rusher, and he was late identifying it. I thought, you know what? If you're Nathaniel Hackett and you're Robert Saleh and you're looking at this offensive line with Juice Scruggs involved in it the last 2 weeks, it's changed. Communication's different. Is verbiage the same? Let's see if we can pick up a tell.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can pick up a tell in their alignment. Let's see if we can pick up a tell in what CJ does early, in checking in and out of protections, or listen closely to what Dieter's saying, what he's doing. Good, smart coordinators, well-prepared coordinators.
Man, I hate giving Nate his flowers.
And you know what? Like, I've heard people say, too, like, that was Aaron Rodgers, too. I don't care who it was. They all wear green.
Yeah.
So I think, you need to really look hard. And I told Johnny, I was like, it's real easy, even for a very detail-oriented team, to gloss over things like that. They're on their 6th different starting offensive line.
Yeah.
You've had the same one now for, 2-3 weeks, right? Inserting Scruggs. There's still communication issues. You've seen it with Pierce. You've seen it with Singletary. You've seen it with Scruggs himself. You've seen it with Tunsil. I think you saw it with Fant. It's across the board.
Yeah.
communication's key, and I even think you've seen it with Stroud. I don't know what kind of autonomy he's been given or not been given to this point in time, but something tells me that if he's able to go up there and get in and out of at least some plays, that he can probably slide protections here or there and see when it's 6-on-5 pre-snap.
But the only problem I have with that, the only pushback I would have with that is even when they have the right calls made, whether it's the offensive line or the back trying to pick up a guy, they're getting beat.
Sure. Well,
they're getting beat. And then Stroud is running around, not having the time. I'm going to be very interested, and I'm not an advanced stats or analytics guy, but very interested to see how much, time that he actually had before he needed to release the ball. I don't know if you've seen that yet already or not, but because it wasn't anything.
DJ Bieniemy always has that. He covers the Texans for ESPN. He's always real good about having those numbers.
Yeah.
I thought about this a couple of weeks ago, now that you'd said that, in regards to, never mind the protections, but
they're getting beat.
They're getting beat.
Yeah.
Well, DeMeco Ryans, it was maybe a couple of 3 weeks ago now, had said this during one of his availabilities, describing the offensive line. And I don't remember the actual question, but he got into what would his, ideal offensive line, like the physicality, what would it be? He described him as being physical, as being tough, as being determined in the most physical team out there every Sunday. Nuh-uh, man.
No, they're not.
That doesn't. Nobody on that offensive line, quite honestly, fits that description beside maybe Juice Scruggs, and he's playing out of position and has not looked like that at all, especially yesterday, which I thought was by far his worst game since coming back.
The best offensive linemen, I always say, use this word, they're violent. Like like best violent, not just technique. I mean, yes, of course, you have to have the technique, feet, all that stuff, popping out of your stand, all that stuff. But when they get to their guy or their whatever their assignment, they're violent and nasty.
Sure,
a lot of people use the word nasty, but this isn't a violent offensive line. I think George Fant has been excellent. He's probably the closest to that. Shaq Mason just kind of does his job, but he's not like just a nasty, kind of. Like take the guy out of there.
I think he's struggled of late too.
He has been the last couple of weeks. And Laramie Tunsil's a violent pass rusher. Like guys just can't. Like he gets his hands on guys. Pass blocker. He gets his hand on guys, and it's tough to get by him. But his issues, especially on the run game.
But you know what? Tunsil's being load managed. Got a bad knee at least.
Yeah, at least.
Juice Scruggs, young player, playing out of position. You were drafted as a center for a reason. You're playing left guard.
You were supposed to be the starting center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Michael Dieter was an afterthought. I secretly thought the Texans hated that guy because they passed him over every opportunity they had.
Yeah.
He was not even an option to play left guard once upon a time ago when you needed one, even before Titus Howard came back.
Yeah.
Your right guard, Shaq Mason, okay, you just paid this guy a lot of money, and he's underperforming in run blocking and, is middling at best, I would say.
Yeah.
And George Fant, to me, has been your most healthy, most effective offensive lineman. Got his ass beat yesterday.
Yeah.
That was the one guy that you could kind of hang your hat on, and maybe he himself got too big of a head. I was kind of surprised what he said on Friday when I talked to him. I was asking him about, hey, what do you think of your year? How's it going? Has it kind of changed your mindset going forward in terms of what you think your career can be again?
Yeah.
And he said, well, I came in thinking to be a backup, but then when I got the call, I thought it's time for me to reset my market. Well,
I don't blame him for that.
No, I don't blame him for that. It's the right type of thinking.
Yeah.
But you didn't reset it yesterday.
Well, and here's the other part of it. The other thing, last thing on the offensive line, because it's a big issue, and I think it definitely weighs heavily into the decision making on C.J. Stroud, as does the not having the receiver and tight end that you need. He's not even sure. George Fant's gonna get paid, and he's gonna be somewhere else. So you have to kind of reshuffle that whole line.
100%. He had one bad game, but he has proven he's a starting level tackle in the NFL. He's John Lopez, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker. You're in the loop. Tyler Milner in for Figgy Fig right now, so he'll carry us for the final two. Landry and Figgy en route
Figgy's
from NYC
on the way,
to H-Town. Coming up next, lunchtime confessions. Lopez has a ton of them.
I got like a whole arsenal
I know you
of
do.
them.
Looking forward to that. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
All right, load.
episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker. John Lopez in-house, going on his second hour of the program since hauling ass from NYC. Glad to be with you this morning, John. Started the show with John Harris, Texans sideline reporter, made him do a little extra duty from his Texans radio responsibilities. He's out there as we speak, along with the rest of Houston media. Looks like they'd made Sheldon Rankins and Robert Woods at the very least. They usually make 3 players available. Those 2 for sure made available this morning, speaking with the media. And we're going to have our lunchtime confessions here. And I'll go ahead and start us off, Tyler. Robert Woods, did you catch what he'd said after the game yesterday in the locker room?
Which one, though? What are you talking about?
So Robert Woods, I think it was maybe Aaron Wilson who caught up with him in the postgame. So I saw this on Twitter.
Yeah.
It kind of bothered me what Robert Woods said.
Okay.
He said the Texans got a little complacent.
Oh, okay.
Going into this game.
Yeah. You can't. This isn't a team that can be complacent.
And I'm thinking to myself, okay, where are we, Houston? Where is this team right now? They know damn well they were 7-5.
Yep.
And I feel like for us as a fan base, media, people that cover this team, like we'd kind of moved on and accepted like the new level of expectation. Okay? Yeah. Everything's ramped up. Like there ain't no house money.
You're not the Eagles or the Cowboys.
Not the Eagles. You're not the Cowboys.
Well, maybe
ain't
the
nothing
Eagles
give to you
today, but
Fair. But you know the Eagles played a pretty good football team. The last couple of weeks, and they got the brakes blown off of them. Okay, and they're doing similar things to the Texans, turning the ball over, which, look, they didn't do yesterday, but self-inflicted wounds nonetheless, right? Let's be a little general about that. That bothered me when I heard complacent, and it also bothered me at the time when Brevin Jordan, after the game yesterday, too, was talking about how the field is trash. Granted, he was asked directly about that.
It is trash.
It is trash, and I think he probably feels a duty for the rest of the NFL players to speak up and say something about it to get it fixed. But it bothered me initially. I don't feel bad about Jordan's comments, and I'm not going to, crush him for that. But complacent is bothersome. D'Amico Ryan's saying this team didn't show up at go.
You can't afford to do
bothersome.
Watch this. I had some wild confessions I got to make after this weekend, and one involves should be of interest to one Tyler Milner, who's in. Figgy's on his way. Tyler may even have a confession, but Figgy's on his way in. I'll get to that one in a minute. But the first one was this morning. For the longest time, I've always kept, I keep deodorant in my truck. I use that occasionally, whatever, freshen up a little bit.
Are you speaking in general, or the deodorant in your truck you use occasionally?
Occasionally, yeah. No, no, not in general. Although something anyway, and I keep wet wipes. A little package of wet wipes. Don't really hardly ever. I use the deodorant occasionally. Whatever you need to go from work to somewhere you want to, whatever. The wet wipes I really don't use that much. I am going to keep wet wipes in my truck. That's my confession for as long as I have a truck. Name an orifice. Name an orifice in your mind's eye. You don't have to do it literally. I was working those wet wipes as I was driving in this morning after sleeping in the B terminal of LaGuardia Airport in the same sweatpants and shirt that I had on at 4:30 in the morning. Those wet wipes, put a big pile of them in the trash on the way in.
Jeez.
It's a smart man. You're prepared.
I had it. So put some wet wipes in your vehicle. They will come in handy at some point. They will come in handy. I can't speak for the shirt and the pants, but everything else is about as clean as it can get. Watch this. These are my confessions.
Thanks for that picture.
Picture the orifices while you're at it.
Thank you. Yeah.
4 or 5.
Hall of Fame writer has a way with words. Just did his job, painted the picture.
That's right.
Gave you the image.
Put the people there. No, not literally. Not literally.
All right. Mine, it goes back to you. I'm not a jinx guy.
Yeah.
But I thought you were absolutely freaking nuts, and I do think you should own a little bit of this from this weekend.
I got to own a little bit of it.
You got to own a little bit of it because everybody else that I talked to, that I listened to, that I watched, was looking at this Texans and Jets game with the side eye, thinking like,
yeah,
it's going to be tough. It's going to be ugly. It just is what it is. You thought this dang thing was going to be a blowout. You had the score right. You had the teams dead ass wrong. And I think just that with all the football that we've watched collectively, listeners, you, me, Tyler, everybody, you kind of read that book too. That was the phrase that when you lose the quarterback, you lose your receiver, and it's just like you're in the doldrums.
Well, two things happened, and I'm not making excuses, but I am. So, number one, the field was an absolute mess. It was raining the whole time, and it got worse in the second half. Whatever, okay. Dry field, Texans would have won 34-10. No, just kidding. The second thing that happened was the big one. Who knew? I thought Zach Wilson would go the exact opposite way. I thought as soon as he had a bad moment, it would just crater and the Texans would rock. Instead, he had the best game of his life. Like literally the best game of his life against the Texans.
Watch this. These are my confessions. Yeah, I think I got one. All right. I think I got one for you. I have watched the entire Texans game now to this point. I mean, I love my job, and I wanted to be able to come in here today with you fellas and talk about it. But I have to confess, yesterday was the first Texans game this year I did not watch a single snap live.
Oh, wow.
I was out on the golf course.
Look at you.
Enjoying the beautiful weather in Houston as opposed to what y'all were dealing with up there in Jersey.
Dang.
But I didn't watch a single
Was this like
snap.
a tournament that you couldn't miss, or you just a bad radio host?
It was a good friend I hadn't seen in a while. And I also will clarify, out on the course, we, of course, had the Odyssey app on.
Yeah.
I was listening to the play-by-play. So I was taking the game in. But I did not visually see a second of that game until I got home last night.
I've been known to watch road games on my boat on the Hulu app.
I'm conflicted here because Tyler's got a running jinx on the afternoon show.
Yeah.
Which you'll hear from 2 to 6 right here on Sports Radio 610. Is B. Scott or Clint in today, by the way?
B. Scott. Clint's still with baby Stoerner.
So you got Ron Hughley and Brandon Scott in with Tyler from 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 610. But he's got this running jinx, right?
Yeah.
Like where you were not allowed to go to Texan games because fear of your jinx.
Yeah.
And that has since been rescinded.
It is.
But
it's
now
dead.
you decide to go play golf on arguably the most beautiful day in the city of Houston during maybe the most pivotal day.
No, that's fair too. But dude, the day was so perfect. It was a buddy I hadn't seen and got to play with, and I was like, I got this Odyssey app. It's on the go. It's free.
I don't know what to think about this.
Watch this.
All right, I got to get this one in. And I know the boys, Landry and Figgy, are going to want to weigh in on this. But since you're here, Tyler, I had I'm not a big gambler. I gamble on games I watch. I think I've mentioned that several times. If I'm plugged in on not Aggies, I don't bet on them very much. Plugged in on a college football game or a game I'm watching in the NFL, or I'm at a game, I'll generally bet on it to make it more interesting. So Army-Navy, I got creative. I did a little parlay, little two-way parlay.
Ooh.
Yeah. Each team scores at least 10 points, and Army wins. So Army was winning 17-3. Okay? I don't know how many people watched it. I don't know if you watched it, Tyler.
I watched it. I never miss it.
17-3. 5 minutes left in the game. And I'm like, come on, baby. Just a touchdown, and I'm golden. So they score a touchdown. Navy scores a touchdown. And that idiot, dumbass, horrible Navy coach goes for 2 for no reason whatsoever and misses it. So it's 17-9, and we're down to 3 minutes and change left. And I'm like, I am screwed. I'm texting my boys, and my kids, my girl too, just bleeping this guy up one side and down the other. Like I was calling him heinous words. Heinous.
Hey, he has some serious cash on this bad boy.
Lo and behold, it's 3 and out. They got like a minute to try to score another touchdown. They go boom, boom, boom. They're, 2 yards away, a yard and a half away, whatever it is. Yeah. They run a corner, and I'm like, this is it. Anytime. I don't care if they get the 2-point conversion. Who cares? Just get past 10 points. Go for it. Quarterback sneak from more than a yard away and miss it by about 6 inches or less. And I'm like, well, 3 seconds left. 3 seconds left.
That's a bad beat.
That's the worst beat you could possibly imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then the Army coach decides to take a safety on purpose, gets to 11 points, and I love the Navy coach again. And I cover on an intentional safety, 17-11, the final score. Hallelujah and amen.
That's beautiful.
Beers were on me.
It was incredible, man.
It was unbelievable.
Army, Navy, I told you this before. That is appointment TV. You know, if you don't watch college basketball, you watch the title game. If you don't watch horse racing, you watch the Kentucky Derby. If you don't watch car racing, you watch the Indy 500. If you don't watch college football, you watch this game.
Yeah. That was the best hit of my life.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Final one for me. And a texter actually brought this up earlier, 713-572-4610 if you want to get involved on the text line. Mentioned Summer Creek. Hey, can you shout out Summer Creek? And I was going to do it anyway. I worked both under Summer Creek and North Shore.
Mm-hmm.
Both.
You coached there.
Both programs headed to state championship games. North Shore is going to be taking on Duncanville again.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, the rivalry of rivalries in high school football out of the 6A D1. I am so glad I don't have to pick sides here because Summer Creek, with the way things broke down this year, going in 6A D2 state title game against DeSoto. So I don't have to pick sides. Both of my former programs I can root for. And I think they're both going to take it, to be honest with you. I think it's Summer Creek's year.
DeSoto and Duncan, who knows? That great finish a few years ago, wasn't that against Duncanville?
North Shore, Duncanville.
Yeah, that last pass.
The Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they're both, this is the craziest part to me, Summer Creek and North Shore in the same district.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're both going to state.
They're both going to state.
And Atascocita is right there with them.
Those Austin schools, the Dallas schools, they kind of get all the love kind of statewide. People forget that C.E. King, Atascocita, Summer Creek, North Shore.
Yep.
That's been a tough sucker the last couple of years, man.
To say the
You
least.
can't get any tougher than that, man. So shout out to everybody from North Shore and Summer Creek. Good luck to both of those programs and bring home the state titles back to H-Town. He's John Lopez, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker. Coming up next, Sunday was Stroud's biggest test. Now it's Slowick's. What happens next? It's Sports Radio 610.
The Texans' trip to East Rutherford wasn't just bad, it was ugly. The good guys couldn't get anything. John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
How do we make things easier? I think it all starts with just executing what we're supposed to do, right? To give ourselves a chance. I think, you got to start there. You got to be able to execute the game plan and do what we ask to do, no matter who's in there.
That was Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans following the 30-0 the Jets yesterday in his postgame. He'll address the media today in the 2 o'clock hour. You'll hear that with Ron Hughley and Brandon Scott in for Clint Stoerner today from 2 to 6 here on Sports Radio 610. Meanwhile, Sean Bajani with you in for Landry Locker. He's John Lopez, and rushing in the studio, he's here now, not showered whatsoever.
We are one stinky show, Figgy.
Decided to grace his...
We the funky bunch.
Grace us with his presence and bring his stink ass into the studio just to say hi.
Man. This is rough, man.
Hey, Figgy got less sleep than I did, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep at all, man.
It was the worst.
Look, I'm not going to go any longer with that. Why did you not listen to freaking Lopez?
There we go.
And book your damn flight at 6 a.m. this morning
This is why I did not want to spend the night in the airport, man. Like I was ready to go home. I was ready to get in my bed.
So was I.
So I was just holding out hope, man. And I did get a 6 o'clock flight, or 6 a.m. flight. So that was cool.
But it had a connection.
Yeah, it had a connection.
Okay. But see, when I went and told Landry and Figgy, I said,
but you could have gotten the same flight as.
I've seen this before. I'm gonna go ahead and change.
Yeah.
And Figgy goes, I think I'm gonna hold out.
But see, Lopez made it seem cool. Like, oh yeah, I'll just crash here, or maybe I should get a hotel. I just crash, or maybe I crash here. I just get. I was just like, man, I'm not trying to sleep here. I'm trying to sleep in my bed with my wife.
So you're saying Lopez made it like an indie kind of a thing.
He made it seem like it was easy peasy.
But then he took it upon himself to do the flight?
I've done it enough times over the years. It is not easy.
He made it seem like it was easy. I'm like, sleeping here ain't an option for me.
Well, it was.
Like, I'm going to hold out.
Update.
I'm going to stand my ground.
Update.
I said, usually I would say Figgy's a very responsible, independent thinker.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, this just didn't pass the smell test initially. Were you influenced by Landry's decision to say, it'll be fine, we'll just wait it out? Because I thought, at least for a millisecond, that this was a bit in mind for Landry. This will make a great story on Tuesday when I come back in town.
Yeah, well, Landry ain't had no influence on me that night for other reasons, but. No, I was good. It was so that's the thing. It was like 15 other people there that was standing their ground too. They was trying to get home too, so they was waiting it out. And eventually, it was a flight attendant that was like, "Hey guys, I would book it if I was y'all because they gonna keep delaying it and it's not looking good."
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
so that's why I got on my phone and was like, "All right."
I've traveled about 1.5 million miles because I can look at it on my app how many, and that's just on United.
Yeah,
it used to be Continental. And I've seen this before, and I told them, I said, guys, I think I'm gonna book right now, and if you catch a flight, more power to you. I'll see you in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think so. And you didn't trust 30 going on January's gonna be 39 years.
No, it wasn't.
Business.
It wasn't that I didn't trust you. I was just ready to. I wasn't trying to stay there, man. I was gonna hold more. And it didn't make a decision.
I'm still kind of confused on this. You guys are a show.
Yeah.
You guys are there together. To me, in my mind, you guys should be like Lopez being the OG, being the most experienced one should be like, all right, we got to book this flight.
See,
I wasn't that adamant.
We're doing this.
Yeah, and see, this the thing. Like, it's a show, yes, but all three of us was doing our own thing, man.
Yeah.
Lopez, remember Lopez was like, "Hey, I'm going to this Italian spot.
Yeah.
I'm going with or without y'all." So we tagged along that.
Yeah.
So these guys, we
did everything together.
Yeah, we did everything together, but mine said we was kind of doing our own thing. Like,
at the airport, we were just vegetables.
Yeah.
So I was sitting there eating a sandwich and just looking at my app. I'm like, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. I finally went over to where they were. Landry was at the bar. Go figure. Figgy was just like vegging out on a chair, and I told Figgy first, and it got ugly fast. By the way, as much as I've said sleeping in an airport is never fun, it's definitely a young man's game, man. I couldn't sleep squat.
I have this image in my mind, like, you had a great weekend, and then it went south real quick,
Best weekend.
with the 30-6 defeat, and you having to watch that mess in the rain. But I'm just picturing Lopez's sorry ass sitting on the edge of a seat in the terminal, eating a sandwich, looking up at the board and seeing that the flight's delayed 7:10, 8:10. Canceled.
What happened?
All right.
No, they were still going. The funny part about it, they never canceled the flight. So it eventually got to
Just left you hanging.
It still hasn't been canceled.
No, it got.
I guess it has now.
Look, see, it got to 12 a.m. And at that point, I knew it was over. So I didn't book my own flight. And then they said it's just rescheduled to 11 a.m. So which is the next day. So I'm like, man.
Brutal, man. Well, I'm glad you guys are here now.
Yeah.
It's a big week. Big day for you guys to go home and get refreshed after the show, but a big week for the Texans, particularly Bobby Slowick. And, I'm looking at him because, look, he's got to figure things out offensively. This is where the biggest question mark is, obviously, with his quarterback, with his number one receiver potentially out, with the number 2 target not named Tank Dell because he ain't walking through a door anywhere, but you got no Dalton Schultz. You got to figure a lot of things out offensively, Lopez. And the question is can it be done without all of these weapons and a backup quarterback this week to keep their playoff hopes alive? And look, I've seen all of these. I don't know if you're one of these projection dorks where you see like their chances, decreased by 17%.
I think they're still at 48%.
So depends on where you look.
Oh, really?
I want to punch my computer screen because I looked last night and it said something completely different. And this was, mind you, after the results had been in. But according to ESPN metric, the Texans have a 49% chance to make the playoffs still.
But maybe that's the one I was looking at.
But it didn't make any damn sense to me because you look deeper into that. It's a 13% chance for a 7 seed, a 13% chance for a 6 seed, and a 14% chance to grab the 5 seed, which is currently occupied by the 8-5 Cleveland Browns right now. That's weird. I don't know how those dorks arrive at those numbers. It was going to be tough with Stroud, minus potential other offensive weapons. Now it's going to be really tough without him, and maybe no Nico Collins, no Dalton Schultz, a hobbled Noah Brown, a guy in Robert Woods whom they didn't even want to look twice at, even once, really, last weekend.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. Mr. Third down conversion the first month of the season, and you don't even target him once last week. And I don't know the numbers yesterday, but everybody's numbers stunk.
I think what they're looking at is the math and not the reality. And I know it comes into play. I know they have some algorithms that include all this. But I think by and large they're looking at the math and what this team has done and trends and opponents and all that. Dude, when you look at this squad, maybe they can beat Tennessee. And I mentioned it earlier. I think it's worth mentioning again. For all the nonsense that they were talking about a quarterback competition during preseason, they were doing it for a reason. They were doing it not to just give CJ the job, and they were doing it because Davis Mills was playing well. Ultimately, Davis Mills was playing well. Davis Mills has been to Tennessee as a starter. Davis Mills has faced Tennessee a bunch. Davis Mills has a lot of experience. So I think, yes, they can beat Tennessee. And keep in mind, this is the Oilers game, too.
Yeah, I know.
This is the why I love you boo game. I think they can beat them, and that's going to be a factor, whether it's a motivation or whatever. I just can't get over the other stuff. The offensive line is awful.
Yeah.
Like 16 sacks the last 4 games. That's very reminiscent of the first, 2-3 games, whatever it was that he was getting beat up.
First 2 games.
Yeah, and so I can't get over that, and I can't get over it. You had such thin margins at the wide receiver position, and they were all hits. They were all good. Well, now you don't have Tank Dell. Now you don't have Dalton Schultz. I know he's a tight end, but I'm saying he's a target. Now you don't have Nico Collins, and now you've lost. Robert Woods has disappeared. So they have like no real targets against this team. So I think it's going to be a tough ask.
You have one guy in Xavier Hutchinson who, going into yesterday, had been targeted 4 times and ran the ball 4 times on some gimmicky plays like John Mechie. You know, we'd seen him in that capacity this season. Targeted 3 times yesterday, missed an explosive, got flagged for a PI, which I thought was really ticky-tack.
I did too.
But
he did.
Vandermeer, you were there, so you didn't hear the call. Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call yesterday made a really good point, and I did not know this to be the case until they'd mentioned it, but that referee crew was the one that was under fire for the PI no calls the week prior. I think it was in a Kansas City Chief game. I can't remember who they played last week, but they were obviously trying to tighten some stuff
we can call
up.
It. Yeah.
Yeah. And look, they got some right. They got some wrong yesterday. Typical with an NFL referee crew. Again, if you leave it to them to handle their business without you handling yours, you're going to be on the outside looking in more times than not. And the Texans were well outside looking in after the 36 defeat to the Jets yesterday. We'll get to some passing thoughts by Lopez as well. I know you have a lot of those. Maybe we can do some of those coming up next. We'll take a trip around the NFL. Another quarterback going down. We know about C.J. Stroud. We know about Aaron Rodgers and the laundry list of others, but another one is going down this week. We'll have that for you. And AFC playoff picture is getting tighter as we speak. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
Monday Night Football is on Sports. Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker. Figgy Fig in. John Lopez in. We've got you until 2 right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you joining us. It is time to go around the NFL, and we'll start with another quarterback going down, Lopez. L.A. Charger quarterback Justin Herbert not expected to play this Thursday night against the Raiders. Has a fractured right index finger, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Charger coach Brandon Staley said Herbert will see 2 hand specialists today, and the team would make a decision on his status for Thursday night thereafter. Herbert started 62 straight games, the second longest active streak by a quarterback in the NFL behind the Bills is Josh Allen, 84. And, of course, Stroud going down yesterday. You add him to the list along with Aaron Rodgers this season, Anthony Richardson, Kirk Cousins, Dan Jones, Deshaun Watson, Joe Burrow. It's crazy to see the quality of quarterback that is not currently playing in the NFL these days.
And keep in mind, every rule benefits the quarterback, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's even if not a new rule, even more closely calling, shots to the quarterback and stuff. By the way, I thought Zach Wilson was a very was it Grenard that sacked him?
Probably got to him twice yesterday. Yeah,
that got him low. I thought that could have been called, but the Texans, but it was not. Like they hit him right below, right at both knees, and kind of buckled him over. That's going to be called more. That's going to be the proverbial more focus, more emphasis on these calls or whatever. And you know what? As much as we complain about it, you can't have all these guys. Just that this is what drives the NFL is the star power.
No, you're 100% right. And look, maybe this is a bigger conversation, for later. But I mentioned this with John Harris earlier today on the show that, C.J. Stroud uttered this a couple of weeks ago, just kind of quipping and passing that, he's not getting those calls that, a star quarterback would get, like a Pat Mahomes or Tom Brady back in the day. It's true, right? And isn't yesterday more evidence of that Williams hit?
Yeah.
I mean, it was 1,001. Boom.
Yeah.
And so not only was it the late hit, but we've seen late flags. You could go ahead and throw that sucker when you see his head pop up off of that ground like it did.
Yeah.
And you could see it because the ground was saturated. That's what made it look even that much worse to me.
No, that's a good point.
After having watched it. And so I think the NFL has got to take a hard look at that play. And the Texans was probably at the top 1 and 1A of their list of plays to send into the NFL. Every team does it every week.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. But all these quarterbacks hurt. And, that's what drives the league, man.
Dak Prescott and them boys driving that league these days, man. Dominating Jalen Hurts and the Eagles 33-13 Monday Night Football. I was looking forward to this game for weeks.
Yeah.
My wife was looking forward to this game. I mean, she taught Hurts as a kiddo.
Oh, that's right.
We were amped up. And, man, what a popcorn fart. I mean, 2 straight weeks, man, prime time, them Eagles getting dominated. Are they in trouble?
Well, I'll tell you this. You're not going to have the same Super Bowl. It's not going to be the Chiefs and Eagles. And I don't think the Eagles
look like it right now, right?
I don't think – I think they're getting – keep in mind, they've also had just a gauntlet, of teams that they're facing. They're getting beat up. But they've got real issues. And I mentioned this to Figgy and Landry last week or week before. The Cowboys I hate it. You know how I feel about the Cowboys, but to look at a team that has something going.
They look like they on a mission.
Yeah, man.
And I'm not saying they're going to get to a Super Bowl. But,
I am. I did.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they get close.
I think it was plus 850 or plus 900 for them to win the Super Bowl. And I mentioned it to Landry. I'm like, that's a value bet. Well, you know what? They're down to plus 700 now.
I just won't bet on the Cowboys ever. I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I get what you're saying. But 3 weeks ago, it wasn't the same. It was a little bit of a different story with the Dallas Cowboys. And it was like, Now, look, Dak Prescott, another really good game yesterday. A couple of touchdowns. Most importantly, no interceptions. The completion percentage wasn't great. He didn't throw for 300 yards, but he got the job done, right? Mm-hmm. There were big plays. 28-6 touchdown to interception ratio. currently the odds-on favorite to win the league MVP. Yesterday's odds shot way up after that performance and that win. I think he was 12-1, and I think it went all the way down to like 6-1 or something like that at this point in time.
Yeah.
I'm not all out on the Hurts and the Eagles because of.
Really?
Quite similarly, to look what teams kind of go through in the course of an NFL season. They shoot themselves in the foot. That's where the Eagles are right now. They're turning the ball over. They're not making the big play. Defensively, they're giving up some big chunk plays. Similarly with the Texans, like when this team is right, they're not shooting themselves in the foot. They're taking care of their quarterback. They're not turning the ball over. That's been a thing that's been really good for the Texans this year. I kind of believe that if you're a team that is battle-tested and you can correct the Eagles, I think can take better care of the football. You can do that, okay? Stop the silly penalties, okay? Limit the big plays. These are teams that can do that. We know the talent that they have. That's why I think with a month of football left, they can get back on track and make a run in the postseason.
The only thing with that is we have to find out health on the Texans because they're a mess right now.
Texans are, yeah.
Yeah, they're a mess right now trying to find players that can just catch a football, much less protect the quarterback. And you talk about getting right, that I'll say it again, go back to these 4 weeks, 16 sacks, that ain't right. I mean, that ain't right.
No.
You know who's interesting? And I don't know if I'll go so far as to say keep an eye on this team. Bengals are interesting right now. The Bengals are – don't stick a fork in them just yet. They beat a pretty dang good, Colts team that they have been somewhat good. That's after they beat the Jags.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And no Joe Burrow.
With Browning.
Yes.
And he's looking all right, too, man.
With Browning.
I mean,
what did he throw for yesterday? Did he have another 300-yard performance?
I don't know the exact stats.
If not, it was close.
Yeah, it was close.
275, 2 TDs, and 1 interception.
Look
Jake
at
Browning,
that
ladies
squad.
and gentlemen.
I mean, look at that squad. Now, they have a pretty tough task. They got the Vikings coming in, and then they have the Steelers, so you think, okay, maybe they can make some more noise, but then they end with at the Chiefs and Browns at home. So
tough.
Yeah.
Tough, real tough schedule.
But the Bengals, all of a sudden, I'm like, am I really thinking this? I was.
I mean, you can't help but, right?
Yeah.
Browning, getting that kind of contribution, from him here in recent weeks maybe gives you a little bit of hope for Davis Mills, at least for 1 week.
Yeah.
And I think you can all but book it. C.J. Stroud is not going to be available for the Tennessee Titans, and we'll learn his fate for sure later on this week, presumably. I would say by Wednesday. You can read the tea leaves on if he's out on the practice field or not, generally, but speaking of the Texans in the AFC playoff picture, getting tight. 6 teams, 7-6 with a month of football left. 4 division leaders are the Dolphins, Ravens, Jags, and Chiefs, which it's looking that much more interesting with Denver looming if you take a look at the standings. Now, the Broncos have the Lions, Pats, Chargers, and Raiders left, while the Chiefs have Pats, Raiders, Bengals, and Chargers on their schedule. The Chiefs in a little bit of trouble, and we'll talk about why they're in a little bit of trouble about a particular play coming up next segment. But the AFC South, man, so damn close with the Colts and Texans both trailing the Jags by a game. It's a darn shame the Texans lost to the Jets. Otherwise, they'd be tied with 4 games left in a much clearer path. They are losing more and more control of their own destiny each passing week, Lopez.
They've lost it. I know they're
holding on to a slim chance
they can still
they got that head-to-head.
win out or
and
win.
They got the Browns
3 out of
Christmas
4.
Eve.
Browns are going to be a big game. But when you consider what they had in front of them, first of all, losing to the Jaguars at home, that was a big hit. And then yesterday was a huge hit. Like they were giving it to you on a silver platter.
Yeah.
Everybody was just giving it to you.
Couldn't have broke better.
Yeah.
And you didn't take advantage of it. This is absolutely shocking, I know, to everyone. I saw this late last night and my jaw dropped because I knew how young he was. Frank Wycheck, former Houston Oiler and Tennessee Titan tight end. Frank Wycheck announced dead at the age of 52, passed away outside of his home in Chattanooga on Saturday morning. According to a statement released by his family, he was found unresponsive that afternoon on Saturday. Wycheck, a member of the Titans Ring of Honor, voted to 3 Pro Bowls in 98, 99, and 2000. And I just went down a time warp last night. Like, it was crazy. The Music City Miracle, that play started with him, the lateral that people weren't sure if it was a lateral.
Forward lateral.
Right? I watched it 10 times, and I was just, every time I watched it, I was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's close. Not that close.
Yeah, I guess I vaguely remember being outraged at the time that they let that play go, but he was the impetus for the Music City Miracle, lateraling to Kevin Dyson, who ran it 75 yards for the go-ahead touchdown. I did not realize that was the same postseason run that ended with Dyson and the stretch at the goal line in the Super Bowl to lose to the Rams. I had no idea until I put it all together last night, but dang shame, man. 52 years of age for Frank Wycheck. I imagine, Lopez, you covered him.
Yes, he was a Houston Oiler for 1 year. I think it was 1 year. And then they went to Tennessee. And then the other thing I thought of, and you know how your mind just goes in weird places, if not for that Music City Miracle, what would we be saying about Wade Phillips today?
Ooh. Yeah, he would have won that game.
Yeah. And who knows?
Gone to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who knows what if his entire career, I guess, reputation would be. I mean, they might have won the Super Bowl.
Sure.
I mean, it was just that far away for Tennessee.
Sure.
That was the same year, right?
Yes, it was the same postseason run.
When they stretched at the 1 yard line. And
the Titans that year beat the Bills. That was that first round game. It was a wild card game. Then I might be getting the order mixed up. They beat the Jags, and then that was it. No. They beat the Jags, and they beat was it the Colts? Colts, yeah. They beat the Colts, and then the Jags, and then lost to the Rams in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Imagine Wade.
Could have been Wade.
Could have been Wade.
That was a young looking Wade, man. I went back and I just watching him, his reaction on the sideline. That was kind of crazy. Just one of them things. It can. We've seen it change the trajectory
and everything
of a career.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows what could have been. Coming up next, we're going to have the Kansas City play, and that has got the internet going nuts. But one more thing that I wanted to ask you about is in regards to this Texans game, some of your passing thoughts.
I'll do a few here. We'll probably add some more tomorrow with Landers at this. But I want Figgy to weigh in on this too, because Figgy was with us. As we said, we did everything together. When we walked out on the field, we got to get on the field before the game. Figgy, I just kind of felt bad juju from the very start on this game.
Yeah, I kind of did too, because I heard what you said. What was it, Wednesday, Thursday, when you said blowout and all that stuff?
Yeah.
I felt it from the whole beginning, man.
Really?
It just seemed weird, the Jets, because everybody was counting the Jets out.
Yeah.
And Zach Wilson is Zach Wilson.
You were normal. You felt what everybody felt, Figgy. I don't know what in Lopez's mind.
I thought he was going to go the other way. I thought he was going to crater. I thought the pressure was going to get to him, and I thought the Texans on a good field, not to make that as an excuse, but on a good field would run him out of the building.
And not only that, though, we were out there tailgating with the folks, and I asked a couple of Jets fans, and they thought Zach Wilson is going to be the normal Zach Wilson.
Yeah, he was the best it ever was.
I know.
But we walked out on that field, and it was just it wasn't really raining that hard then. It started to by the time we got off the field. It was just kind of gloomy. It was rainy. It was
like that nasty New York
It was just kind of a nasty,
type of vibe,
dank feeling overhead. And I'm like, this. And then, remember, Nick Caserio looked like he was pissed off at someone.
Yeah, he looked tight a little bit.
He was like furrowed brow and all that stuff. A couple of other passing thoughts from the pregame when we were on the field. It's always good to see Cal and Hannah. We were chatting it up with them. But then I saw the Tank Dell shirts, and Landry said this, and it might be a little bit extreme, but along those lines, the guy he was injured.
Yeah.
They had all these Tank Dell shirts. I mean, what, 6, 7?
I saw Mechie wearing one.
There were like 8 players wearing
Mechie, CJ.
Yeah. I'm like, why are they wearing these Tank Dell shirts? I mean, Landry put it very bluntly. He goes, he didn't die.
Yeah. No, you'll hear what he had to say tomorrow about that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're going to bring it up.
Yeah. And then, of course, a couple of other passing thoughts here before we get to the internet going nuts. And I said this earlier when we were talking about how the Texans were dodging bullets. I thought Devin Singletary, even in defeat in the first half, put to rest any doubt that he is the guy. They got the ball on the The 2, the 5, and the 8.
Yep, just their last 3 possessions in the first half. That's where they started.
And they got out of that trouble. They dug out of that hole because Devin Singletary was running his ass off.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a lot of good blocking all the time, but he was patient and he would, move the sticks. He had 64 yards rushing in the first half. I'm like, dude, there is no more question.
Yeah. Did you feel like the Texans didn't stick with that? More should they have gone with that more? I mean, it's a gummy game.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Bobby Slowick, that has been his biggest failure this season, is recognizing exactly when and how to use the run.
Yeah. And who to run.
And who to run. But now you know. I do agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I was in disagreement, maybe denial a little bit over the last couple of weeks with you, and I think Landry's been in the same boat saying it's Singletary over Pierce. But after seeing what I saw yesterday, I'm with you. I still think there is a massive communication issue.
Yeah.
Just offensively, that some combination between that line, Singletary, Pierce, and Stroud in terms of sliding protections, identifying a free runner, free rusher. I just don't think it's there. I don't know what's different, why it's different, but something's got to be fixed.
And sadly, I'm still not sure that even after that they're going to stay with Devin Singletary because they haven't all year. They've been going back to Dameon Pierce, although they did yesterday to him. A couple more here real quick. Everybody's talking about that big play that Garrett Wilson made to
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson made to Garrett Wilson. Yeah. That was a horrible decision. I knew right there, okay, this is Zach Wilson's day. Like he threw the ball from the left side after rolling out all the way to the left, across 2 hashes to Garrett Wilson in, it wasn't triple coverage, but 3 guys around him, 1 guy covering him. I'm like, that ball gets picked 9 times out of 10. That's an interception. And he had a strong arm, and he got it there, and I'm like, all right, this is his day. that was like, all right, that it might not be the Texans' day.
From Wilson's perspective, yeah, I felt the same thing.
Yeah.
But I can't remember. It might have been Conklin. It was.
The 3rd and 9?
Was it? It was Harris in cover. No, yeah. Jimmy Ward was in coverage.
Yeah.
I think it was Conklin. Yeah. Jimmy Ward was in coverage, and that ball just floated right over the top. And I was like, "You're making that play. It ain't your day.
It ain't your day. Yeah, it ain't your day."
Lopez, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker. Figgy Fig here as well. Coming up next, the internet going nuts. Well, I'm going to tell you what. A friend of Sports Radio 610 won the internet, in my opinion, today. He, along with this play yesterday, filled with controversy, has the internet going nuts. We'll have it for you next at Sports Radio 610.
The Texans.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
Sean Bajani in for Landry. Lon Lopez, Figgy Fig here as well. Time for Internet Going Nuts. We have a lot to get to in this segment, and so we'll get right to it. Kansas City got screwed yesterday, but they deserved it. Absolutely deserved it. An offsides call on wide receiver Kadarius Toney negated a go-ahead touchdown that was one of the coolest plays that I've seen ever. Because it was on purpose.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. A brilliant play by Kelsey, whom caught an initial pass from Patrick Mahomes, was going to go down, what was it, like at around the 20-yard line, I think it was, made at least a 10 to 12-yard lateral pass to Kadarius Toney across the field, catches it, and runs into the end zone over the left side near the pylon there for a touchdown. So he thought, with about a minute 20 left in the game, he was lined up offsides, and it was clear. And Patrick Mahomes was going ballistic. Needless to say, the Chiefs didn't do squat the rest of the way. They lose to the Bills, which is now mired in the mix of other 7-6 teams inside the AFC. They lost 20-17. It was one of the most incredible plays that won't count that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And it's a damn shame, but the NFL referees got this one right.
They absolutely got it right. And a couple of thoughts on this real quick. First of all, Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback on the planet. I thought that tantrum, it ended up being a lot for show. Hold me back, going at those guys. I know he was mad. I'm not saying he wasn't. But that kind of made me laugh. And then there's the actual play itself. And defending it even after the game when you knew they had already seen it, he was offside. He was offside. There is no question about it. In fact, if you look at the play, again, the right tackle was 2 full yards, lined up 2 full yards behind him. They're supposed to be on the same line. Like that's the line of scrimmage where the right tackle is and the receiver.
Well, the tackle kind of wings off. You know
I know,
what I mean?
but technically they're on the line of scrimmage. It's okay if they fudge a yard, here and there. In fact, Gene Steratore was talking about that on Twitter. He's like, you use common sense, I guess is what he was saying, or spirit of the rule or whatever. But in fact, it's worth reading. He said Kadarius Toney was blatantly lined up offsides. You really see an offsides penalty rarely see an offside penalty on the offense, but that is not because of this play in Buffalo was not a foul. It was that, egregious. He was offsides, and then they're still defending it afterward.
Here's what Patrick Mahomes said in his post-game press conference about the play.
It's something that, you as a like I said, elementary school, we talk about, you line up, you point to the ref, you're good, you're not good. If not, they come to you, hey, we talk, you need to get off the ball more, you need to be on the ball more. You have a discussion. And that's the ref's job. You want to have an open discussion so that you can go out there and put the best product you can on the field. And for him to throw that flag, know anything, and I saw the picture, and he probably is, barely offsides, but for him to take the game into his hands over a call like that doesn't affect the play at all, didn't affect anything. It's just tough, man. And like I said, man, that's a Hall of Fame tight end making a Hall of Fame play that won't be shown because we threw a flag for an offensive offsides, and so it takes away from not only this game and this season, but from a legendary career that Travis has had, and that hurts me because I know how hard he works for it.
You know what?
He's lying. He saw it.
You're right. He saw it, but what he's saying is that, you know what? You don't call it by the book all the time, and it's me. Yeah. It's the Chiefs.
Well,
look at that play. How can you call that?
Saying.
That's exactly what he's saying. That's exactly the reason why. After the game, he's walking around in a circle saying, man, that was effing this, that was effing that, He's trying to puff his chest out and say, hey, you guys forget I'm Patrick Mahomes? Hey, you guys forget we're the Kansas City Chiefs? We get that call.
And that leads to my other point that I forgot to mention earlier. He's Patrick Mahomes, but he's not Tom Brady. Tom Brady gets that call. They just look the other way. Hey, it's Tom. So that was the funny part to me. I think he wants to be Tom Brady and get every.
Sounds like he want to be LeBron James.
Yeah, he wants to be LeBron or Harden.
I'll say this real quick though. Mahomes is right. Initially in the postgame when he said, "Hey, this is elementary school stuff." You're right, it is. But did Tony point to the referee and check to see if he was good? I don't think so.
Yeah.
If the referee tells him to move up or move back, that's what happens at every level.
Yeah.
And you see it all the time in the NFL. But I think Tony, because he was the interior receiver in that bunched formation, didn't do it because of that.
Yeah.
Maybe just out of sight, out of mind, like, let's get the play going, hurry up. If he's the wideout, he's checking. Every receiver does.
Of course.
I think it's just a mess up by Tony initially, not checking, and then obviously.
And we only saw the camera, the television version. Maybe he pointed. I don't think he did.
Yeah.
Maybe
he could have.
Cameras,
but if you point, there's communication.
Follow what the referee says.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
After all these years, we finally have the answer. We have the answer. The question is Joe Flacco elite?
Back. Joe Flacco, over 300 yards today, the performance that he had.
He's elite.
There you go.
I mean, it's a dragon, man. I can't explain it, man. Picks up the playbook, scans through it, he downloads it, and comes out here throw for 300. The guy is special, and it's nice having someone like that to fill in some big shoes.
Myles Garrett on ESPN postgame gave us the answer. Is Joe Flacco elite? Well, you heard it right there. You heard it right there from him.
And do you think it was a shot at Deshaun, too, huh?
Did you hear the last part of that?
Yeah.
It's nice to have someone like that. Figgy?
Yeah.
I mean.
I peeped it.
I think it's a little bit of a stretch, but.
Might be.
It's nice to have somebody like that. Yeah. You have the expectations for a season and lose your quarterback. Like, I think that's kind of where I would go with it, but. Yeah, Deshaun's time in Cleveland obviously hasn't been received well.
The crazy thing is they won 4 games with 4 different quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they rallied around each and every one of those 3 quarterbacks they won. So DTR, they kind of rallied around him. They kind of pumped him up a little bit. Same thing with P.J. Walker. And now you see Myles Garrett doing this. It seemed like they kind of I don't want to say they trying to give a message, but it seemed like they putting a little extra sauce on these backup quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That's stepping up.
Next up,
I got the internet going nuts.
Got to get to this. I can't wait to get to this. Shohei Ohtani.
Man.
10 years, $700 million, Los Angeles Dodgers, a lot of things here. The first thing that came to my mind is I'm so glad his ass is going to the National League.
Yes.
That was number 1. Number 2 was holy smokes. Did you see this guy's contract compared to
everyone
the history of contracts in sports? Never mind Major League Baseball, which it obliterates everybody. Aaron Judge, Mookie Betts, Mike Trout, his former teammate, everybody.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. It's third all time in average annual value behind Lionel Messi and Ronaldo.
Yeah.
But in terms of overall value,
length and value, the length and value. We were I came and told the guys, I said, he just got $700 million. Maybe it was Saturday. I don't know, whatever it was at dinner. $700 million.
Yeah.
My first thought was, I don't even know if this guy can pitch.
Boom.
Right?
Yeah. Like,
this is his second Tommy John surgery?
Second Tommy John in 5 years.
Yeah.
Another thought by
He's
me,
Lance
same
McCullers.
as you. Yeah.
He's
Lance McCullers.
He's Lance McCullers.
But how much would he have gotten if he didn't need Tommy John?
Yeah.
He got 10 years, $700 million, $70 million per. And I know they're going to finagle it to where the average, whatever. Yeah. I don't care. It's not our money.
It's extended and all that.
Yeah.
Still.
Deferred. Like, this guy's going to be getting paid probably till he's like 80.
Yeah.
But, yes.
Yeah.
What an incredible investment. Like, what if he didn't need Tommy John? Here's my thing. Maybe there's a correlation, maybe not. I think there has to be. The market's the market to a degree.
Yeah.
What does this do to the rest of the market and how it's going to trickle down and affect the Astros negotiations with Alex Bregman or Kyle Tucker? These kinds of guys that we already talked about being in the neighborhood of $250, $300 million contracts. There has to be some sort of inflated value there.
I think agents are going to try to make and see. I don't agree with that altogether. I think they're going to try to inflate the market and have it affect their negotiations. But Ohtani is like the outlier of all outliers. Like he's in a different hemisphere. And I think ultimately it may, and they certainly are going to try, but I don't think it's going to affect the market that much.
Here's the thing, though. Deshaun Watson. It took one dumbass team to give Deshaun Watson a fully guaranteed contract, $230 million, whatever it was that the Browns gave him.
Yeah.
What did that do to the market? Immediately, Lamar Jackson said, I want that.
But that's apples to apples.
That was apples to apples.
Yeah.
You're right. But still, the market, in terms of like guaranteed money, total guaranteed money, allowed to now Lamar Jackson and other quarterbacks that are continue to break this record, or approach it. To me, there still has to be a trickle-down effect because he's a hitter, too.
Yeah.
Not just a pitcher.
Yeah.
And this could be the most dumb-ass thing a Major League Baseball team could do to a generational-type talent in Shohei Ohtani, who still has to show you that, I got to earn the other half of that, or whatever they're technically paying him for.
And last thing, Figgy and I were talking about this yesterday. There has to be some, and it's not my money, as Adam Spillane would say, so I don't really care that much.
Not my money.
But there has to be some kind of middle ground between how horrible contracts are for players in the NFL and how ludicrous they are in guaranteed. Like, every dollar of that is going to Shohei Ohtani. It's fully guaranteed. He could suffer, knock on wood, he won't, but suffer some injury that ends his career tomorrow, and he's getting $700 million.
Yeah,
like pick up have your kids pick up a baseball bat or a ball, because it's every penny is guaranteed. In the NFL, outside like the Deshaun Watsons and Lamar Jacksons of the world, they ain't a penny guaranteed.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's crazy.
There's got to be some kind of middle ground in there.
Has to be, especially between the two leagues. Like, what's the NFL making over MLB? Like, maybe
billions.
Well, is it?
It's
I was going to say like $3 to $4 billion in annual revenue.
Right.
It's still billions. Baseball's approaching like a $12 billion industry, I think, this year and the next couple of years. The NFL's been there.
Yeah.
The NFL has been there.
Yeah.
And what are you doing with your players? I know you got more of them, but still.
Yeah.
There's got to be some middle ground. I agree with you. He's John Lopez, Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker, Figgy Fig here. Oh, my God. Final segment coming up next. Why concern for C.J. Stroud extends beyond just yesterday, and a lot more passing thoughts from John Lopez. That's all coming up next at Sports Radio 610.
It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by
Minimum purchase and exclusions apply. See associate for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Sean Bajani in for Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig here. Landry making his way back to H-Town from NYC. Caught a late flight. He'll be back with you tomorrow, too. You've got Brandon Scott in for Clint Stoerner. He'll be with Ron Hughley and Tyler Milner from 2 to 6 right here on Sports Radio 610. A lot to get to and dissect from the happenings of the NFL over the weekend, man. It's been crazy. And I don't know exactly how I should feel about anything, to be honest with you. I'm kind of here just talking it through with you guys. Really, because as you mentioned several times today, John, like it was handed to you on a silver platter with everything that happened within your division yesterday around the AFC, and the Texans could not take advantage of it, regardless of how you felt going into that game. You started to have, bad juju feelings pregame. You were there. You took it in.
was talking about it too.
And it's very odd to me because you were predicting.
Oh, I felt good.
You felt good. Like you predicted like the Texans, 30-6 game basically. Just you flipped it around. You had it messed up.
Yeah.
But you felt good enough about it to where you weren't stressed going in. But the elements, the cold, the wet, the rainy weather.
Quick injuries, Nico.
So it started to progressively get worse for you. You didn't necessarily have a poor feeling pregame.
No, pregame, in fact, we were tailgating with a lot of the traveling Texans that were there. The Enough Said guys. Figgy was there. Landry was there. Larry and Stafford made the trip, and a lot of the fans. Dominic from New Jersey kind of hosted us, and we were all talking about the same thing. Even if you didn't have a good feeling like I did, even if you were nervous, that was the definition, and even more respect. That was the definition of a gotta-have game. Not a must-win, but you had to have that game.
Yeah.
And you didn't.
Now, these last 4 games, every single one of them, for a lot of people, and look, expectations are different. They just are, and I don't even care who your quarterback is going into the Tennessee Titans game. Expectations are different.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. That's how far they've come.
And it is a great thing. This is what you've wanted.
Yeah.
So every game from here on out is a must-win, theoretically, for the Texans.
In terms of playoff picture, yes. Because you brought this up about all the teams that are 7-6, and some of those teams you didn't expect, to be in the picture this late. I mentioned the Cincinnati Bengals. How the hell are they dangerous now? But they are. You do have some tiebreakers, but then you still have the Titans twice. Which would get really, really interesting, and they're not in the playoff picture, but they would get really, really interesting for your hopes. And you have the Browns, and the Browns have the elite Joe Flacco that we just heard about.
Vintage Joe
tossing dimes everywhere and everything else. So yes, absolutely, what you're saying.
I heard this stat from Vandy this morning, and you kind of mentioned something in regards to Davis Mills and him winning on the road in Tennessee before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. Vandy said 4-1 for Davis Mills for his career within the AFC South on the road.
Yeah.
Cool. That was then. This is now. Different system, different coach, different circumstances in terms of how you're playing. And yes, a much different division. I'm very wary about those types of historical stats.
That's what gamblers do. Well, when this happens, go ahead. When this happens or that happens, they win. But it's a different world we're living in right now.
Yeah.
But by the way, no way you play C.J. Stroud this week.
Nope. I agree with you.
No way.
I absolutely agree with you. I know. I think you and I are in complete alignment on this. It was the hit, and it was the relation to the hit in what also occurred last week. And go back and look at that play on the quarterback sneak from Stroud last week. He was pulled out of the game by the referees because they'd felt he had taken a direct shot to the head. He was wobbly getting up, even though he was kind of brushing everybody off, saying, hey, I'm fine.
Yeah.
The first thing that came to my mind was Tua.
Sure.
From last year. Concussion, came back in the game, boom, took a hit. Next week, concussion. Then
And
all
it
of a sudden,
was the ugliest thing ever.
horrible. You start talking about you having conversations about, is this guy ever going to play football again? Never mind, spinning it to the degree that he has this year with Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Like, that's an amazing story in and of itself. I don't want to even approach that kind of a conversation with a 22-year-old stud quarterback, the future of this organization, this season in which your only responsibility is, while you're playing well above your head, above all expectation, you've got to the player, the person, C.J. Stroud going forward.
I don't want fans and us, and especially the Texans, to get sucked in by the verbiage, the nomenclature, the whatever you want to call it, of, well, he's in concussion protocol. They're watching him. They're going to see if it. No, man. I mean, yes, he is in concussion protocol, but that's a term that kind of softens the reality of what we saw. Like back in the day, they would say in the last game, on that quarterback sneak, he got his, quote, bell rung.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a concussion now. Getting your bell rung is flat out saying he got a concussion. So they don't use that anymore. They say concussion protocol. He wasn't even on the injury list last week.
Yeah.
And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, and then this week, he is literally in the concussion protocol, so he's going to have to be on the injury report. Well, that's 2 weeks in a row, and I don't want to dance around this. I think we need to get very, very direct with this. And it's just my opinion. I'm not the doctor. I'm not the expert when it comes to head injuries and all that. That dude has a concussion.
Mm-hmm.
Your franchise quarterback for the next 10, 12 years, whatever it's going to be, has a concussion. Don't jack around with that.
Yeah.
Don't jack around with that, man. I don't care what's still out there for you. I don't care about, like, they're 7-6 and maybe this and maybe that. You can't mess around with that.
And, the people that would say, no, absolutely no way, you know, let's just see how it goes. You can't have that opinion right now. It's too early.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that a lot of those people wouldn't say that if Tank Dell was available, if there was no question about Nico Collins, if Dalton Schultz was healthy. If you had your arsenal of wide receivers at your disposal, you would be totally fine with giving C.J. Stroud a week to recoup and make sure he's 100% for the home stretch, whether it means anything or not, because it very well couldn't at the end of the day.
It may not. Yeah.
You lose against the Titans and things continue to break right, you'd be all but mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Then it gets really difficult, and it might be the situation anyway, but I think it's a game that we all play with ourselves. Now you're like, man, we're without all these pieces. We need at least somebody out there that can play some good football that we've seen that we have some faith in. No,
I don't want to do that. I hope nobody wants to do that. I hope, especially in that building, they don't want to do that. This is a big picture.
No.
This is a big picture era for the Texans. So you got to look at that constantly.
The first guy that I would say to them, if they're even thinking about it, is Tua. I was like, do you want that in your life?
Yeah.
I mean, want to have those conversations?
Yeah. And
absolutely not.
And how would it make the Texans look? Like everybody would go back to that quarterback sneak and kind of how he kind of sat up and wobbled. They'd go back certainly to this hit. When he was walking to the locker room is what did it to me. We've all seen that kind of glassy, sort of confused look. He didn't look like he was walking, shaky, but he just kind of was like, blinking and like trying to get it all clear.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I needed to see right there.
Yeah, and that was a really good point that you'd made there. Look, there's a lot that the Texans have to figure out this week, how they approach preparing Davis Mills, how they approach preparing this receiver core, finding out whom they're going to trust this week. If you're operating with no Nico, maybe not. Dalton Schultz is back at tight end. Who knows what you're going to do with the run game? I think it's absolutely got to be in play right now. Offensive line is a question mark. It has to be asked. D'Amico's going to talk 2:30 today. I think it has to be asked of D'Amico if, in fact, they are going to consider making an adjustment on the offensive line in terms of personnel. Now, I don't know what you do. I don't know what your alternative is. I'm not advocating, sitting George Fant for one bad game. But what do you do at left guard center? That combo, is there a realistic kind of adjustment you could make there, going Scruggs at center, Dieter at left guard? I don't know what your other alternative is, but I think it has to be evaluated.
Well, I don't know what the evaluation is. I'm with you because, I mean, the players are not going to change that much. The players that you can plug and play are not going to change that much. but you have to do something. These last 4 weeks have been an absolute mess, and with the way that they're performing, 16 sacks in 4 weeks. I mean, that's just something that you can't have. And here's the other thing that I think is important, and this with Ron Hughley and Brandon Scott B. Scott joining us here as we meld into the afternoon drive. They're not on the offensive line, meaning that means to me you got to be even more adamant about sit your ass. CJ Stroud, you got to sit down.
Yeah.
This is a big picture.
Until we figure it out.
This is a big picture organization. It's not a short-term organization anymore.
Well, I think even depending on how bad the concussion is, I would feel that way. Even if the offensive line was what it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And that's its own story. I know we talked about it. We're going to talk about it. But the investment in the offensive line, the fact that the Texans are spending more money on the offensive line than any team, and I get that there have been injuries, but the fact that that is the case in Houston, that you're investing this much money in the offensive line, and this is the result, that you can't run the ball, that you can't protect C.J. Stroud, and now C.J. Stroud is in the concussion protocol.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a disastrous result.
Ron, you raising your hand. What you got?
You think it would have been better if Titus was out there?
Hell no. It wasn't.
Damn, John.
we saw several games of that.
What kind of question was that?
Because, like he said, you've invested so much. So then you can say to yourself, well, the second biggest investment we had wasn't on the field. And the part that is most concerning is I don't think it would have made a damn difference.
How do you get there from here? That's the question. How do you get there from here?
I mean,
it's not like, you say would Titus have made a difference? It's not like Titus at left guard was supposed to be
he
what would have made the difference.
Where he was supposed to play.
even when he was out there, it was a bit of a disaster because he was displaced.
I'm just making a point. Like you
it's just like overall just bad.
Because you would say, all right, listen, man, they've got the 11th highest paid offensive lineman. He was hurt. He's on the shelf. That doesn't
do it.
I just want to send a shout out to my man. I feel bad for him, man. Guy that I really enjoy.
Who?
Davis Mills, man. I apologize to you, dog.
Hey.
Nah, man.
This is rough living for Davis.
Hey, Davis is looking at all this. Like, look at all these guys running around here. Look at this talent, baby. And Davis.
All of a sudden, they got nothing.
Davis has to come out here with position groups and skill players worse than what he had.
I don't know, man.
Oh, yeah.
He had Brandon Cooks.
He ain't even got Brandon Cooks.
Real quick. Who do you think's going to line up out there right now? If you had it right now, who's lining up out there?
Who?
It's going to be
Robert Woods.
Robert Woods, your number one receiver.
Hutch, Robert Woods, who he's not going to practice tomorrow.
who's good for one catch every couple of games.
Mechie, Woods, and Hutchinson. It look like they're and Noah Brown.
Alex Bachman's warming up right now.
I'm just saying, damn, man. He said, damn.
Davion Davis is ready to get called up.
Look at this new Nico.
I don't feel a lot of sincerity in your voice.
I do. I swear I feel bad for man. My man got to come out here. He had to play with these people, and now he get to see CJ. Oh, man, it's got Tank. He's got Nico. Who am I coming out with?
Yeah.
Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Where's
at
Brandon
best
Cooks when you need him?
At best.
Noah.
He goes from, and then Davis goes from having like the best job in the world, watching CJ Stroud do his thing, not having to play really except like once every other game when CJ gets knocked out for a second. But now he has to go out there, carry the team with no weapons.
My man. I got to say that we're all, and I was the guiltiest of all when it came to Derek Stingley and Sauce. Sauce puts the locks on people, man.
Well, I mean,
he locks it up.
There was some real lockable people.
I was going to say, ask Noah Brown. I was going to say, ask Noah Brown and John Mechie about that.
Noah Brown was the one. He didn't do nothing.
That was Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KALT HD2. It's drive time, baby. The drive is live.
That's right, baby. I was ready just in case. I was ready. I was loud. I was ready. No, I ain't got it memorized. I was ready. I got it at the top of the fold. I was ready to go, baby. No, man, the drive is live. Clint out another week here with his new young addition to the family. So he's taking care. It's good to hear him on the postgame show some yesterday. But B. Scott, Brandon Scott, you can catch all his work on SportsRadio610.com. He is rocking and rolling with us as well. And, fellas, it is not a Mad Dog Monday.
No, it is not.
It is not a Mad Dog Monday.
Far from it.
And I want to be clear, as Brandon selected Jonathan Grenard, who had 5 tackles, 2 sacks, and he was going to do that sack celebration no matter what the score was.
Oh, yeah.
And then, which I got no problem with. And I chose John Mechie. He gave us 1 catch for 6 yards, and everybody in Houston would love to have that catch back if that means C.J. Stroud would have stayed upright on that throw. And then Tyler went with 1 catch for a -2 yards.
Sauce Gardner was not fooled a bit on that screen pass.
So Tyler, we're running
thank you, Tyler Milner.
We're running screens to Rob Woods again. So Tyler would have been the purchaser of Mad Dog, and I'm just wondering, Tyler, at what point did you know you weren't going to be buying Mad Dog? At what point of the game did you know? I know I had a point where there wasn't going to be no Mad, because I was still in the running now, because John Mechie didn't have a stat for a minute. At what point did you know I ain't buying Mad Dog this week?
Well, I feel like that point came somewhere in the range of when the Jets went up 14-0, because I knew that Grenard was going off for B. Scott, and we had Mechie and Woods, but at that point I just felt like the Texans weren't going to win that game, so I knew I wasn't going to have to buy any, even if I did have the worst player.
Didn't 10 feel like 20?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In that game, with what they were doing, with that 10 sure enough felt like 20.
It did. It did. It did. You can't lie, man. 10 felt like 20. And then once you got to 21-6, I mean, it was a wrap. I mean, that's when I knew.
Yeah, they got to 14-6. Like, maybe. And then they said, nah.
Nah, we're not.
Well, this extended drive to go ahead and shut the door in New York with Zach Wilson. So yeah, rough one, man. 30-6. I cannot believe it. We were talking about must-win game. You got to get this one, and they go up there and just get their asses handed to them.
Yeah, man. I mean, like it's
30-6.
It's like 14. You feel like you up, and then like you're trending up, and then you go and you realize like, oh, the Texans are like philosophically opposed to covering running backs out of the backfield.
Yeah. 30-second half points.
Yeah, they just let them do whatever they want.
Unbelievable. 713-572-4610. Your way to get involved. Remember, and I can't wait to hear this. Coming up, it's scheduled at 2:30. We will head to NRG as D'Amico Ryans. He's had a little time to think about it. You could tell he was hot yesterday.
Oh, man.
He was hot, and he handled it his own way. D'Amico, to me, felt like he went home and just started raking leaves. Like that felt like he was just in that level of frustration where you just got to get away with just do something. Just go rake some leaves or poured all his change out of a change jar. He may not have one, but poured all his change out and just start counting it.
I mean, how would you feel if you were basically the defensive coordinator? You're the defensive-minded head coach, and your defense gives up 30 points in the second half.
Yeah.
In a half. I mean, yeah. They now have a reputation of letting some of the worst quarterbacks, some of the worst performing quarterbacks in the NFL have their best games against them. It's happened now with Desmond Ridder. It's happened with Bryce Young, and then now Zach Wilson. How would you feel if you led the defense that was responsible for that?
You know, there's a lot to get to. But even when you say that, like Desmond Ridder and Bryce, that still resulted into what, 21 points?
Sure.
And what, 15 for the Panthers? This one was just 30 and a half.
In a half.
Zach.
Yeah.
Good God.
In a half.
Good God.
More defense helped. Like the guy that you drafted number 3 overall, and I hope Will Anderson is okay too. We talked about C.J. Stroud being in the concussion protocol. A lot of guys got injured, including Will Anderson. But man, when your defense was hanging in there and you still had a chance. Now your offense wasn't worth a damn the whole game. But when your defense was still hanging in there, Will Anderson makes the play, or I should say the boneheaded play of hitting Zach Wilson late. 3rd and 10 goes to a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down. They go down there and they score.
Yeah, 2 plays later, a 20-yard catch.
Yeah, and not to mention on that, or no, catch to Garrett Wilson that sets up and he's out of the game for that one. But it sets up the Gibson run in which Will Anderson also fails to set the edge. So not his finest moment, and for me, the moment where the defense really went into the can.
Yeah. All right, we do need to touch this, and it will be interesting to hear what D'Amico says the day after, and that'll be coming up at 2:30 because that's I'm guessing one of the first things we'll hear is that an update on C.J. Stroud. That's going to be the first thing we hear. The latest thing we have is that C.J. Stroud has entered the NFL concussion protocol as of this point, which is not a surprise. When you saw him on the ground, he was laying there. You could see he didn't look right. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you right now, he is not playing Sunday in Nashville against the Tennessee Titans. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm going to tell you that right now. He's not playing Sunday against the Titans. And like I know we're gonna have to wait. If he walks out on that field and plays Sunday against the Titans, I will be beyond.
There's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way.
No way. When you look at him, and I think, and we talked about it before the show, but I know I've heard Lopez and company talking about it. Like he didn't look 100% right in the Denver game after a play where he had to go out and go in the blue tent, but then return to that game. There was an odd look, and I'm sure the league will review that as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, you just look at the Tua situation. They're not going to let this happen. This is high profile. We saw it. We've been seeing it repeatedly on all the shows. His head bounced off the turf. He laid there for a second. He looked woozy, concussed, and they're not. I mean, they're just not going to have looks like that again. And I would, and to be honest with you, the Texans have had multiple guys enter the concussion protocol this year, and I'm not going to say I'm sure, but it feels like 100% of them have missed at least a game. Henry Toa missed one, Tank missed one, Christian Harris missed one going in that protocol. I think a couple of them missed multiple games. So C.J. Stroud, they're gonna play the Tennessee Titans in a huge game at 7-6 without at least C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
he's not playing.
Look, not all concussions are created equal, and I'm not going to pretend to be some type of concussion expert. So, and I point that out just to say, just because the other guys who were in the concussion protocol played doesn't necessarily mean that C.J. Stroud's condition is the same. I have no idea. But I'm talking about optics and politically, to your point about Tua and the way things went. Like, even if, to me, I feel like even if C.J. Stroud does somehow clear concussion protocol, even if it is somehow not bad enough to where he's got to miss this next game, could you imagine that happening to him again? Yep. Like if Jeffrey Simmons gets to him or whatever, I don't know, whoever it is gets to him in this next game.
Oh, my God.
And his head bounces off the ground like that again. And then it's back-to-back weeks, similar to how it went down with Tua. He had very close proximity situations like this. And it's like, okay, never mind what his condition was after the first one, putting him at risk to have another one back-to-back, given the position. Like, I just don't think that based off of what C.J. Stroud has done so far, what I think he means to this team, what he means to the league, I think in the long term, I don't think politically they can put him out there, even if he can clear it.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing, and they're going to have to, at least they know through the week, and they got to get Davis Mills and this group ready because I will be shocked if C.J. Stroud plays.
You were okay with him being out there in that moment, though, right? Like it's six plus minutes left to go. 20.
No, what are you taking him out?
21-6. Yeah, okay.
No,
I'm making sure.
Yeah, he's going to be a part of that ass whooping.
Yeah.
Not coming out. He's going to be a part of that ass whooping. It's football. Let's go.
I didn't want him to get concussed, obviously.
Oh no.
I didn't want him to be.
Is that people having an issue with that? I hadn't.
Yeah.
Or people have an issue with him being out there?
I haven't heard too much of it. I'm sure you can find some.
I didn't know that was.
I've seen some of it. Right. I'm not on that though. I was just making sure that wasn't in here.
Yeah. No, it's not in here. As we said, D'Amico coming up. We'll get the latest on what's going on with a whole host of injuries. There's a few of them there with important pieces. Obviously, Nico Collins goes down. 3 plays in the game as well with that calf. But the big one is C.J. Stroud. 2:30. We expect to hear from the head coach. We'll carry that live right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. All right, this is my thought coming out of this. This is where I want to go. And the people, you can respond and react on this as well. 713-572-4610. The people on YouTube and Twitch, you can also respond there. Hello, we appreciate you joining us however you are. How should we judge C.J. Stroud for this performance? Man, how should we judge C.J. Stroud? And the reason why I ask this is because it feels like it had been growing, and we had been getting there from not just the fan base here, not just, people who cover the team around here, but from a national standpoint of almost putting, and some have just flat done it, putting him in the elite category of the Mahomes and the Daks right now and the Allens and the Jalen Hurts.
Wait. Nobody. Even with Mahomes' perhaps down year, I don't think anybody's putting anyone in the category of Mahomes. Mahomes stands alone.
Okay, if he stands alone in the elite quarterback, he's an elite quarterback.
Yes.
All right, he stands alone.
Yes.
And then,
there's Mahomes and there's everybody else.
The other elite quarterbacks.
Yes,
they put him in the elite, however you want to do it.
Yeah.
Right?
No, Mahomes is by himself.
He's an elite quarterback. He ain't been by himself this year. I'll just say that.
Fair enough.
So, I mean, like the elite quarterbacks in the league, people have put him in there. And I'm like, whoa, like he's played at the time 9 ball games. He's played 10 ball games. He's played 12. Let's calm it down. And that's why I say, if you are judging, if you feel like this dude is amongst that, where I've heard he's better than Dak, he's better than Herbert, he's better than Josh Allen. If like right now, not today, not just future, today, you've heard that. If you're at that point, to me, then your view of judging his performance yesterday should be crushing him.
Crushing him?
Oh, crushing him.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Because those guys would not, like Justin Herbert, doesn't matter how many injuries Mike Williams gets, how many Keenan Allen gets, or how dumb his coach is. Football-wise, maybe regular-wise, Brandon Staley's a smart person, but football-wise, he's as dumb as the offensive coordinator the Jets ran out there yesterday. They don't it gets on him. When is he going to start to win?
Yeah.
When is he going to elevate players? I personally think it's fair to put him in those guys' category yet, because the bad, then and I think the bad when it comes to it, would you say, well, he didn't elevate guys? He did, because those guys don't get the excuse of weather and don't get the excuse of injury. For most people, it's, hey, man, dog, you had 28 yards passing with 1:20 left in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Like that, and meanwhile, Zach Wilson, who we know ain't nowhere near on your level, is just all over the building. But that's why I'm.
What is he, a superhero?
That's why I'm. It looked like it yesterday.
What is he, an X-Man?
But that's what I'm saying. How are you judging? Because if you're judging C.J. Stroud on he's an elite quarterback,
right.
I think that is different than judging C.J. Stroud on this guy's a rookie who's played 12 games that I think's a top 10, potentially top 12 quarterback right now. But he shouldn't be. I don't think C.J. should be thought to, hey, this guy could just throw everybody on his back. Because I heard this. It don't matter who's out there. I believe Larry and Sean Bashani told me it don't matter the receivers out there. He elevates everybody. I don't think that's fair to put that on.
Hold on. It's felt that way before in previous games. Like you've had moments like that in the games where Noah Brown, and I know he was, getting open and schemed open and all of that, and credits Noah Brown, but you've had moments where it did feel like C.J. Stroud put you on his back. I know Tank Dell caught the game-winning catch against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but it felt like C.J. Stroud with 46 seconds left in the game. It did feel like that. Now that was in perfect weather conditions, right? That's in the comfort of NRG Stadium. But you have had those moments where it was like, hey, the weight of the world is on this guy's shoulders, and he has delivered. You have had those moments where it felt that way, right?
No, you've had moments, but when we go to the elite territory, it's a week in and week out.
Yeah.
For the most part, consistency.
Yeah, and they played how many games now?
He's played
12,
he's played
13 games.
Right, and I just think it's, like I said, it is how you view him.
Yeah.
How are you? Because if you are viewing him as an elite quarterback, you're saying, dude is better than Dak, who is on that. When Dak has a game like this, if he's ever had one like this, Dak's getting done in. It don't matter who. I don't care if CJ. I don't care if CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks got hit by a Volkswagen before the game started, like Happy Gilmore did on the back nine in that movie. I don't care. Volkswagen. I don't care if he put up 28 yards passing. with a minute 20 in the third quarter?
Yeah.
To Zach Wilson? No. And that's why I don't think it's fair. I think we need to pull, me personally, I've stayed there. I think we need to pull back a little bit and understand this is still this dude's 13th game
that's
in
fair.
the NFL. And, like, we've seen it. Like, we've watched it. Like, he's had moments where you could argue Desmond Ridder, Bryce Young, and now Zach Wilson have looked like the better quarterback on the same field as him. And so I just think he has played an amazing season and looks like at this point he may get on the level of elite soon. But I think it's just unfair to think that he can just elevate anybody. I don't think he has to help. I said it last week. Patrick Mahomes ain't just elevating anybody right now.
So is he not elite too then?
No, I didn't say.
Oh, because what I was saying. So by this train of thought, like, is he because he's not elevating everybody? Is he not elite, or is it just because you haven't seen enough?
What I'm saying is, Mahomes is struggling to do it.
Right.
Last week, it was just like it don't matter who's out there for CJ. He's going to elevate anybody, and I'm just like, whoa. I think that's too much to put on him.
So I think you bring up some fair points, but I'm not pulling back a damn thing. He's elite. I'm not.
Oh, so you should be. So you are.
Yeah, no, I'm not reneging about him being elite just because he had a bad game. I think all of those quarterbacks that you mentioned, elite quarterbacks have bad games, and elite quarterbacks are allowed to have bad games and still be considered elite. So what I would rather do, the way you juxtapose it, is are we going to hold him to this standard of elite quarterbacks where if they have a bad game like this, we're going to dissect it like they're an elite quarterback and hold them accountable?
Is that where you are?
I would rather do that than say, hey, I'm going to pull back and say he's not elite and just say, oh, he's a rookie, he's only played 13 games, and these are the sort of the growing pains. No, he's shown us enough, I believe, just in the 13 games to say this is an elite quarterback. This was a non-elite game. This was a bad game. C.J. Stroud should be held accountable for his role in an offense that only scored 6 points. But there are a lot of other explanations that you could use to why this offense wasn't good yesterday. C.J. Stroud is among them. He's got toward the top because he's the quarterback, but he's not the only reason. I don't think just because of one bad game or because of a couple of bad games, it erases all of the other evidence that you have of the guy being elite. So I'm going to hold him to that standard of, hey, this was an elite quarterback who had a bad game, whose offense only scored 6 points, and we should hold him accountable for that.
I hold him accountable for getting outplayed by Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
I hold him accountable for that. But to me, man, dude has played 13 ball games. And to talk about him at the level of the guys like Herbert and Dak, I think it's unfair even at the positive point, and especially now. I don't think he should be thought of, man. He can put John Mechie
like
around them
on
his shoulders right now.
He's like that.
In the future,
he's like that. That's why this was disappointing.
He has shown moments of it. All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryans. He'll join us on the other side. Make sure you hear from him. We'll hear what he gives his updates on the injured players, including C.J. Stroud. That's coming up next right here on The Drive.
Even after a tough 30-6 loss, Coach D'Amico isn't talking about Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. We look to hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, in about 5 minutes or so. And the hope is we hear maybe an update that we haven't heard about C.J. Stroud and other guys that were injured as well, including Nico Collins, who obviously they missed yesterday. So that's coming up in around 5 minutes. D'Amico Ryans will go live as soon as Tyler gives me the signal. You'll hear from the head coach of your Houston Texans. From the text line, as I said, how do you – let's kick things off. How do you judge C.J. Stroud's performance? And for me, I view C.J. Stroud as a really good quarterback. I think a top 12 level quarterback in this league that has had moments of held top this year, has had moments of pure greatness no matter what age he is. But there are some who have lined him up in the elite category. B. Scott is one. There are others, a lot of fans or whatever. And that's why I said, how do you evaluate or how do you judge him for this performance? Because if you judge him from the elite quarterback performance, you'd be very, very hard on his performance yesterday. And then if you judge him from, hey, this guy is a really good quarterback that's played 13 ball games, that is still seeing stuff for the first time. I think it's unfair that he would have the expectations that we have for other guys that we deem elite quarterbacks. Like this text that just came in, that's unfair, Ron. Weather conditions were terrible. CJ is an elite quarterback. Quit hating as a Chiefs fan anyway. Okay, thank you.
I mean, Zach Wilson had a good game. Is he an elite quarterback? I wouldn't say so, but he had an elite game in the same weather conditions.
In the same weather conditions.
So that doesn't look good.
And this is what I'm saying is if he's an elite quarterback, you're not talking about no damn weather conditions, not especially weather conditions where a kicker is routinely kicking 55-yard field goals at 52-yarders. Like, we're not you ain't talking about no weather conditions. You know it here. You've listened to Dak for years. Dak don't get no damn weather conditions.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Justin Herbert don't get no weather. Josh Allen, weather conditions? Come on. No weather conditions.
No, you're expected to go out there and perform one way or the other.
But I could hear that from the thought of, hey, man, it's the first time he's run into this. It's the first time he's really run into not having weapons. And to think that already 13 ball games in his career that we should have the expectation that he elevates Noah Brown and John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson and Brevin Jordan. Now, I would think that it would be more than 135 total yards of offense and 28 yards passing. But to think that we would put that on him like other elite quarterbacks, to me, I think is a bit early. So that's my thought. I don't know how it's coming up. This is coming off. I'm hating on CJ. I'm not. Nah. I'm not hating on CJ. I'm just trying to be fair to CJ.
It sounds like you're trying to temper the expectations.
I feel like you're getting annoyed with how I'm lowering.
I think it's all based on how you want to view a promising rookie quarterback. Like when we talk about elite, what am I really saying? I've thought CJ Stroud for about 6 or 7 weeks or so now has been a somewhere between top 8 to 12 quarterback in the NFL. Now, is that truly elite? I'm probably grading on a rookie curve. Like if you come in and immediately look like one of the top to 8, 12 quarterbacks in the NFL, I have to assume that you're going to improve at some point. I have to assume that things are going to change and look up for you at some point. If day one, maybe not day one, but season one, and you're somewhere between top 8 and top 12, which is where I've had him. You can debate 8 to 12, I think, but I think CJ is somewhere in the mix of that debate from 8 to 12. To me, that's elite as a rookie quarterback. But is he top 3, top 5? No, I don't think so yet. I don't think you have enough to go off of to even say that. But for some people, maybe you can't put a rookie quarterback in the elite quarterback category. Maybe it's not fair to a guy that's only played 12 or 13 games to put him in that category. I think that that's perfectly fine if you want to change the expectations. I'm just saying, based off of what we've seen.
You got your opinion. Yeah, yours is.
And based off of what we've seen, right? Like, I'm not – this to me is not hope trafficking. This is, hey, we've seen C.J. Stroud play elite football and play at a level that is somewhere between, I think, a top 10 level quarterback in the NFL.
I would bet
so I'd hold him to that standard.
I would bet my and Tyler's money that he will be elite.
Yeah.
I would bet that. I would bet, like, if we're sitting here 2-3 years from now, that he is in the category that Jalen is right now, and that Dak has shoved himself into at this point. For me, I just find a guy that's coming into yesterday playing 12 ball games, and this the first time he has really had to play with just weapons to that level to think, like, because if I'm going to hold, like, for me, if I'm holding to an elite category, like someone just texted in, Zach Wilson, CJ did not. No, I'll go to hell with that.
But here, let me ask you this, though.
Not with that.
Is an elite quarterback allowed to have a bad game and still be considered elite?
Sure.
So that's the problem that I would have with this is I considered him elite before this game. He had a bad game in which his top weapons went missing. His offensive line was leaky. His defense held it down for him for a minute until things fell apart in the second half. And then his offensive coordinator didn't do him any favors because it didn't seem like they had any like kind of short game or intermediate routes that could kind of bail him out from having to try to stretch the ball downfield. That was the thing that Zach Wilson was able to do that CJ could not, was throw some dink and dunks and get some chunk plays from playmakers, which, by the way, CJ Stroud did not have. So, like, I can't go from, hey, I was talking about him being elite before this game. This is the result that you had. A bad game by elite standards, but also a less than ideal circumstance game, and now I don't want to call him elite no more.
Yeah.
I can't switch it up to that degree.
If you had him as elite, and we're waiting, D'Amico Ryan's coming up very soon. If you had him as elite before, I mean, listen, I'm not going. That's your opinion, and that's where you see things. For me, going into it, I've always this kid is.
But maybe we're doing a little too much too early.
He's played 9 games. Like, when I think of the elite quarterbacks, and I know you're putting Mahomes in his own stage.
Yeah,
when I think of elite quarterbacks, I think of Lamar. I think of Josh Allen. I think of Joe Burrow. I think of guys that have for multiple seasons plus shown to be at a top. So, yeah, and when those guys have bad games, like Josh throw 4 picks in a game that allows the team, they get destroyed, and there are no excuses.
Let's destroy him. Let's do it. Let's destroy him.
I can't do it. I don't think it's fair.
Let's destroy him.
No, I don't think that's fair to put
Dog on you, CJ, for not having a better offensive line and for Noah Brown and Robert Woods being your top targets.
And that's the other part is you as you said, man, yeah, he gets a bad performance. Like, if we be honest, man, this wasn't just bad. I mean, this was awful. I mean, just awful. They could do anything with a franchise quarterback and, to some belief, an elite quarterback. They're 28 yards passing with 1:20 in the third quarter. Like, I just watched Tua, and I understand he's got weapons, but damn, to that, I mean, just drop off of you can't get nothing. The one time when he actually was able to get yards after the Zach Wilson fumble, it was literally all schemed up by Bobby Slowick. It was schemed up with Beck running wide open, then schemed up. Really, to be honest with you, he missed a touchdown pass to 81, but it was schemed up to get Brevin Jordan a long run. Like, I mean, that wasn't just. I did not know CJ was capable of playing a game that bad.
Yeah, no, but he also had the 30-something yarder taken away, 31-yarder taken away by the Hutchinson offensive pass interference. Sure. Had another deep ball that went right between Noah Brown's hands. Would have been a really good catch if he had got it, but it went right between his hands. Had a 4th down, I believe, to Noah Brown. They hit him in the face mask. A couple of plays there that just didn't quite happen. And then there was a stretch there, too, where his offensive line was really just the problem. I mean, Michael Dierter's inability to deal with Quentin Williams, and you can't hate Michael Dierter for that, but that was a reality. Like, there was no combination of interior offensive linemen, whether it was Dierter and Scruggs double-teaming Quentin Williams or Dieter and Shaq Mason double teaming Quentin Williams. There was no combination of interior offensive linemen that could deal with what the Jets had going on with Quentin Williams and even the rest of those guys, the linebackers and everybody else.
Oh, they were dominant.
It was an issue from top to bottom. I don't think that just because C.J. Stroud didn't have a good game that takes him out of the elite category. This was not an elite game. There's no way to sugarcoat it. No way to sugarcoat it.
If you already, after 12 ball games before entering this game, had him as an elite quarterback,
Yes.
no, one game doesn't. That's why I literally posed the question to folks, and I'm going to tell you where I am. I posed the question to folks, how do we judge him in this game? Based off of, do you view him as an elite quarterback, or do you view him as a really good quarterback that's played 12 games coming into it, that seeing things for the first time, like from that element? Maybe I'm adding a little bit more into it from my angle. I'm giving you more. Or do you just view him as not an elite quarterback? And my thing is, if you view him as an elite quarterback, like one of the things is you are thought elite quarterbacks are to overcome to more than the tune of 120 yards of total win the game.
I thought he looked like a guy that could use a Breece Hall, a guy that could use a Garrett Wilson, and a guy that could use a Tyler Conklin. And he didn't have any of those yesterday. That's what he looked like, and maybe an offensive line that gave him a chance.
All right, let's wait here. Coming up here as soon as we come back, we'll let you hear from the head coach, and can't wait to hear what D'Amico Ryans has to say. We'll let you get to that coming up next on the Drive.
The Texans trip to East.
Again? Yes, he's in the concussion protocol.
Excuse me. You saw a lot of Mills in off-season, training camp, preseason. What do you think about his demeanor off the field and the things you've seen him as a passer?
Yeah, he's done a good job for us. The reps that he's gotten on the scout team and everything, he's done a good job for us. Demeanor has been the same, but he's done what we've asked him to do.
Even though you had a chance to look at the from yesterday, anything stand out that you didn't see standing on the sideline?
Yeah, same. The things that stood out to me, just watching the film again today, it was it really comes down to executing. Right? We did not execute offensively, defensively. It wasn't good enough. And when you watch the film, as I think I said it yesterday, you don't deserve the win when you play the way that we play, right? So I told our guys today, our playmakers, or guys who are our best players, have to play their best, and they have to make plays. And we had guys in position to make plays on yesterday that didn't make plays. And if we want to continue to move forward, we want to have a good end to our season here, right? Make a run down the stretch, then our playmakers have to step up and make plays, and that'll never change.
When Nico goes down, can you guys continue to do everything that you wanted to do throughout the week from a game plan perspective, or do you have to adjust and maybe change some things because somebody else is Nico in a play or assignment or a set or something?
For sure, losing Nico is tough. Nico has been an explosive playmaker for us all year, right? He's a guy who's been truly reliable. We've needed it most in those moments. Nico has showed up and made those plays. So when you lose him, like, things change, like how you call the plays you had designed for Nico, that changes, right? Because he isn't out there, and so you have to find a way to still continue to move the ball, right? Other people have to step up and make plays when that opportunity, right, is thrust upon them. Are they stepping up and making those plays, right? No matter who's in, we expect our guys just to be their best, and we didn't play our best yesterday. Yeah, with the run game, I thought Motor had some really nice runs. Thought O-line, they did a good job of blocking it. We ran it better. And, you should continue to mix it up, right? People say you get away from the run. I mean, there are opportunities there in the passing game that we had. We just didn't make those plays. So we had opportunities in the pass game that we didn't connect on, but I thought Motor ran the ball well. I thought the O-line blocked it well.
Coach, you mentioned the offensive line, run blocking. 18 sacks in the last 4 games. How have you evaluated the offensive line during that time, and what have you observed in terms of maybe what the opposition's kind of done to young things up?
Just overall up front, of course, we have to protect it better, right? And it's the protection that has to be better, but it's quarterback, receivers, timing when the ball has to be out. At a certain time, it has to be out. We have to protect it better, of course, up front, and we can do a better job, right, handling the stunts and games that we're getting up front. We can do a better job of handling it. We can do a better job of sustaining and finishing, and we can do a better job of cleaning up the mental errors that have occurred where we've allowed some guys to just come through free, where those are things I look at it where we control those things, right? Are we on it mentally? Right? Are we sharp with our communication? Are we all playing together? Right? Those things we can clean up, and we have to, right, moving forward.
Nico, how do you review the CA's injury and maxing concussion protocol? How do you say he's clear? Protecting him long term,
Yeah, we'll see. As he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol. And that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure your guys are healthy. And we're protecting guys, and that right when it comes to the concussion, right, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is the at utmost importance to us.
You talk about execution, and the players are coming in. They also have the same thing. That we didn't execute. Do you take that same look to say, are there some things we could do differently game plan wise as well?
Yeah, of course. I always look internally first. I look at myself and see, okay, how can we help guys execute better? Right, and can we coach it better? Can we put guys in those positions more, right, throughout the week? So it always starts with me first, right, and seeing did I do a good enough job of helping the guys, preparing them to make sure they're in the right positions to make plays, and then it ultimately comes down to the player, right, when they're out there and it's live action, they have to show up and they have to make those plays.
Nico Johnson got to 10 sacks this season. Last game, first time that's been done since 18. This year, what have you seen from him, and how is your game planning able to fit with his skill set and what you've seen him be able to do? Compliments.
Yeah, Jonathan has had a good, productive year. He's done some good things for us this year and continue to have some things he can clean up to help us to play better. But when all the guys up front are rushing together, everybody has success. When everybody is rushing together, nobody's playing, selfishly. Everybody rush together. Everybody, as we say with the D-line room, everybody eats when everybody rushes together. So we continue to do that, and we'll continue to see the success from those guys.
Take a few more. The guys faced yesterday was the first time they had challenging elements to play in. Is that an issue? Because obviously it was the same elements for both sides of the team, but it looks like one side looked like they didn't want to be out there in that particular element. And going forward, that could very well be something they're going to deal with moving forward as well.
And for me, you talk about the elements, is you don't make excuses, right? As you said, the other teams are in the same element, so to me it's all about, right, how bad do you want it, right? You either going to show up and make the plays you're supposed to make or you're not. So you never make an excuse about the elements, right? When you talk about the rain, it wasn't, for me, I've been in a lot worse weather condition games than that, right? And so I felt like, they made plays where in the passing game they made plays, and we didn't. So it's not the weather to me will never be an excuse.
Hey, D'Amico, what's the test, the challenge that the Titans would present for you guys?
Yeah, I haven't got a chance to get into the Titans much, but as I go into this week, and I know the Titans, they're going to be a tough physical unit. As always, put that type of team out on the field. So I know it's going to be a battle there from a standpoint from a physical matter. But for us, it's truly about us this week. Like, if we get out of the Texans have to get out of the Texans' way. And that's the message to our guys, right? We have to clean up our operation, clean up the things that we're doing, right, to give ourselves a chance to compete. All right, yesterday I didn't think we had a chance to compete against the Jets because we're still fighting against ourselves. So once we get out of our own way and we can go and compete, right, and have a truly fair match.
Coach, you said yesterday you could find many positives from the game after reviewing it today. Were you able to, take some positives away from yesterday?
Yeah, the positive is it's over and we move on, right? It wasn't a lot of positives to gain from that game. It wasn't good offensively. It wasn't good defensively. I think our punt unit did a really good job. They had a really good punt rush team, and I thought our punt team, Cam, did a good job of punting the ball, and D'Angelo Ross did a really good job of covering. Right, played with speed, played fast, played decisive. So one thing I would say is Cam and D'Angelo Ross, the way they played, really stood out to me.
We'll close with Jonathan.
No, don't have any updates on Nico yet. I'll know more throughout the week. Most of the guys who got injured in the game, they're still going through testing, and we'll have updates later in the week as we figure out more information.
Nico, you've got a second, third quarterback who've been multi-year starters in the league. How comfortable do you feel with them?
We'll see with our quarterback position, with Case and Davis. We'll see where we end up throughout the week. Both guys have played a lot of football, and at this point of where we are, we just one guy's going to put ourselves in position, right, to win football games, right? Who can we count on to help us win football games, and that's how we'll decide.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you.
All right, that is the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, and he's as we said before, he is that's probably as ticked off as he can be. Now he's not going to throw a tantrum like the Chiefs did yesterday, but you can tell he's as ticked off as he can be right there, and really, really, he gives off that disappointed vibe of the effort and what the team gave yesterday in New York, because he's just said there repeatedly,
"Hey,
man,
man,
we couldn't even face the Jets." Because we couldn't stop fighting the Texans, and we couldn't get our own way. That right there may have been my favorite.
He said the only positive thing is that it's over. That was my favorite quote.
It was.
And I wish my friends, my pals, and my buddies over in the media, I wish we would stop asking coaches and players about can they find anything positive after they get blown out like that, after they give up 30 points on the road, or 30 points in one half, after they can only score 6 points in a whole game, after they only got 130-some yards worth of total offense. I wish we could stop asking the coach if he can find any positives out of a where there ain't, and then on top of that, your quarterback got concussed. What do we do? I'm so glad.
He said it yesterday. There were no positives.
I'm so glad yesterday that he said there were no positives, and I'm so glad that since we felt it necessary to ask him again if he thought there was anything positive, that he had it in him to say, "Nah, the only positive is that it's over." Good God! Thank you, D'Amico, for being real, because that is the only positive thing, is that it's over with, that you can move on.
Yeah. I've enjoyed his reaction and his response both yesterday and today to yesterday's game, because it was an embarrassment, and he's taken accountability for it. The team, as the leader of the team, and the team didn't. I mean, it was just there is no positive. There shouldn't be.
I would like for him to answer for.
Like he did give us Ross in his punt, but he.
Yeah, I didn't need that. But I would like for someone to answer for why they are philosophically opposed to covering running backs out of the backfield.
That's really bothered you.
Why is it that Breece Hall can not only catch the ball? I get that he can catch it out of the backfield.
Is it because of Blake Cashman's injury? That was
maybe.
That's
maybe, but also
he goes out. Nobody didn't know.
Blake Cashman, a couple of plays before he actually went out, missed a tackle. And he
didn't miss a coverage.
He didn't miss a coverage. Yeah, I'll give you that. And he is clearly by far and away their best coverage linebacker. There's no question about it. But you can't account for that at all. Why is it that not only Breece Hall can catch the ball, but can run with it and not be touched? There ain't nobody in the frame. Where is everybody? Hey, that's Breece Hall. Like the scouting guys, they talk about watching film, the tape. They know that the Jets aren't as bad as their record because they watched the tape. So if you've seen Breece Hall, you know what I mean? Like, I get that he hasn't had a great last couple of games, but he's Breece Hall, and they wouldn't cover him. I'd like to know why.
All right, we'll let you hear it. If you missed it, if you just jumped on, we'll let you hear exactly what D'Amico Ryans had to say, along with his update on C.J. Stroud and others that also were injured in that game. We'll give you the latest on that as well. And then big history made all around sports and a crazy NFL Sunday. All of that coming up next on The Drive. But before we get to that, guys, ladies out there too, important to you, if you have men in your lives.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
And the Texans will not snap the ball again. This game is over. The Texans get knocked off in New York. They lose to the Jets 30-6 with the Titans up next on the road 1 week from today.
Yeah, they got knocked out in that game, 30-6. The
game is over.
For me, a shocker, and it went from annoying in the first half to bad to a real problem to then just hell, Lord, please let CJ be okay.
Yeah.
And it was just as bad as it could get.
God bless you too, CJ Stroud.
Yeah. Hopefully he is doing all right. I would assume probably not with him in concussion protocol. D'Amico Ryans spoke to the media. We carried that for you if you're just jumping in. A lot of you are just jumping in. By the way, thank you. Welcome for coming in on this Reaction Monday presented by Shoppers John Deere. That is Brandon Scott as he is in, as Clint is back home week 2 with his newborn baby taking care of business, but we will hold it down for you on this Reaction Monday. Here was D'Amico Ryans giving an update on C.J. Stroud and his issue.
CJ is still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how it goes throughout the week, and hopefully he continues to feel better. Yeah, we'll see, as he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol, and that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure your guys are healthy, and we're protecting guys, and that right when it comes to the concussion, right, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about the long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is at utmost importance to us.
All right, and when you hear that and when you see everything that occurred and you know where the league is going, especially with players at that position, hell, you look at the Texans. They've had multiple players go down and enter the concussion protocol, and if I'm not mistaken, every last one of them has missed at least a game. The 3 that come to mind, Henry To'oTo'o, Tank Dell, and Harris, they all miss games going on in concussion protocol. So, Brandon, I'd be absolutely floored if he plays, and I'm not even floored. I'm going to say he's not going to play Sunday against the Nashville Titans. He's not going to play Sunday in that game, and our Tennessee Titans. You like that better?
I like that. I like that.
The Nashville Titans.
Stupid asses trying to act like they're Oilers. Might as well call them something.
And they will be wearing those jerseys Sunday.
I know it.
But I don't think he plays in that game. Not at all. Not a chance. When you look at the Tua situation from last year and how they're trying to be really protective, no chance to me that he plays.
And even if you listen to the context clues from D'Amico Ryans there, he's talking about the long-term health of a guy. Speaking
As he should.
Yeah, and he's on the right side of this. Speaking to C.J. Stroud's humanity, which is kind of painfully ironic because it was C.J. Stroud just last week. Speaking to Tank Dell's humanity, how, hey, they're not just football players. These are human beings that are going through, real-life injuries. But the head injury thing, you want to treat the guy like he's a human being and not just a football player. It's not like, hey, can you play through the elbow? Can you play through the ankle? Like Trevor Lawrence playing through the ankle. You're not playing through the concussion.
Excellent performance he put.
Yeah, what I'm saying, though, with this, you take the context clues of, hey, the humanity of the guy, and also D'Amico Ryans even mentioned there, very few guys play the next week. He actually said that. So it's hard to reconcile him saying all of these things on a Monday and seeing C.J. Stroud take the field on a Sunday. I would be shocked if he played. Shocked.
Yeah, shocked. So I don't think he's going to go at all in this game. By the way, he wasn't at all in that. The only one in that injury in that game that got injured Sunday. They had a lot of issues. Hell, they had issues walking into the game to begin with. But C.J. Stroud, obviously, the big one. Is in concussion protocol. But the game kind of swung as well as Nico Collins, 3 plays in, he goes out with a calf injury. We'll see what that is. He's had that injury. I believe he missed a game due to that calf earlier this year. but he has a calf. Will Anderson didn't return later in the game with an ankle issue. And then Blake Cashman is a big one. He had a hamstring. Javier Thomas had a hamstring as well.
Man.
In the game.
They're just losing everybody, literally.
Yeah, one of the top 25 corners in football. He goes out as a big loss with Javier Thomas.
Losing everybody from top to bottom.
Yeah, from top to a lot of top there in this. But that was a rough game, man. And those are all, at least 4 of those are all extremely important pieces when you look at, obviously, Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, Nico Collins. Got to change the game. And we'll see through the week what this means moving forward because they didn't come back into the game. And when you look at hamstrings, we've seen the Texans with hamstrings. Dalton Schultz has missed 2 games in a row, along with others. Will Anderson has kind of been on this injury report with this ankle anyway the last couple of weeks. We'll see what that means. And as we just said, we find it hard to believe that CJ will play in this game. So I mean, there's a chance that multiple guys on that list aren't going to be available for at least the next game, and then all of these games are huge. As we talked about it Friday, you got to have this one, the race to get to 7. I think it's like seriously, I think it's like 5 or 6 teams now.
6
teams sitting at 7 and 6.
Yeah, it's a 6-team tie for 7 and 6, or at 7 and 6 for those 6 and 7 spots in the AFC or in the AFC playoffs.
It is. Well, it's a lot happening there after that. I want to pose this to you and the people as well. We won't stay on too long. But not just with CJ. Obviously, Tank Dell out, Nico out, Blake Cashman jumps out of this game. I think Will played most of the game.
He did.
Blake Cashman jumps out of this game. Is that, for you, a fair enough explanation of why it looked the way it did yesterday? 30-6, as bad as it did. Because they didn't just lose. It just looked really. Is that a fair enough explanation? No Tank, no Nico. Blake Cashman goes out early. Is that a fair enough explanation of why it looked as bad as it did?
I don't think it's just fair enough explanation. It is just a part of the explanation. Like I don't think without those guys, or I should say with those guys, or without those guys getting hurt, that the score is like it's a 1-score game necessarily. I'm not saying that they win the game, but I don't think that it's a coincidence. Like you look at this, Nico Collins had the 1 catch for 13 yards on that first drive, right?
Yeah, one of the first plays.
No other wide had more than 1 catch. No wide receiver had a catch for 13 yards or anywhere close to it. Like they had the rest of the game to match Nico Collins' performance, the rest of the wide receivers, and none of them could do it. Nico Collins played 3 plays. So yeah, no, that's an issue when the guys remaining can't even match the performance of the best guy who was out there who only played for 3 plays. And then on top of that, you lose your best coverage linebacker, and then all of a sudden you can't cover a running back. Like, yeah, no, I think that's part of the story.
I think it's damn sure part of the story. I still don't think it should have been this bad. Like, I still don't think.
I think that's part of it. No,
it's part of it. I'm just saying, for me, even if you told me this would have happened, I wouldn't think it would look on both sides of the ball that bad.
I think that's definitely why. I think that's definitely part of why some of the stuff downfield didn't work. Noah Brown had a couple of drops that it feels like Nico or Tank Dell, like the deep ball, it feels like Tank Dell would have got the one earlier in the game. That 4th down play that hit Noah Brown in the face mask, it feels like Nico would have caught that ball. So there are some plays where it's like, hey, if a different guy was in that role or in that position, it feels like it would have gone a lot better. That's still not a good enough excuse for losing 30-6.
Yeah, 30
like it still needs to be better than that, but it does feel like if you had those guys, it would have been. Even if they wouldn't have won. Even if they wouldn't have won the game.
Boy, man, I guess even with those guys, I could have never imagined it would look that bad.
Big 3 at 3. No.
All right, a lot happened around the NFL. The Cowboys get a huge win yesterday, but the one that a lot of people are talking about is that Chiefs loss. And then it would be that big of a deal if it wasn't for the post game of Mahomes, Andy Reid, and their response to this game. They lose 20-17, and there was a play where it looked like the Chiefs had taken the lead on a Travis Kelce catch, and that turned into a throwback to Kadarius Toney.
Yeah,
that ran back into the end zone with 1:12 left. But there was an offsides on the offense. Kadarius Toney lined up basically right next to Von Miller, who was playing defensive end on the other side of the ball, and was called for a well-deserved penalty that brought it back. They end up losing it, but Mahomes lost his mind on the sideline. Andy Reid spoke. Let's go to the coach first. This is Andy Reid after the game. This is his response to the officiating in that play in the game.
It was a heck of a football game down to the end. Very disappointed that it ended the way it did. And normally I'll get, I never use any of this as excuses, but normally I get a warning before something like that happens in a big game. A bit embarrassing in the National Football League for that to take place. Normally if it's even close, you get a warning. The head coach gets a warning. I mean, that normally, so I don't know. I didn't have a protractor out there, but it's a bit embarrassing. I've been in the league a long time, and I haven't had one like that. So not where at least for that kind of a position there that it's not given a heads up to.
Yikes.
Protractor.
Hey, what's more embarrassing? You tell me. What's more embarrassing? Not getting a warning or being a guy who's played in the Super Bowl who doesn't know where to line up on a critical play like that?
Didn't have a protractor out there.
Protractor. Here's Mahomes. Mahomes behind him. He said a lot, too. Here was Patrick Mahomes on his feeling.
It's the call, man. Just in that moment, I mean, it's not even for myself or for me. It's just I know how much everybody puts into this game, and for it to happen on a flag change the outcome of a game. In that moment, I mean, I've played 7 years, never had offensive offsides called. I mean, that's elementary school. We talk about. I mean, you point to the ref, do all that different type of stuff, and it doesn't get called. And if it does, they warn you, and there was no warning throughout the entire game. And then you wait till there's a minute left in the game to make a call like that. It's just tough, man. I mean, it's lost for words, man. It's tough because regardless if we win or lose, man, just for it to end with another game and we're talking about the refs, man, it's just not what we want for the NFL and for football.
Then don't line up off sides. Like, why did they wait till there was a minute left in the game to line up off sides? Why would you do that in that critical point in the game?
Can I just get a minute? Can you bring that music down? Can I just get a minute? This round. It's no secret. Many of you give me hell about it. I'm a Chiefs fan. Just like many of you were born and raised here in Houston. You love your Astros. You love your Oilers/Texans. You love your Rockets.
Those aren't the same.
You love your Dynamo. Dash. I was born and raised in Kansas City. Much like many of you, is my life, what I was brought into. I'm a very proud Chiefs fan. I'm embarrassed today to be a Chiefs fan. That's ridiculous.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
A protractor. That is the face of the league and arguably the top coach in the league right now, crying like little bitches at the stand. I apologize, Parker or Park for that, but it's absolutely ridiculous.
Protractors and warnings. That's what we talk about.
That
man was standing next to Von Miller, the defensive end, standing next to him. The referee couldn't even see the ball. My damn son, who plays receiver for the Fort Bend Broncos, not only can line himself up and ask the official every time, am I good? He will also check with Marty, who is the slot receiver, and line his ass up too. And he's 9.
Oh, damn.
And they didn't win a game this year. And now the official supposed to line up this grown-ass man, Kadarius Toney, who is a full yard in front of it. You can't even see the center. And these two can't talk about the mistakes that they make repeatedly every week that have him in this position, and they're going to blame officials. we should get a warning.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
Kiss my. Are you
need a
kidding
protractor.
me?
You need a protractor to line up.
My God.
I'm sure your son uses a protractor to make sure he's in the right spot. That's the part that you're leaving out.
They ought to be ashamed of themselves, and every Chiefs fan or any person defending these two should be ashamed of themselves. Now, they're great.
You say hell yeah.
They're great in their own way, and I still rock and roll for them. But that, I can't get with that.
No, man.
That is soft, whiny, crybaby, and I call it what it is. That is something. I cannot believe they have walked up to this stand and handled this thing like this. Through an absolute tantrum. Had the audacity to walk up to Josh Allen on the handshake to talk about it to him like he gives a damn.
Yeah, no, he's good on it. He's good on y'all lining up off sides, and it's not like he hasn't been on the wrong side of Chiefs' success.
I'm sorry.
And it's not like the Chiefs have never gotten a favorable call here or there.
Crybaby. I mean, that's just everything. You play the crybaby. Everything and they will never live this down, and they deserve it. That's ridiculous.
If you sound like Mahomes, or even if you're great, are you allowed to?
He hit him with
cry like that.
He hit him with the bad news bears. Let us play. Do you believe that? He let us play. He said, "I will leave," and I know. I hope this is shown at Travis Kelce's Hall of Fame ceremony because it's such an amazing play. Are you effing kidding me?
Here we are again, man. Just talking about the officials.
You've been to the Super Bowl playing December 10th. You up here talking about Travis's Hall of Fame.
They better talk about that play, man. That was a great play.
713-572-4610. This is tough here for the Texans. Player of the game. We have to figure out 3 players of the game for the Houston Texans yesterday. We'll discuss and do that coming up next.
All right, you better buckle up, man. We got some good D'Amico Ryan's audio coming to you, and there ain't nothing better than to sit around and drink some cold Coors Light and listen to the head ball coach talk about your Texans because they are hot right now. They're rocking and rolling 4-4.
If you live for the hardwood drama, you'll love Odyssey's newest podcast, Heat Check with Trista Crick. Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shopper's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, text in your players of the game. Oh, Lord. In this game yesterday, as someone texted in, damn, Ron, you didn't have to blow up your son's team like that. They'll win eventually. Well, the season's over. They gave it their best shot for the most part. Learned some great lessons. And as someone said, Ron, check your blood pressure after that rant. I'm good. And this one here, Tyler, not that I hate this, but appreciate you, Ron. I just a little more respect for you, brother. Thank you for being honest and spot on with your take. I am every time. Like I don't. Like, there are some of you who think that, I got called shock jock last week, or that I'm just doing things just to be on the other side of things.
Clickbait.
I'm going to be honest about it. Now,
Fake
you may not
news.
agree with it, and hell, I may be dead wrong, Damian Pierce. But it's not coming from a place of something I made up, and I'm going to call a spade a spade. And that yesterday, I almost took my hat off and put it in the closet.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
Is that what he said? Unbelievable. I'm gonna keep it a buck, straight up.
Need classroom tools out there to execute properly.
And and Tyler, you know it. Last year, if it hadn't, I am not the officials guy. I will never. And I've said it, and I said it with Texans fans got mad at me, and I don't know what game that was. But I think it's a loser mentality to blame officials. I'm not going to say that it does not at all impact the game, but I could every game. I've never watched a game, even if it's been real bad, that officiating just absolutely was the deciding factor in the game.
This isn't even that, though, because the call was correct.
By a mile. There's not an argument.
Yeah, like the idea, like he should be ashamed that the idea that you need a protractor to line up correctly, like you're gonna do now that's what we're doing. You're a two-time Super Bowl winning coach and was successful even before that, and now you're gonna belittle and diminish it like that. That to me was disrespectful of the game. You need a protractor to line up correctly, and you're a Hall of Fame
They're
coach.
gonna get fined and nailed heavy. They should. They all deserve it. They're all looking at it. Mahomes should get fined.
That's an embarrassment.
It is an embarrassment. That's what he had to say. An embarrassment. Get out of here. You kidding me?
Didn't have a protractor out there.
He's standing next to Von Miller. I'm looking at it on TV. Standing next to Von Miller.
How do they ever line up correctly without a protractor is what I'm curious of.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
All right, let's take a look at it because I'm done. I'm losing my mind. Need a shot. I can't have one.
Too bad it's not a Mad Dog Monday, at least. And that's the Texans' fault on that one.
Hey, a big one, baby. 15 pounds down that first week, baby.
Oh, you did that.
7 days, baby.
Damn.
Got down, baby. Ain't
Damn.
playing, man. Body fat, little chop, man. I'm telling you, man.
Boy.
Shout out Soda, helped me with that discipline. Shout out to you, Red. Shout out to you, Red Zone, out here kicking ass and taking names. I'm feeling good.
Maybe it is a good thing we're not drinking Mad Dog today.
A little hungry, but I'm feeling good.
Tyler Ron didn't drink at the remotes last week either.
Wow, away, baby.
And
get my water.
And then thanks to the Texans' pitiful performance on Sunday, we don't have Mad Dog Monday, so he's in good shape.
Hey, you notice timed it perfectly. It's back-to-back road games to start. Don't have to go up in that press box.
There you go. There you go.
Because the Sunday prior to me starting, them Trill burgers took a hit. If you're thinking two, north. You think I just had to? Take it up. All right, let's do it. Our Man Eye Institute Player of the Game for the Man Eye Institute Player of the Game. Let's go to it. We do it. You can send yours in 713-572-4610 or on YouTube and Twitch. All right, Tyler. Many people were wondering if you were at the games, not in the game.
Hell no. In the loop was, though.
They were. But, Tyler, we'll give it to you. Who is your this is a tough one, boy. This is tougher than the Panther game. Who was your
right? Yes, I haven't been to the worst performance of the Texans
man.
this
That really gives a real lock to the Milner curse and its death. Who's your player of the game?
I didn't think about that. Well, obviously not a whole lot to look at here. Tough selection after that blowout ass kicking up in Jersey, but it's not necessarily a player. This was a tough one. I'm going to go with the that old whack ass turf they got up there in Jersey at MetLife.
Oh God,
because there's a whole lot other that went wrong, but we've seen that all year. Visiting teams coming into the stadium, players getting hurt. I'm going MetLife Stadium's turf, player of the game.
Is the turf the reason why the Texans' wide receivers did not seem to be very fast?
Nope.
Is that what it was?
That wasn't it.
I'm just curious.
I'm trying here, man. I'm going the turf. You claimed some of our players like a lot of other teams this year. Let's go with that nasty-ass turf.
Yeah, that turf just didn't seem to slow down the Jets. All right, the turf, the MetLife turf. This is where we are, folks.
Son of a
Tyler
bitch.
leads off the first one. The player of the game is the MetLife turf. All right, let's see if it gets better from you. By the way, 713-572-4610, texting your players of the game. Who's yours, B. Scott?
I went to the defensive side of the ball, and I want to shout this guy out because he's somebody I was critical of earlier in the year.
Let's just be honest. You were critical. I mean, you were more than critical.
I thought I was fair, too. I thought he was awful when I said he was awful, but ever since. And so credit to him for being better since I pointed it out.
Fair.
Yeah, no, I didn't think he was very good at the time, or I wasn't seeing enough. And ever since then, Christian Harris has been balling. Shout out to Christian Harris, had a team high 10 tackles and forced the only turnover in this game by the Jets that led to the only points by the Texans in this game. 10 tackles, a forced fumble. I thought he was everywhere. It was in places that he needed to be. I hate that it was Denzel Perryman that was tasked more with covering guys.
Why do we keep doing that?
I don't understand that. I wish that would be more, especially if Blake Cashman is not going to be in the game. I'd like to see that be more Christian Harris. Not that he's necessarily been great at it, but he'd be better. But he was really, really good in this game. I thought one of the few bright spots, so I'm going to go Christian Harris.
All right, I'll go, as we're talking about our Man Eye Institute players of the game, I'll go with Jonathan Grenard. He would have been he was your pick, and we knew you weren't going to have to how many sacks does he have? We knew you weren't going to have to get the Mad Dog. Has he gotten to double figures?
Yeah, he's a double-digit sack guy. 10 sacks.
He's at 10 sacks. And listen, he was getting pressure. He was kicking Becton's ass most of the game and on pass rushes and getting in there in the run as well. 5 tackles, 2 sacks. Listen, I know some probably weren't fired up about his sack celebration no matter the time or score of the game. Hell, I enjoy it. Do your thing. I just wanted him to get that tape wrapped up. That tape kept hanging out from his hands, and I just wanted somebody to get that tape back up. It was just hanging for him, but
definitely got the sense that he did not care.
Yeah, didn't. 2 sacks, double figure sacks. Now 10 sacks on the season from him, and he was to me the Texans' best player. That is our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Man Eye Institute, see life better. I go Jonathan Grenard, B. Scott goes Christian Harris, and then Tyler goes the MetLife Field turf. Is where he goes. All right, coming up, I believe Brandon Scott has a declaration that he wants to make. There was something that he said last week that Brandon Scott wants to potentially relook at.
Yeah.
And
made a fool of me.
This ought to be interesting. That's coming up next on The Drive.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept that most of us take for granted on a nightly basis. But those
Space is limited. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today to register. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
For us, it's truly about us this week. If we get out of the Texans have to get out of the Texans' way, and that's the message to our guys, right? We have to clean up our operation, clean up the things that we're doing, right, to give ourselves a chance to compete. All right, yesterday I didn't think we had a chance to compete against the Jets because we're still fighting against ourselves. So once we get out of our own way, then we can go and compete, right, and have a chance.
All right, that is the head coach. He was heard earlier right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. Live, we carried it live, and that was him talking about the Texans need to get out of their own way before they could have even faced the Jets. And I know after this game, because you start firing texts to me and Tyler right off the bat about your feelings.
Yeah.
You wanted to speak on something that you said last week.
I just feel like the Texans made a fool of me. They went out there and they made a fool of me. I was out here talking tough. In the week leading up to, we were at Buffalo Wild Wings last week. I think we were out there off of Richie at the Buffalo Wild Wings off of Richie, and we had this conversation about whether the Texans were not just capable, not just able, but were they ready to go on the road and win a playoff game?
And they say no.
I said yes. I thought that the Texans were not just capable, but also ready, and that was based off of some of the things that we'd seen them do in late game situations, winning the game with 46 seconds left on the clock against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going on the road and beating a Bengals team that still had Joe Burrow on it. Like some of the things that I've seen, of course, earlier in the year when they went on the road and beat the Jaguars by 20. Like we've seen C.J. Stroud, we've seen this offense, we've seen this team have moments, even the defense have some moments that make you feel like, hey, on their best day, and certainly on any given day, they body. So in my mind, I feel like, yeah, they're absolutely like I didn't feel like moments were too big for this team because they had some relatively big moments within the context of their season. But after yesterday and the totality of their losses, like I think about the losses that they have on the road to Atlanta against Desmond Ritter's Falcons, on the road to the Panthers, led by Bryce Young, who hadn't had a good game, or I should say not a win other than that.
13 for 37, though, scoring at home was Bryce Young yesterday. 13 completions in 37 attempts yesterday.
They fired the coaches not long after those coaches had just beaten the Texans. And then the situation here with the Jets, one of the worst offenses over the last 6 weeks.
So this Jets game, because, by the way, if you're scoring at home, I was crucified as not being honest or real. I think shock jock and saying things just to get a reaction when I dare say that a team that has won 7 games over the last 3 years combined and a team we have never, ever seen play in the postseason. And I said, I don't know if I think that they can go on the road. For me, that I would pick them to go on the road to Baltimore, Kansas City, Miami, or Jacksonville to get a W. Yeah. Right, it was like it wasn't just like I disagree with you. It was completely off. But this one game and performance,
and see, I wasn't
you there.
I wasn't picking them either. So I wasn't like, hey, I'll pick them to win. But are they ready? Yeah, I didn't feel them. I felt like if they didn't win, it wouldn't be because they weren't ready. I thought they weren't good enough. They're in this muck of 6 teams that are 7-6 right now.
So where are you at now? You think that?
I don't think that they're ready. If they're not ready to go on the road and beat Desmond Ritter's Falcons, if they're not ready to go on the road and beat Bryce Young's Panthers, if they're not ready to go on the road and beat Zach Wilson's New York Jets, how am I going to have them ready to go on the road and beat Lamar Jackson's Baltimore Ravens, or go on the road and beat Tua Tagovailoa and Mike McDaniel and Tyreek Hill's Miami Dolphins? How am I have them ready to go on the road and win an Arrowhead? Like, I can't do that with a good conscience, even though I felt that way just 4 or 5 days ago.
This game put you there.
Not just the game, but the way it played out. Not just the fact that they lost, but the way that they lost, the way that they were dominated. It is hard to say that with a good conscience that they are ready to do that. I was wrong about that.
Tyler, you had them in potential. You were thinking ceiling of AFC Championship game. Did this game change your thoughts, or is this just a bad game?
I'm struggling with that very question, man, because I don't want to. I do think there were a lot of factors that went into this game that made it the ass kicking and the blowout it was. It pisses me off still. I don't like the outcome, and I never want to see that.
I'm curious because that's interesting. A lot of factors. 713-572-4610. And we said that last year. Have you been changed the way that Brandon is about your thought of the ceiling or where this team could go? Because there were many guys. I said I think they're a playoff team, and that I'm not ready to pick them to win a road playoff game.
Yeah.
You were like, I could. Yeah, I think they're ready to win a road playoff game. You said, I think, boy, there's potential AFC Championship game. What are the factors? Because I'm wondering, are these factors or things that you think will change? Because I got to believe Tank Dell is one of the factors, and that's not changing.
Yeah, that's not changing.
The offensive line is probably one of the factors, and I don't know that that's changing.
It's not.
It's not, but some of them that I'm hoping had an impact that would change or be different in the future and we've hit on a lot of these in one way or another. But first of all, we are talking about C.J. Stroud. And as good as he's been and as happy as we all are to see we probably have a franchise quarterback in H-Town, it's still a rookie quarterback in the NFL, and this was a rookie quarterback playing in the worst conditions he's played in as a professional quarterback. I know that we just heard D'Amico, and I don't like to lean on the weather and make that a big excuse, but I do think that was part of it. You're going into that same situation with the bad weather in Jersey, going into their house. For the first time this year, except for the concussion without Tank Dell. You are putting a game plan together without Tank, and then very quickly you lose the guy who was supposed to step up and really be your number one, as he's been a lot of the year, Nico Collins. So you lose Nico right after, going in, you don't have Tank, and I think that is a big factor into what went into this game.
Same people here, field conditions, lack of depth, and weather all played a huge part in yesterday's loss.
So he's a rookie quarterback. By far worst conditions he's played in, correct? And I'm not saying I like the ass kicking. Please hear me. But all of that working together, I think, gave us what we saw.
And we keep going weather. Let's hope it doesn't. If they get to Miami or Jacksonville, let's hope it doesn't rain. If that's part of the weather part, and let's hope it's not cold and rainy in Baltimore or Kansas City. If those are the places we deal with. I don't know how much weather is.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I got a different view though on the weather too. Though I don't think it's just the weather. I think it helped because we pointed out already. Both teams had to deal with the same weather conditions, right? They were out there together,
right?
But the
field conditions.
But the difference was Zach Wilson dealt with the weather conditions with better players to work with. He had better options to work with in the bad weather, and so it didn't look like the weather was as bad for him because he was throwing the better players. Whereas the Texans,
Randall Cobb, who's running in for a touchdown.
Yeah, well, we're talking about one play there. That was Randall Cobb's fourth catch of the entire year, and that was one play where they somehow decided not to cover him.
Of all people to score.
But for the most part, we're talking about him. We're talking about the Texans getting beaten down by Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson having a monster day, and then the tight ends making some really big plays. But overall, Zach Wilson was really, really good, and he was working with some way better options, way better weaponry than what C.J. Stroud had to deal with in the weather. I don't think it was just all the weather though. I think they were just not good.
But overall, as the Texans are, that's why I was wondering with Tyler's elements. Think you would improve. As of now, man, if we think about these playoff teams, and these teams are the 4 division winners, and they're tight, and really, when you look at it, only one team gets a bye, and right now it's slated to probably be Baltimore at this point. We'll see what the Jets do tonight. But Baltimore, the Jets, the Chiefs, and the Jags right now are the division winners. And there's a potential of what you just spoke about happening again. We'll see how long Nico is out or whatever, but there's the potential that those 4 quarterbacks, that we know of, Lamar and Mahomes and Tua and Trevor Lawrence, who looked far better than I thought he could.
Yeah, he's out there sprinting pregame.
Trevor Lawrence be throwing to better players, even better players than the Jets had in some cases. Like so,
no, they're not ready. Like I was wrong. The point of this segment is me conceding.
Yesterday shocked you with the performance, did?
Yes, it did. The overall shocked me. I thought we were talking about more of a 13-12, 20-17 type of game. I didn't think either team was positioned to blow out the other, and I thought the least likely outcome was the Jets blowing out the Texans. I was wrong about that. I was wrong about that.
Yeah, that was.
They're not ready. I think they're capable.
That was my thing.
I think you were on it.
I was like, they are capable. They're capable. They have a. We've seen them. What is the Bengals? Is that their high mark?
Bengals. They did it against the Jaguars in Week 3. I believe that was Week 3.
Yeah, that was Week 3. The
Bengals and the Jaguars games, because the Jaguars game, because it was such a decided victory, but they had some fluky stuff happening.
Yeah, that's what I say. The Bengals game was just.
Yeah, I mean he went mano with Joe Burrow.
They shut them down for the stretch and made some plays there and had some things happen there in that game too. But that's their A game. Like that's what they got, and they're capable of putting that together.
And that was what I was basing my opinion off of. Right, like I'm basing
that one game
because that game. But that game had also followed up the Bucs performance, where they go down there in the Bucs. You wouldn't know that they're such a mediocre team by the way they played that day. They go down there, 46 seconds left to win the game. They go down there and win it, and then follow that up with beating the Bengals head to head with Joe Burrow. I thought they were ready to do it. Not quite.
Wow,
not quite yet.
So Tyler, have you shifted? You still ain't answered, you son of a gun.
I haven't answered to myself, man. I want to see Stroud take care of that head. I want to see Nico Collins hopefully not be dealing with anything serious, and let's reconvene because nobody saw that ass kicking coming, and I think there's something to that.
Yeah, from the text line, Ron, take away Kelsey and one running back, and Mahomes lost at home, so CJ without does not get an exemption.
I think he's talking about our earlier conversation about whether he's elite, or should be in the elite category. Maybe, that's the only thing that could be in response to.
Got to be. And Patrick has had a few kind of show it.
Hey, old Kermit the Frog here.
And Travis is there. So I don't.
Yeah, I mean the whole point is that C.J. Stroud has not had enough of a sample size to necessarily argue that he's on that level, but based off of what you have seen, can you project and just place him there? That's what I was doing.
Let's get to CJ because one, I think we need to hear an update on where he is, and we'll let you hear that from D'Amico Ryans. If you've missed that, D'Amico Ryans did speak to the media today. We carried that live right here on Sports Radio 610, and he gave an update on CJ Stroud. We'll let you hear that as soon as we get back, and then I want you to think about this because I think there's a real conversation. How do you judge C.J. Stroud? Because that's his worst performance as a pro. How do you judge C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday with everything that occurred? How do you judge his performance? We'll discuss that next. But before we get there, guys out there, I'm telling you, man, if you are looking for
773 Network.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in, beautiful people here. Drive family, everybody in the building. Clint Stoerner is week 2 here with the newborn, taking care of business at the house, and Brandon Scott is in for him today as he was last week.
Yes, sir.
We're doing a little Reaction Monday presented by our good friends at Shoppers John Deere. Hang on with us. We appreciate you joining us. If you've missed it, like yesterday, there was a lot of bad in the game yesterday, but nothing worse than seeing CJ hang on the earth after Quentin Williams was able to get a huge hit, and it seemed to place him in the concussion protocol. The head coach, D'Amico Ryan, spoke to the media earlier today. This was the absolute latest on C.J. Stroud.
CJ's still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how it goes throughout the week, and hopefully he continues to feel better. And we'll see, as he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol, and that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure, at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure your guys are healthy, and we're protecting guys. And that right when it comes to the concussion, right, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is at utmost importance to us.
All right, Tyler, I know me and you both watch this. I'm sure Brandon does too. Little Key and Peele.
Oh, yeah.
We're into it.
Oh, yeah.
And as you heard there from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, I would like for you to be his Luther.
Okay.
I would like for you to be his Luther and to kind of give us what he really said there.
The voice in his head.
How do you want to do this? Do you want me to play it again? Do you want me to just give it to you?
Do you want to play it again? And here's this D'Amico giving the latest on C.J. Stroud, and Tyler is going to be the inner Luther in D'Amico's head and say what D'Amico really, translate what he really is meaning.
CJ is still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how it goes throughout the week. And
all right, there he's saying, guys, you sure as hell knew when I walked up to the podium today, I wasn't going to have a lot for you, okay? We all saw him hit his head. He's concussed. I'll get to it later this week. Stop asking about it. It's Monday morning. You know it ain't happening.
Okay, Luther.
Hopefully he continues to feel better. Yeah, we'll see, as he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol, and that just has to run its course.
Again, if you didn't hear me the very first time to start this thing off on a Reaction Monday, people, I'm not going to have much to tell you about C.J. Stroud and his concussion.
Just told
he
you
hit
this
his
last
head.
night.
We just told you. We talked to you about 12 hours ago, told you he's in the protocol. We're not going to have anything for you until probably after Wednesday. So shut the hell up and let me run this team.
All right.
I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure your guys are healthy.
I shouldn't have to say this, people. I shouldn't have to say this, but in an effort to avoid some horrendous lying headlines where y'all are going to inflame everything, I'm looking out for CJ's head and his health, okay? I'm looking out for our guy CJ Stroud. If he isn't ready to go, if he's not Sunday, he ain't going to play. It'll be Mills or Keenum, okay? We're taking care of him. But no, I still don't have an update for you. Relax.
All right, Lou.
And we were protecting guys, and that right, when it comes to the concussion, right, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is at utmost importance to us.
Listen, we know we're going to Tennessee to take on the Titans. We know they're going to be wearing the Oilers uniforms trying to pass them off as Tennessee's own. We want CJ in that game more than anybody. CJ Stroud probably wants to be in that game more than anybody because he loves the city of Houston now. But just understand me when I say we got to look out for this guy's dome. We got to look out for the brain of your franchise quarterback, CJ Stroud, and that's what we're going to do. So if he's not playing, I don't want to hear any bitching and moaning. We'll get back to you later this week. Good day.
All right, thanks, Luther.
It would throw everyone for a loop, but I really desperately want for just one day to hear D'Amico go off something similar to that. Like, we won't ever get it, and if we do, it's going to sound off some serious alarm bells. But could you imagine D'Amico Ryans coming with that kind of energy at a press conference?
Listen, man, at some point he might.
Why y'all keep asking?
Because D'Amico's got to sit here and put the ball at 7-6 with the playoffs on the line. He's got to put the ball in the hands of Davis Mills.
I bet it's fine. It's fine. These are Texans at this point, man. These are the house money Texans, not the Houston Texans.
The house money
House money Texans, man. The house money Texans. They are already better than anybody expected, and now they've probably lost their quarterback in a pivotal week when they're tied in a 6-way tie at 7-6 for those final 2 spots in the AFC playoffs. Like, this is house money at this point. You feel like you know you got a quarterback. At this point, the priority is protecting the long-term investment.
Yeah, it's like you wanted to get like Mike Ditka. Mike Ditka didn't have a Luther. Mike Ditka was Mike Ditka and Luther.
Yep.
That time Mike Ditka,
he was the voice in his head.
When that man said to him, "Hey, Mike, you don't seem like in a very good mood." He said, "Why do you care? You wouldn't be in a very good mood, would you?" All right. That's D'Amico. So listen, I'll be surprised if he plays. When you look at the injury and you look at how the league is with especially quarterbacks, and after coming off of Tua, there was probably some wonders and some questions at that Denver game. He looked a little unsettled in that game for a second. He came back, played in that game, played Sunday, and that was a big hit. And we've seen the Texans have multiple players have concussions and placed in the concussion protocol, and they were at least missing at least one game. So it'll be really surprising if he plays in this game. All right, I do want to get Stroud's forms because I've seen some people text in their thoughts, and like the legit question for me is, how do you judge? And not just you. How do we judge? How do we judge his performance? And I want to say this. I want to hear from the people. You know, I feel like this is a day and a conversation when we should include you. And I want to hear from the people. I want to give some time for the people, 713-572-4610, to call in and give their thoughts. But I want you to think about it. Like, how do you view his performance yesterday. Guys, he's 10 for 23. That's like 40-something%, low 40s. He's 10 for 23, 91 yards, I believe. He's under 100 yards and probably got away with multiple interceptions that could have been thrown. This was his worst game as a Texan. And I think people have said this is the worst output he's had since a game he had on the road in Northwestern. It was a struggle. But obviously there were things around him, right? The offensive line played like themselves, like they have all year long, if not even worse. But then Tank Dell was injured coming into the game, and then Nico Collins gets injured third play of the game. And there was some I think understandable things that went around him. But I would ask, where and how do you judge his performance? And the reason why I ask that, because coming into the game, I think there were a lot of people put him that I'd say there's some put him in that elite company in the NFL when it comes to quarterbacks. You know the E word we use, the elite.
Yep.
I was not of that. And I think we talked about this a bit. I think there is a piece where I need to see more than, especially coming into the game, 12 ball games. And I do consider guys that are in that elite category that they're doing things consistently for more than a year, doing things consistently where defenses have gotten a chance to see you on tape and you have to then react to what it is that they are doing. So yeah, I didn't have him in the elite stage, and that is why for me I look at CJ as yesterday. That was a guy who's played 13 games that I don't think it's fair to expect him like we do guys in that elite category, expect them to overcome things. Now, I expect him to overcome more than 28 yards passing with a minute 20 left in the third quarter against Zach Wilson. I do expect that. But I don't expect that he will just be able to elevate the John Mechie's, the Noah Browns, the Xavier Hutchinsons, the Bob Woods. I don't think I'm to the point now where I look at him like, some of these guys where I have expectations that, hey, you got to make it work. You got to figure it out. You got to find a way. So for me, I still view him as this guy's a really good quarterback, a young quarterback, a rookie who's played in 30 games now. I think, to me, I judge him as such. How do you judge him coming out of this game?
Yeah, no, he's an elite quarterback that had a bad game. He's an elite quarterback that had a bad game. You can flush it.
So you are in the elite.
You can put a pin in it. You can do whatever you want, but he's still an elite quarterback, and it was a bad game, and it was not an elite game by any standard. It wasn't like, hey, he didn't necessarily look elite in this game, and I think the Jets defense had a lot to do with that. I will point out, we talk about C.J. Stroud versus Zach Wilson, and that's cool for the narrative and everything, but at the end of the day, this turned out to be Zach Wilson against a leaky Texans defense and C.J. Stroud with no weapons against a really good Jets defense. That's what it actually turned out to be. I think C.J. Stroud is still elite. Now, you can set the standard of, hey, a guy can't be elite just 10, 11, 12 games into a career. And let's say all 12 games are elite, maybe you can do it. But if a guy has a couple of bad games throughout the course of 12, you need to see way more than that to make him elite. I'm not like that. I don't need all of that.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen enough of the traits, enough moments, enough like key moments and traits from C.J. Stroud to say this is an elite quarterback who ran into a buzzsaw of a defense and really had no really good options. I'm not necessarily just trying to make excuses for him because I agree with your overall point of, hey, it's got to be better than whatever it was toward the end of the game. Like I think he's completing less than 0.5%.
I think
half of the passes.
The offense under him had 120 yards.
Yeah,
before he got injured.
Yeah, no, and I think that's more so of that is the offense under him.
That's everybody,
but that's the offense that includes a game plan that didn't really look all of that good. It includes a couple of drops in key moments. It includes an offensive pass interference that would have been a 31-yard gain. It includes like the injuries that we talk about, but it also includes the quarterback who is not elevating those guys. Now, I would say Okay, and we could just
make some poor reads.
Well, and to me, you got to just hold them accountable because I do hold them to that standard, and I'm not going to lower the standard by any stretch.
See, I'm glad you said that.
But I would ask the follow-up question: who is the quarterback? Maybe they play better. Maybe they give you better numbers than what C.J. Stroud gave you, and maybe that is a better result. But who is the quarterback that does elevate a wide receiving core where Robert Woods is one catch for negative yards is the best wide receiving option that you have out there, where Noah Brown getting hit in the face mask.
6 yards.
Yeah, John Mechie's one catch for 6 yards is one of your better options out there. Who is overcoming an offensive line where Shaq Mason at right guard is getting knocked over by a linebacker's shoulder, knocking the running back or knocking the offensive lineman into the running back for a negative play? Like, who's overcoming all of those things to the point of where they're winning this game? Does it look better? Should it have looked better with an elite quarterback? Absolutely. That's why I feel like we should hold them to that standard. Hey, CJ, you got to go out there and at least play better than that. But we got to be honest, he was not working with a lot. Like, I don't know who the quarterback is that comes in and
to me, the guys that I think we look at in that elite category, I would have expectations more than this. And that's the thing, because I'm glad you brought that up, is you said I'm holding him to that standard.
Yeah.
And I think that's the conversation is, all right, if you viewed him as an elite quarterback coming into the ball game, I think your judgment of his game should be different than if you're like someone who, like me, who viewed him as, I think this dude's a top 10, 12 quarterback in the league that's going to be really, really good. And I'm telling you, 2 years down the line, this dude may be at the very top of the list when it comes to quarterbacks. I think you judge it very, very different. Because if I judged him as a elite quarterback, yes, elite quarterbacks have bad games. But we got to have a conversation. What, 28 yards?
Yeah, bad game.
Like
that's what a bad game is.
We couldn't get anything going.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I would view that. Me personally would view that differently if Josh Allen had that ball game than how I see C.J. Stroud. I would view that differently than Lamar if I see that game. So that's to me is where I said I want to hear from the people. 713-572-4610. I see some phone lines jumping up. There's a couple lines. This segment will be for you, the people. And this is where, how do you judge CJ's performance? How do you judge CJ's performance from yesterday's game? We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
The Texans' trip to East Rutherford was ugly. The good guys couldn't get anything going. And Nico Collins, Blake Cashman, Will Anderson, and C.J. Stroud all left the game injured. Thankfully, this squad is battle-tested. They'll have a chance to bounce back again Sunday against the Titans.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Build your custom home on your land with Our Vision Homes. Our Vision Homes is a family-owned and operated custom home builder in Greater Houston for 17 years. Learn how to get started building your custom home by attending one of our Build on Your Land seminars. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for this free seminar. Our Vision Homes guides you each step of the way, providing a turnkey process. Visit Our Vision Homes.
presented by Shopper's John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's a Reaction Monday, and we'd love for the people to react as well. And I see the text line is coming through. I just didn't know I was going to get this one. I loved it. Hey, I agree with the guy, Brandon, who said CJ is elite and just had a bad game. The other guy, Ron, is terrible. Bad take. Listen, I'll tell you where I stand. Just like this feels very eerily similar to my take last week of, yeah, man, I just don't know that I'm ready to have the Texans to win a road game. It's very similar. For me, coming into the game, he played 12 ball games. And now he's played 13 ball games. And for me, as I said, when I look at elite, then to me, it's got to at least be more than 1 year. And it's got to be a year, or it's got to be a time frame where you come through and defenses get a full year of tape on you, and you know how that. We watched Lamar have an MVP season, and then teams look at it, and then there was some steps back after the next year. They figured out different ways of how they wanted to attack him, and he has still been able to be one of the best quarterbacks in it. Like, just examples of that. Like, hey, Jalen Hurts had a hell of a year last year. Now teams are coming back and finding different ways of how they want to attack him and stop him, and he is still doing it. So, I mean, if you think it's a bad take, that's fine. I know I need to see more than 13 ball games. Might add, there's a few in there in which, you wouldn't, where he's faced other quarterbacks that are substantially in a different class than he is, that play better than him on those days. And I'm not saying he's better, or he's worse than those guys, but for me, I'm just not in the space to get there yet. But and that's why I judge his game differently. The way I judged that game yesterday was, hey, that's a tough game. That's a tough situation to be put in. It's the first time he's put in to a situation where the weapons are completely different than what he wanted to. The first time he's put in a situation where, wham, right off the bat, maybe the number one weapon that you were going to go to towards game plan-wise is taken away from you. And how can you still make moves? I have expectation for elite quarterbacks, like I would say Dak right now. I would say Lamar. I would say Burrow. Say Josh Allen, that they are still able to find a way to move the offense, to give you a chance. And to me, I think it's unfair to put that on him and to have that expectation on him. So I think it was a tough game, another learning experience for a really young quarterback, that the next time he's faced with this, it would result more into the production he gave.
But by this train of thought, though, a rookie quarterback can't be elite, though. So I mean, he's almost disqualified just because he hasn't played enough football. It sounds like in this discussion, it doesn't. I don't see how 12 games into a career, or 13, however many games it's been into a career, how C.J. Stroud could be elite in your eyes if he hasn't played but so many games.
Yeah, and especially when you have some of the games that he's had in there, like this one in the Panther game and that Desmond Ridder performance, in which he wasn't horrible in that game, but
he doesn't play against those guys. He doesn't control. Like, he should be better in those games, but he doesn't get to decide what level of performance Desmond Ridder, Bryce Young, and Zach Wilson have. That's on the Texans defense.
Sure, some of it, but yesterday we watched him play Zach Wilson, and they didn't look like they were on the same planet.
Right, because
in terms of quarterback play.
Right, yeah. Zach Wilson had and two elite players. How many did C.J. Stroud have?
But listen, Zach Wilson didn't have a running game. Texans ran for more yards, and Zach Wilson's offensive line stinks, and there was pressure on him all game long. I'm just saying, when we're talking about elite and we're talking about Zach Wilson, I'm not even going to do this. I want to hear from the people.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm not going to hear from people.
Zach
Kenny,
Wilson played like an elite quarterback yesterday.
I'll let you jump in here, Kenny. How do you judge C.J. in that performance yesterday?
First of all, thanks for taking the call. I got 2 quick points.
Go ahead.
One, if you're talking about elite quarterbacks, I think you're talking about the top 10, 15%. You're only talking about 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the league. I don't think he's in the top 4, so he can't be elite. Now, on what I saw yesterday, I saw something I hadn't seen out of him all season, was once you saw Collins go down, when you saw the drop passes or you saw his line let people through, you sort of see him put his head down, sort of walk off a little bit different. Normally all season, of course, it may be different at home. I'm watching all the games live. I'm at the stadium. I'm seeing him come off, talk to his guys, do everything he needs to do. But watching on TV, he just seemed like he was just not quite there. Like he was upset with everything that was going on, and that led to him just not playing the way he'd been playing all season. Like I said, I wasn't there. I saw it on TV compared to being live. So I saw two different things, but it just looked like he wasn't feeling it after Collins went down. And you can't do that if you want to become an elite quarterback in this league.
Appreciate the call. I don't know if I'd say he wasn't feeling it. I just think, that was some stuff he hadn't really seen before. And the type of that's the first time I would venture to say almost in the league. That's the first time, like there wasn't separation created by players or the scheme. And it was quick pressure. And, it's like I said, it's the first time he has seen that.
Yeah.
And that was the reaction. I think I have full confidence that CJ will adjust the next time he's put in that situation.
It's hard to argue that he's elite after that performance. If that is the, and I feel like part of this with you, and I think you're consistent, so it's not just this, but I do think part of it is recency bias. Similar to my feeling that the Texans are not a team that's ready to go on the road and win a playoff game. I think coming off of a performance like this, it is a lot more difficult to argue a guy is elite when his offense goes out there and looks as anemic as this one did, goes out there and scores 6 points, and it had to be gifted to you off of a turnover in a shorter field. Like, it is harder to look at this game and call him elite, but we've got the full body of work. He's got more games that look like elite than the ones that look like the Panthers game or the Falcons game or this one from yesterday. Yeah.
I'm just saying because I feel like a lot of people were there, and for me, I think that would kind of give the template of how you view him. Larry, let you jump in here. Larry, I know you was out there getting rained on. What was how do you judge CJ's performance yesterday?
Look, man, we've had this conversation. CJ Stroud's quarterback. And what happened yesterday doesn't change that. And if we're talking about who's at fault, all they ask is at fault. D'Amico, Slowick, the players, all of them. Because here's the thing. The Texans got the ball first on offense, and you could tell instantly that they was going to have problems because I think they went 3 and out. And what I'm having a huge problem with, and I've said this before, you can't let just because you lose Nico Collins and Tank Dell to cause your whole offense to be bogged down. But the problem with it is Slowick does not know how to make in-game adjustments. I had a huge problem with him continuously trying to make Damon Pierce a part of this offense when we saw Singletary pick up 64 yards in the first half, and then we had all them drop balls from Brown and all. This was a total team collapse.
Damian Pierce had 4 carries. Damian Pierce had 4 carries.
Especially, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. He shouldn't have been. He started the second half. But here's the thing. D'Amico's defense. We lost the Carolina Panther game and we lost the Atlanta Falcons game by less than a touchdown. And this defense has caused these kind of issues all damn season because D'Amico goes out there and he plays passive when he plays these kind of dudes that everybody expects to beat, and then he lets them get comfortable. Then all of a sudden they running your ass up the field. We allowed Zach Wilson to play football yesterday better than he has played since he was at BYU. It's unacceptable, and D'Amico has to understand that. I saw Juice Scruggs get his ass toe up, and I don't know what the hell Mike Adita was doing against Quentin Williams, but they better figure out how to put Juice ass back at center and go put Jones or somebody at guard, because Dieter has the same problem that we saw with them old sorry-ass centers under Lovey and under David Culley. If they got a nose guard or tackle that can really play ball, he's not strong enough at the point of attack, and he's going to get his ass hand over. Hence my quarterback getting his ass toe up. Look, it was a failure yesterday, but nothing has changed. They got to figure out how to go out and beat the damn Tennessee Titans. And so if you keep considering yourself somebody that's elite on this radio, let me tell you this. That Davis Mills talk, we're gonna let Case and Davis battle it out this week because I think Case Keenum got more understanding of this offense than Davis does, right? As far as I'm concerned, I'm not sure I'm going with Davis Mills because I still got PTSD with that dude in our hall.
I appreciate you. I think I'm going to tell you right now, they're going with Davis.
Yeah. That is one part of the conversation I've just been way too upset, depressed, whatever you want to call it, to visit.
All right,
Davis versus Case.
It's Davis.
God.
All right. Hey, appreciate hearing from you. Still see some people. We'll talk about it. How did you judge his performance yesterday? I don't think anything should change. I think, but however you walked in feeling about him, I think should be, as I said earlier, the way you judge him. We'll continue with that game, reacting to that game yesterday as the Texans 30-6 in New York. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
There's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or on the road. You're left not knowing what to do next, not knowing who's going to help you, not knowing.
thrilling doubleheader you won't want to miss. Visit ToyotaCenter.com to purchase tickets.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as the Texans take a tough loss. You get to hear from D'Amico Ryans, the Texans coaches show. Comes up 5 o'clock right behind us. We'll hand it right off to the head coach. So make sure you stay tuned right there as the Texans coaches show will follow The Drive right after we get done here at 5 o'clock as we are off early in this thing. I see the phone lines going. We'll get to people. Tyler, you said earlier you said you felt like I was being too hard on him.
Yeah.
You think I was being too hard on C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, and I know you came back and you cleaned it up for me.
I feel like I'm trying to
I think I was hearing you wrong at first, but at first I was like, man, it's like, damn, man, is this our hopeful franchise quarterback in his rookie year that's been outstanding? I thought you, but I got a better.
What did I say? What initially?
I think I just had a misunderstanding of how you were thinking about it. I think just the way you presented it when we were getting ready for the show today, it seemed like to me you were like, we can't. We may have been too quick on C.J. Stroud, thinking how good we thought or think C.J. Stroud is. No, it felt like you were saying kind of like, hey, maybe we need to pump the brakes, take a hard look at this performance, and go from there.
But there is a difference between saying pump the brakes and he's not that good.
No,
because you're not saying he's not that good. You're saying, hey, it's too early to put him in the category with guys that we got more receipts on.
I don't think that this one game changes. And if it's coming across that way, I apologize. I don't think this one game should change any way you think about it. As we talked about it, as I said, how do you judge him from this performance? If you thought he was elite going into it, you should think he's still elite. As Brandon said, it was a bad game.
Yep.
Now, if he strung together maybe 3 or 4 more or something, maybe there's a call something. But one game shouldn't be that. And if you were in my side of it, where I stand of, again, this young man's played 13 ball games now total, and this is the first time all of these defenses are seeing him, right? And I want to make sure before you jump the gun to say, this dude is in the category of what we're seeing Dak do, what he's done consistently over, what we're seeing Josh Allen do over years. These are guys who have been, and yes, I see people texting in. No, Dak has turned a damn corner at this point. What we're seeing the last 2 years from Jalen Hurts and even the top of Burrow and Allen and Mahomes and that stuff. But this doesn't change it. What I will say is, yesterday was really, 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 really bad. Like, it was really, really bad for him. Like, I didn't think CJ was capable of us looking up at the quarter, because I was sitting there looking. I was like, it's the fourth quarter. The Jets are driving. They're gonna have this ball to the start of the fourth before the big play between Christian Harris and Jimmy Ward from forcing that fumble on Zach. I'm like, this 120 in the third quarter. My man got 28 yards passing.
Yeah.
And this offense isn't moving at all. All right. Now, I can take it for a bad day, right? But still within that bad day, like, I was almost shocked to see that they could have that performance. Like, listen, I didn't think he could just elevate anybody, but I didn't think it would be – like, I thought he'd be able to use Brevin Jordan, be able to use some of these dudes to get someplace, along with Bobby Slowick too. I don't know put that combination. So it was like, we could talk about it was bad, but it shouldn't change your view of him.
Yeah.
But it was. I mean, we can't acknowledge and look. I mean, it's got to be better than that.
Yeah, no, it was bad. Like, there is no way around it being bad. Like, it's just a matter of fact. I think that part is indisputable and not up for debate. I think more so the conversation comes back to, what do you make of the bad? What do you see in the bad? And I think for a lot of us who went into it thinking that he was elite, and I'll speak for myself here, the bad was not indicative of C.J. Stroud's skill set or lack of ability. I thought it was more so a lack of preparation, bad game planning, and then poor execution, including on the quarterback's part. Like, I think when your offense only scores 6 points, you have to start with the offensive coordinator and the quarterback as the reasons for why it's bad. They're the leaders of the offense. One calls the plays. The other one has the ball in his hands every time. Those guys got to share the brunt of the blame.
And for the vast majority of the season, those two have been excellent.
Yeah, and have gotten the praise when it's been good, right? Like they get the, I think, due praise when it's good, and they got to be the ones that you look at primarily when it's bad. And so I'm looking squarely at them in this one as well. But I do think that there are some other things that explain the performance. I would have liked to have seen more of an adjustment. One big criticism I would have primarily of C.J. Stroud, but I feel like this extends to Bobby Slowick because they're a bit of a partnership in the offensive coordinator, play caller / quarterback relationship. They seem too greedy. They seemed too greedy yesterday, and I don't know if that was a matter of just an inability to execute the plays that I was looking for, but all of those shots downfield, all of those times that they challenged Sauce Gardner, like I was trying to figure out, okay, where's the easy money at? Everything looked so hard. Zach Wilson made some amazing OG. He was the number 2 overall pick.
People love the talent, yeah.
Exactly. But he also had some like easy money to go to and then let his playmakers make some plays. I didn't see a lot of that. I didn't feel like I saw a lot of, hey, and I know they didn't have a lot of playmakers, but where was the, like I think that they leaned a little bit too much into the C.J. Stroud is an elite quarterback. Let's let him go out there and elite his way to a victory. I wish I would have preferred.
Let's let him keep challenging Noah Brown and Sauce Gardner with Noah Brown.
Like, even though I'm disagreeing with you on the he's not elite yet, like I think he is and you think he's not, I would have preferred, at least from a strategic standpoint, that the Texans had approached it a little less like their quarterback is elite and he's going to save the day. And let's run the ball a little bit more in the second half than you did. I understand they got down pretty quickly in the second half, but I would have liked to have seen them do a little bit more with the easy money the way Zach Wilson, Nathaniel Hackett did on the other side. I was shocked to see Nathaniel Hackett call a better game than Bobby Slowick. That's probably the most disappointing development, more so than whether C.J. Stroud's elite, which I think he is.
Also, and that he got the best of D'Amico like that. Tim,
yeah.
Let's let you jump in here on this, Tim. Tim, how do you judge C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday?
Well, I agree with my fellow Bearcat alum here, B. Scott.
Eat him up.
Yesterday, I think overall C.J. is elite. It's just, and going against everything that Show just said, I think that you pretty much answering the question for us. You brought up all the Dak stuff, all the Allen stuff, all the guy from Cincinnati, I can't even think his name.
Burrow.
Those guys have all been this season. Allen went through a stretcher. He was ass. Like, just turned the ball over on prime time, which is terrible. Not even putting his team in the situation to win. And I think that CJ has put us consistently this season in a chance to win. Those too many drives, this guy's been money. So I think he has answered the bell as elite. And yesterday it was just an anomaly. He had a bad game, and I think it was more so probably.
I mean, he's had a couple of ass games, but what I'm saying is there's 12.
Not
of them.
ass like that.
There's 13 of them. There's 13 of them, and Josh Allen has been a top 3 MVP finisher for like 3 years.
Yeah, which is something that C.J. Stroud can't say.
Joe Burrow
he hasn't had the time.
Yes, fair, right? And Joe Burrow has drug offensive lines like the Texans have to the Super Bowl. So I mean,
they were 0-4.
They were 0-4, but I'm saying when you're talking about you want to compare them to they also have a body of work where they.
No, I get it.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're talking about guys that have played for 3+ years, and a guy that for me that's played 13 ball games that has had some ups and downs in that, and I'm just not to a point to say after I've seen that he's on their level yet.
No, I get you. I just feel like he's shown us that he has the it factor. He has that. To where he can put a team or a franchise on his back. Like you talking about Dak. Dak was the laughing stock of the league last year. He led the league in turnovers. And now
he led the league in turnovers, but I want you to go look at Dak's body of work over his career. And Dak is a really good quarterback that has taken it way up another level. Appreciate the call.
3-year-old kid is on
Like, you talking about that.
Oh, we got a lot going on.
We got a lot going on.
We replayed the call and everything. Somebody had their radio on. That's what was going on.
Uncle Glenn there. No, appreciate the call, Tim.
Well, I would point out, though, the highs have been higher than the lows, and there have been more highs than lows.
Absolutely.
And I think that's why it's easier to lean into, hey, trust more of the highs than you've seen from the lows. I do think that there's been a little bit of a rookie curve that this has been graded on, but based off of what we've seen, there is enough to reasonably say.
And as I said, I think that the kid will be one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the next couple of years. He'll be the top 5. I would be surprised if he wasn't. I don't think he's going to have the path of Carson Wentz or Herbert.
Zach Wilson?
Zach ain't never shown none of this.
I'm just saying.
Guys that we viewed early on that took some steps back. All right. Appreciate you jumping in, B. Scott. Coach's Show coming up behind us with D'Amico Ryan, so stay tuned for that. Tyler, great job as well. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby. My damn son, who plays receiver, and he's 9, and they didn't win a game this year.
You need a protractor to line up. I'm sure your son uses a protractor to make sure he's in the right spot. That's the part that you're leaving out.
I didn't have a protractor out there.
I don't know why, but I kind of like it.
Impossible to fake.
The Texas Law.
As they move to the Big Ten next year. I'm Zach Gelb. As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be 21 plus in President State where lawful to wager. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana, 1-800-522-4700 visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Help is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 1-800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts or call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY.
When it comes to health, there are numbers every man needs to know, including your testosterone number. I recommend going to Low T Center. They make it quick and easy to get your levels checked, and it's only $25 in a simple blood test. And with their on-site lab, you'll know the results in about 25 minutes. Low testosterone levels can make you feel tired and grumpy. It causes lack of motivation and drive. It can raise your cholesterol, cause weight gain, and loss of muscle mass. Go to lowtcenter.com now to book your appointment. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare. Get ready, basketball fans. The Toyota Center is heating up on December 16th for the ultimate college hoops showdown, the Halal Guys Showcase. It's a doubleheader you don't want to miss, featuring area powerhouse teams. Watch the Texas Longhorns face off versus the LSU Tigers, and the Texas A&M Aggies match up with the Houston Cougars. Visit ToyotaCenter.com today to purchase tickets. It's a doubleheader of intriguing out-of-conference regional matchups. Visit ToyotaCenter.com for tickets. It's the Halal Guys Showcase, December 16th.
Scattered showers overnight with a low of 60.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer.
COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again named #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News and World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Hey, Harris County, this is Commissioner Rodney Ellis.
Commissioner Adrian Garcia.
This is Commissioner Ramsey.
And Commissioner Briones.
Harris County, you got easy. We're introducing a special 10% discount.
We're making your drive more convenient and affordable with many easy ways to pay.
Putting savings right back where they belong in your pocket.
Get your free Easy Tag, get your discount.
Get your free Easy Tag today with a special 10% discount. Visit hctra.org. The 10% discount only applies to 2-axle vehicles on Harris County toll roads.
Hey, I came as fast as I could. What's wrong?
Everything's okay. I just need you to know I'm glowing up.
You just texted SOS Get Here Now.
And I stand by that because I switched to Cricket and got the all-new Motorola Razr. I have entered my flip era, and I am glowing up.
I'm gonna go back home.
I support that.
Switch to Cricket and get the all-new Motorola Razr for $199.99. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Must open a new line on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Save big every day during Lowe's 25 Days of Deals. Save $100 on select Masterbuilt smokers for the grill enthusiast in your life. Plus, get up to 55% off select smart home gifts for everyone on your list. Order eligible in-stock items by 2 p.m. to get same-day delivery. Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/13 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Delivered by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
He's the one they call Cap, head coach, and Miko. D'Amico Ryans breaks down the game and for a conversation, taking you both inside and outside the white lines. Welcome to the D'Amico Ryan Show, presented by Amegy Bank.
Hello, Texans. What a big week for this franchise facing Tennessee Sunday after a horrifying loss to the New York Jets, 30-6 at the Meadowlands. We don't need to recap much of that, do we? Well, we do a little bit because you want to correct those mistakes and move on to face a Tennessee team that has Miami on the road on Monday Night Football. So a short week for Tennessee to get ready for the Texans, and we'll get into their perspective of things with John Harris a little bit later on in the program. Everybody's thinking about the injuries right now, most notably C.J. Stroud, but other players banged up in the game. Nico Collins obviously left with the calf injury. Blake Cashman left with an injury. Tavir Thomas left with an injury. Will Anderson limping around after the game. Dalton Schultz did not play to begin with after having a hamstring issue. He practiced last Wednesday, but not the rest of the week. Let's hope he's available for Sunday, but we don't know. But Stroud has all eyes on him as he recovers from a concussion. Now, Derek Carr, for instance, came back the next week, diagnosed against Detroit. He played Sunday against Carolina, and they won the game, but no two concussions are alike. And here's how D'Amico Ryans addressed the C.J. Stroud concussion issue in his press conference this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll see, as he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol. and that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure guys are healthy, and we're protecting guys. And that right, when it comes to the concussion, right, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys, because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is the at utmost importance to us.
And obviously that's the key factor right there. This is a long-term situation. And let's get to one more from the press conference, because it is newsy, as John McClain, the general, the Hall of Famer, asked Coach Ryans about the other two quarterbacks on the roster right now.
I think you've got a second, third quarterback who've been multi-year starters in the league. How comfortable do you feel with them?
We'll see with our quarterback position, with Case and Davis. We'll see where we end up throughout the week. Both guys have played a lot of football, and at this point of where we are, we just one guy's going to put ourselves in position, right, to win football games, right? Who can we count on to help us win football games, and that's how we'll decide.
And that's just one decision they have to make. They have to game plan without knowing exactly who might be available, and we'll get to that question with the head coach in a few moments. There's so much at stake. The Texans are 7-6, and there are numerous teams, 6 of them tied with 7-6 records. How about that? The Steelers, the Colts, the Texans, the Bengals, and the Bills. The Bills are hard charging right now. They still have that tough schedule to go, but one of the very tough games was going to Kansas City, and they beat the Chiefs yesterday. The Bengals, new life under Jake Browning. They beat the Jags on Monday Night Football, and they come back yesterday to knock off the Colts. Thank you very much for doing that. The Broncos, the talk of the league. Yes, they lost here at NRG Stadium last week, but they came back with a victory over the Chargers to put themselves at 7-6. The Colts are 7-6, and the Steelers are 7-6. Now, the Steelers and Colts are in playoff position right now. This really doesn't matter. What matters is what you do from here. You have 4 games left, which is a huge chunk of the season. In the old days, we'd call this the final quarter of the season. Now with 17 games, not quite a quarter, but it's still a lot of football, because you have the Colts on the schedule and you have the Cleveland Browns on the schedule, who are 8-5 and really doing well with Joe Flacco. But we'll see what happens in a couple of weeks when they visit NRG Stadium. Most importantly, taking on the Titans on Sunday, and they have Monday Night Football tonight. Let's get into the conversation with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. And here we are. It's another big game week. Now, the 24-hour rule in effect here. And as we record this, it's Monday afternoon. Here we go. How hard is it, or just describe the process of balancing going over what went on? You talk about Tell the Truth Monday into we got to get ready for the Tennessee Titans and get into our game plan week.
Yeah, it's a balance, but we have to know. For me, I think it's always important for everyone to know, okay, who's this game? Right? Because if you don't know the reasons why, you have a propensity to end up making those same mistakes. So I want to clean up, right, all the mistakes and the issues. If guys got any questions about, hey, I was thinking this or I was thinking that, if there are any things, I just want to clear the air on Monday. So now we roll in, right, on Tuesday, Wednesday, we're preparing for our next opponent. That game is put to bed, and now we can move on and hopefully be better the following week.
Coach, you talked about playmakers making plays after the game. You and I talked about that. Can you expand on that a little bit about what and why that was frustrating to you? Was it the fact that the Jets playmakers were making plays, Garrett Wilson, Sauce, DJ, all those kind of guys? Did you kind of feel it was their guys making plays and your guys weren't at that point? Could you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, without a doubt. When I talk about playmakers making plays, right, when we're in man coverage, right, and we know we're going against one of their top players, Garrett Wilson, and we wanted to put hands on him, make sure we're tight in coverage, and we don't challenge him, right? We have no chance for our guys to make plays if we're not challenging them, all right? We're in man coverage again versus their tight ends. I felt like we had the better matchup, better players. We're in those positions. So I just told our guys, like, I expect you to make that play. And if we can't make that play, like, we can't expect to win games. If our best players don't show up when they're in a one-on-one situation, if they don't show up and make that play, like, it's going to be very tough for us to win games. And that's what I spoke about when I'm speaking about playmakers stepping up. And as you mentioned it, like, on their side, they made plays. They coverage, they were sticky. They, forced a lot of incomplete passes, and that's what we have to do if we expect to win games.
And you did well against the run, and you got to Wilson a few times as well, but he was able to get outside a few times and make plays against you that way.
Yeah, I thought overall the run game was really good. We gave up one 15-yard run, as the longest run of the day, but overall the guys did a really good job all day of containing the run versus a really good back. And when it comes to Wilson, he got out a couple times just because, again, I'll talk about 4 guys rushing together. So we go in, sometimes we're good, and we lose contain at times. It's just about when you play great defense, like, you have to be consistent. Everybody has to know exactly where the other person is going to be, and they need to be there, right? And when we rush together consistently, containing the edges, now there's nowhere for the quarterback to escape. He has to step up, and now our interior D lineman can make plays.
Coach, I don't ask this for you to make an excuse or say anything, but I feel like Blake has become such a big part of your defense. How did things change just overall when he went out of the game in the first half?
Yeah, Blake has done a really good job all year of continuing to earn the right to get more reps. He's been one of our most consistent linebackers, and he's shown that. I mean, Blake stepped up, and he started playing the Mike position a couple weeks ago. He lost Denzel, and he flourished in that role and made plays. So when we lose him, a guy who's been very interchangeable, he's played Sam on base downs. He's played Mike on third downs and passing situations. And Nick, just being able to have that flexibility with Blake, it was really beneficial. Then we lose him. Now we kind of lose some of the things that we can do defensively. But, again, as you know, don't make any excuses. Guys still have to make plays, but it definitely hurts when you lose, some of your top players who've been playing really well for you. And Blake, all right, losing Nico, those things really, really hurt you.
Coach, I know maybe the Blake absence plays into this, but what about crossing routes? Because fans ask us why crossing routes are hard to cover for any team, really, and can you describe what goes into that?
Oh, yeah. Crossing routes, they are hard to cover. If a team knows you play a lot of man coverage, right, they'll run crossing routes to really make defenders bump into each other, and now you get a free access throw to a crosser. So to defend those, sometimes you play tight man coverage, knowing you have to be on different levels. Whoever is on the line of scrimmage, you step up and you play that guy tight, and you get hands on him so the other guy can come over the top. And if you are playing, sometimes when I know teams are running a lot of crossing routes, sometimes I just like to play zone coverage. So you present man coverage, then you just pop out and play zone. So now you're not chasing, you're actually sitting to where the crossers are going to come. And now you're able to absorb those guys. So crossing routes, it can be difficult to defend at times. If you're in man coverage and zone coverage, it should be easier, and you should know the pickups.
Coach, I love when you told me yesterday it was Tell the Truth Monday. Yeah. How difficult a day is that for you? Maybe it's not, but for the players to kind of, oh man, yeah, these are spots where I could have done that, or I did do this and I didn't do. How tough is Tell the Truth Monday with the guys?
Yeah, it's tough because I'm standing there and you see it, everybody's demeanor, right. Like everybody is sad looks on their faces. And I always still try to come in with the positive outlook on things, but it's you have to tell the truth, even though some guys they don't want to hear it. Most guys, they already know because they watch the film and they understand like where those mistakes are, but it's making sure everybody in the room understands, all right, where we had mishaps and how do we correct those. Nobody wants to hear it, but they have to hear it. I don't want to say it all the time, but I have to let them
They're
know.
just hoping you didn't see it.
The film doesn't lie.
Exactly. That's true.
All right, I'm not going to ask you about injuries. Not going to do it, Coach, but I will ask you how difficult it is to put together a game plan when you don't really know exactly who might be available, right? So you have to construct a plan, and this guy might not be there, this guy might not be there. How do you handle that?
Oh, man, it's so hard, right? Especially offensively, I think. Offensively, you want to design certain plays for, certain receivers. You want them on particular routes. So it's hard, when you don't know, because Bobby is always coming to me early and, hey, who's going to be up this week? Do I got a chance for this guy or that guy? He wants to know so he can get the creative juices flowing to get guys open. Defensively, not so much. We just kind of go as we go, and whoever is in, they have to be in and just understand how we play those techniques.
Coach, obviously, being a big part of the defense, as it pertains to the offense, I know that's a little bit, but do you and Bobby kind of sit down after the game and talk about things? Because obviously you want to be honed in on what everything is going on, but a little bit more focused on the defense. How do you kind of handle the offensive, maybe tell the truth Monday with your coaches too?
Oh, yeah. Me and Bobby, we're talking on the plane right after we watch the game on the plane, and we'll meet. We met this morning before we met with any other coaches. Me and Bobby sit down and we meet, over the offensive film. We go through it. Chance for, questions, answers. How can we get better? The main things is me and Bobby working together is how do we help our guys as best as possible, or how can we put them in a better position to make plays, because that's our job. And then we go in with the offensive staff. We'll go through. Everybody has their say on how their unit played, where we can be better, who played really well. And we just go through it, and we all, for me, it's always a collaboration of, okay, what can we do to help your guys? Or anybody have any ideas on how we can help them to play better?
Yep. All right, so you played 13 games. It's not like you're 3-10 after losing to the Jets. You are 7-6, right in the thick of everything. And how much do you talk about that kind of thing with the players? Because they've got to be well aware of the situation and the opportunity you have, really.
Hey, you were in my meeting this morning, right? Man,
he did miss radio, so
that was the exact thing I hit in our meeting. It's like, okay, I went through the tell the truth part, and then let's flip the page. Where are we right now? We're 7-6. Everybody else in the division lost. We're still sitting there with the awesome opportunity in front of us. I love being here. I love having some adversity hit our team, right? Not playing well, right? Everybody thinking you should win a game and you don't win, right? You kind of, you drop the ball a little bit there. Adversity is facing you. How are we going to respond? And I love being in this position because I love to see, okay, how are guys going to respond in this? We have 4 games left. We control our destiny. If we go about these next 4 games the right way, we'll still be where we want to be, because the ultimate goal every year you suit up is to get an opportunity to get in the dance, right? So we want to have the opportunity to get in the playoffs, and we control that. So it's about our guys looking forward and being excited about the opportunity, right, of what's ahead of us. We have to be excited about it. We have to attack it, clean up what we need to clean up. And, man, our season is still there. Guys have done a great job this year. The season isn't over. We still have a lot to play for.
More with the head coach coming up. The Texans playing for a playoff berth, and Tennessee up next. What does he have to say about the Titans team that takes on the Dolphins in Miami tonight? It's Texans Radio.
More of the D'Amico Ryan Show, presented by Amegy Bank, continues in a moment.
I'm Steve Naylor. We're a manufacturer in the HVAC business. The reason why we've been with Amegy Bank all this time is because they meet our needs. They're very responsive and they react quickly. We can call them up anytime and they work really hard to get us what we need. They are absolutely invested. Amegy Bank is very involved with what we're doing, and they want to hear our story and they want to know how they can help us. They like you for the family.
Amegy Bank. Here, you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation N.A., member FDIC.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do make everything about me.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. We also know that price does too. So if you see a lower price somewhere else, we'll match it. Plus, you get free and fast delivery. Shop in-store or online at mattressfirm.com. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston Methodist Neal Cancer Center, we have the expertise to treat all of you. Leading oncologists use the latest technology, research, and treatments to stop your cancer, while specialists minimize its effects on major organs. There's a better approach to cancer care that heals all of you. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The Houston Texans and Amity Bank are proud to announce Cosmic Ice Cream Company as a 2023 Small Business Boost winner. Cosmic Ice Cream Company has locations in Webster and Spring Branch and specializes in homemade ice cream novelties like ice cream nachos, ice cream flights, and their signature Cosmic Bar, a fruity pebble marshmallow treat stuffed with lemon poppy seed muffin ice cream. Visit CosmicHTX.com to learn more and find a location near you. Congratulations, Cosmic Ice Cream Company, on being a 2023 Amity Bank Small Business Boost winner.
More Texans Radio
Spectacular fashion
is on the way.
Taking responsible care of our planet is essential to our mission at Burns & McDonnell. We help you move projects forward with feasible, sustainable solutions while keeping you in compliance with environmental regulations. It's all part of our comprehensive engineering, architecture, construction, and environmental services, now 25 years strong in Houston. Learn more about our growing team and how we're making clients successful at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
That one hurts. C.J. Stroud and company couldn't overcome the elements and dropped a tough one to the Jets. Every game count stretch as the Texans push for the playoffs. Can D'Amico and company get back on track against the Titans on Sunday? Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to more with the head coach, the D'Amico Ryan Show. Presented by Amity Bank.
Moving right along here on the D'Amico Ryans program. After the game, veteran receiver Robert Woods in the locker room. Drew Doherty caught up with him. Now, Woods is the fourth leading receiver on this team. The top three all out of action as the game progressed yesterday once Nico was knocked out because you were already without Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz. Dell done for the season. Schultz, we hope he's back next week. You never know. But here's Drew with Robert Woods.
Hey, Robert, you talk about combining and collectively getting better and getting ready. What do you need to do specifically to kind of get set for the Tennessee Titans?
Do what we've been doing, getting back to not even the drawing board, but just getting back out on the practice field and having that same intensity, urgency of getting better. That's the whole point of this whole league. Every single week, you got to get better. Kind of shows that we're kind of didn't get better. We got complacent from the last week, but just you got to get better every single week. And yeah, start next week. Got to get better.
And we've seen this team bounce back from losses before. Why can't it happen again, right?
Yeah, this team is obviously focused, obviously driven to be better. You got to show up every week, though. You can't. It's unfortunate we took this L. But yeah, our guys had the right mentality to go back to work and have that same drive to get back on. Like I said, there's just plenty of games left. We have all the guys to get this thing back on track and turn around and close out well. Just have to do it.
Woods, a former Titan, and we talked about it this morning. The Texans have had some success in Nashville in recent years. In fact, Davis Mills, if it has to be him on Sunday, on the road in the AFC South in his career, he is 4-1. It's one of those things. Got the win in Nashville on Christmas Eve last year. Now, that wasn't an offensive explosion. Both teams scored in the teens. The Texans did give up over 100 to Derrick Henry, but it wasn't 200, which he was accustomed to against the Texans. They actually kept him in check other than a 48-yard run. We'll get into that more with Johnny a little bit later. And they turned the Titans over. Christian Harris had a pick. Jalen Petrie had a pick. Both those guys will be playing on Sunday. Well, let's get into the thoughts on the Titans with the head coach, D'Amico Ryans.
Sunday, in Nashville. I know you haven't got too much into the Titans, but we're going to play 2 division games, the same team in 3 weeks, in the Tennessee Titans, which is kind of odd. How is the preparation for that, Coach, where you do have to play them a few times? I mean, maybe we'll get that save that question for a couple weeks. But 30,000-foot view, Titans on the road, wearing those jerseys. Your thoughts about facing them?
What jerseys are they wearing?
Oilers.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We got to smack them up.
Yeah, Houstonians do not like this. You know this.
Oh,
you know
no,
this.
We don't like that. So it's, man, what an opportunity. Like, I'm getting fired up right now. I mean, man, but what an opportunity for our guys, man. I love, like, we get to go against, truly a divisional rival and the Titans. Man, like, if we want an opportunity to get to the playoffs and we have to go through Tennessee to make that happen, like, how else would you draw it up?
Yeah.
Like, let's go. Like, everything you got right now, like, for our opportunity to get in. And, let's go against the Titans 2 times in 3 weeks, and let's own our opportunities.
Derrick Henry is a very different kind of running back.
Yeah.
There's just something about him, Coach. He's one of the very best in the league and has been for a while now. What are some of the key things when you're trying to stop a running back like that as opposed to maybe some other guys?
Yeah, the first key is don't tackle him high. That's the first thing is you always put together a tackling plan for a guy who's such a physical runner, a taller runner, right? You give guys a tackling plan, and that plan, first off, is going to start, you have to attack the thighs. You have to attack him lower, try to get his legs wrapped up, and that's how you stop him. And it's not going to be about one guy. It's like multiple guys at the ball, right, attacking him because he's such a physical runner.
As a linebacker, when you were playing, he's an upright guy. I mean, he runs upright, and he needs some runway. If you give him runway and he gets downhill, but if you make him have to stop and cut, then you're probably in better shape. As a linebacker, did you like playing a guy like that, or would you rather have played a guy like Darren Sproles who could kind of make you miss? Who was more fun for you to have played against?
Yeah, definitely the bigger backs.
Yeah.
I'll take those guys, bigger targets. And like for those when they stop and start, it's hard it's easy, it's easier to defend those guys. But for me, it was always tough playing against like Maurice Jones-Drew. Guy you can't really see. He's a shorter guy. You can't see him. And it's kind of like you're playing peekaboo and he just pops up. He's still a physical runner. Darren Sproles, you don't want to see that guy. I mean, he's so quick, elusive. So I really didn't like playing against those small, shifty backs because I just wanted to go downhill and hit people.
All right, you as a player, you had some wild battles in Nashville and wild battles overall against the Tennessee Titans. 13-12 win in 08 when they went 13-3. That was a big bloodbath defensively for you guys, a victory. And do you remember the 09 game up there? It was in the 30s, and it was crazy. It was week 2.
Yeah.
I mean, do you remember these things, or do you not think about them much now that you're coaching?
I remember Chris Johnson running past me for about 80 yards, probably. Yeah, I remember the bad plays that kind of stick out. But, I do remember those were some real physical battles playing against Tennessee. None other more physical than Andre Johnson versus Cortland Finnegan.
Yes. That's part of this as well.
What were you thinking when that happened?
Yeah. Oh, man. He had it coming. So that's what I was thinking. He knew it was going to happen sooner or later. Like, Cortland was always a feisty player, and Dre just gave him the business.
You brought something up, though. You remember the bad plays. And Johnny was watching a documentary on Notre Dame, Miami back in the day, and the memory that everybody this game, especially on the Kane side, and they lost. Do you remember some of the tougher moments more? They stand out more because you're always thinking about what you could have done as a coach and or player?
Yeah, that's always the one. Talk about experience. I think it's just those scars that you get. And I talk about that even when plays come up or guys like happen to like miss a coverage or something like that, I immediately go back, hey, I got a play in mind. Go back to San Francisco versus Seattle 2019. And I can remember those plays. Just like the bad plays, I can remember them better than the good plays at times.
You can't get rid of those. I mean, your brain just, if you're a competitor, to me, your brain just goes back to those moments. So as a coach with players, how do you coach, get them to not, like, how do you get them to flush this?
Yeah.
A game like yesterday where everybody I think in this building knows that wasn't us.
Right.
That wasn't us. How do you get them being competitors to forget all that and flush it and get ready to make positive plays, which they'll remember the positive ones too. It's just always those ones that they get beat on that they always remember.
Yeah, for sure. I truly believe, and you speak it into existence. So it's just when I just ended my meeting with the guys, guys just showed a lot of plays here where it didn't go our way. But just think about next week. I'm just thinking about all those great plays I'm going to be showing of you being in the same position, making this play, you getting an interception, forcing fumbles, like guys flying around, making plays. I can't wait to show those plays next week. And I just started to build our guys up with that mind. I know it's what it's going to be next week. We're going to be showing great plays.
All right, forgive me because this is my semi-weekly question of how you're going to handle practice physically, Coach, with the players. Yeah. How tough is it going to be versus, okay, don't want to beat them up too much. We got banged up. I don't know how it is for you. What can you share with us?
Yeah, now in this last quarter of the season, you take some things off of the players, right, guys? You should know what to do. It's all more mental now than it is physical. There aren't like physical mistakes. It's all mental, and now it's just a matter of cleaning up the mental. Guys they're prepared. They're ready to go. They play physical. They play fast. Now it's just a matter of cleaning up the mental mistakes that we've had. So you'll take something off physically for our guys, not go in pads or anything this week, but just keep it short, keep it fresh, all right, and make sure we're off the field as fast as we can get off the field.
Coach, do you peek at the scoreboard at this time of year to see, hey, how the Jags doing? Hey, what's going on with Tennessee? I know we're playing Tennessee, but do you peek at the scoreboard at all, just as a sports fan, or hey, I'd like to see this team lose. We talk about this all the time. Who do we want to win this game? Do we want the Browns? Or we want the Jaguars? Well, do you kind of do any of that, kind of peeking at the scoreboard as things are going on? Not during the game,
but
during,
I think naturally, like after the game, like naturally, you're like, okay, what happened with the other? Yeah. It's just naturally that happens, but just as that competitor, it's always like, hey, man, we can't be in a position where we're counting on someone else, right, to lose, right? If we can control our destiny, let's control it. So let's do what we have to do to win. But you always just in the back of your mind, okay, man, the other two teams, they lost in the division. So, all right, let's take a deep breath.
Right.
It's not as bad as it feels. We're still in the hunt. Like, let's just regroup. Let's come back more focused, more ready to go next week.
I like what happened because – this league is so weird. You had a 3-0 game yesterday,
right?
Indoors. You would think they had the elements or whatever. You had 0-0 at the half against the Jets. You have a lot of strange things. I guess nothing surprises you after being in the league so long.
No, every week. You should think, like, I see sometimes people come out with these, like, power rankings, and this team here or there's, like, you have no idea, like, what's going to happen each week, right? And that's the beauty of our sport because you have such great competitors, right? And the teams, I tell guys, it doesn't matter what the record is. Like, you have ballers on all these teams that can make plays at any given time. A team can get hot, gain momentum at any time, and you never know really how that Sunday is going to play out. Right, and that's the nature of what we do, and that's why it's so exciting. That's why it's probably one of the most popular sports.
Will you watch Monday Night Football or at least peek at it while the Titans are playing the Miami Dolphins?
Oh, yeah, I'll check it out. I'll try to get as much work as I can just on their previous games, and then I'll watch some Monday Night Football tonight.
Would have liked to have seen Packers and Giants yesterday and us tonight, so we'd have to sit through the rain, but that's a different story for another game.
A little different situation.
The conditions ended up not being a terrible factor, but the first half it was kind of tough. I was almost hoping we were going to win that thing 2-0 and thought it was going to head in that direction. Elements at all a problem for the guys at all yesterday, or just kind of fought through it?
I think guys fought through it. I mean, you can tell some guys were slipping a little bit on the surface, but for the most part, just tell the guys, man, I've seen much worse than that.
Yeah, right? You coached in San Francisco. You've seen some stuff.
Seen a lot of bad weather games. That wasn't an excuse yesterday with the weather. I think just how we executed just didn't show up.
Yep.
Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. All right, this is Coffee with the Coach on Texans TV. So do you drink coffee?
Yes, I do drink coffee. Started drinking coffee when I started coaching, just trying to as a young coach coming in as a QC, spend a lot of hours. It's hard to stay up in some of those meetings. So I was trying a lot of different things. Sunflower seeds, Red Bull, that didn't work. So
coffee was it.
Coffee was it, and coffee has stuck with me.
Right. How important, and it looks like you still work out a lot, Coach. So how important is that, though, for you mentally to keep working out? How do you go about that?
Yeah, I make sure I get at least 3 days in working out each week. And for me, it really, especially on Tuesdays as I start game planning, just put a break in my day just to get an hour at least just to, clear my mind. And then it helps me to come back and focus a little bit better in my second half of the day. But I really believe you have to take care of yourself, right? You have to make health is at the utmost importance. So you have to be healthy, right, to make sure I'm at my best, for the players.
Coach, our buddy Ted Johnson used to say that he could go back point and play 3 plays. That's it. He could go back in and play 3 plays. You think you could do it?
3 plays, goal line. Suit me up.
Let's go.
All right,
keep it in a short distance, man. Yeah.
He's like 3 plays and he'd get out. Yeah. That's it. But he could go 3. He could do that.
That'll
3
work.
plays on goal line.
We have a lot more coming up on the D'Amico Ryan Show, including a reaction to one of the things he said that I think could fire up everybody. Also, Jonathan Grenard, double-digit sacks. How about that with 4 games to go? Let's check in with him here in studio as the D'Amico Ryan Show continues. It's Texans Radio.
There's more of our exclusive talk with head coach D'Amico Ryans on the way.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible